Nice meeting you.
Lower left of the like video area.
Yeah, it says mute. It says, oh, there. Well, it's not quite left. So
yeah, so just in the participants grid.
Yeah.
There should be a little like.
I'll be here. I'm just arranging my desk.
Awesome. 3 little diagonal kind of marks in the lower left of the participants kind of grid view of the video panel.
Oh, maybe they tried the grid panel first. Yeah. There we go. Is that better?
It could be. And then you see that little lower left, you can scroll it out and then see everybody at once.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So
it can be overwhelming in a good way.
Okay, so.
Morning, Stuart.
Morning, Jim.
Any luck on the river?
Oh, yeah. We didn't fish too much, but it was a lovely day to be on the water.
Cool. Is Catherine still eating breakfast, hiding behind her flowers? Oh, now she's peeking.
There she is.
Peeking out from behind them.
There she is. Hey, Commissioner. All right.
Okay. The time is 8:26, and I see that we're waiting for Commissioner Pearmine. And Commissioner Stewart Warren. I know it's mirrored, but it is official.
Hey.
Official.
Great.
So, John Dunsmore, I'm assuming for general quality of this that unless we intend to be speaking or participating, we should both go off of audio and mute. Is that best practice?
Sure.
So Jim, the original goal was that anyone that would be normally sitting at the dais would have their video on.
Okay, but just like a microphone, keep the audio off until you intend to speak, yeah?
Right, stay muted. And if anyone happens to get up and walk away, I will be muting you, so you're free to do what you need to do in the background.
Got it.
Never know.
Thank you.
I've watched a lot of public meetings on Zoom lately.
Well, I'm very comfortable knowing you're in charge, Casaria.
Robin, I will also be doing timekeeping anytime you give a time limit for people to speak. And if they do not heed your advice on wrapping up, I will mute them.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's probably better than in person.
That's my role here. I get to carry the axe.
Okay, I have a question. How do I get my screen so I see everybody, not just me? I mean, I see me and then I see everybody over here on the side.
Catherine, do you see a little, when you're in that view and if you hover your mouse over the grid of participants,
yes,
in the lower left, there's 3 diagonal bars.
Got it.
Stretch that out across your screen.
Oh.
So I'm actually not seeing that. I see Catherine, I see my list of participants. And what else do I do to actually make this work?
I've got the 3 bars, but I'm not
options.
Stretching.
Can you grab them by putting your cursor right on that and then press down and stretch?
Well,
another option.
Oh, there we go. I'm getting it now.
Another option for anyone is in the top right corner. There's speaker view and gallery view. There's a button up there.
The blue grid thing?
Yes, grid. You should definitely be in gallery. And then in gallery, there should be those 3 little diagonal bars where you can stretch. Sometimes in gallery, I don't even see
Oh,
everybody.
show small active speaker video. Gallery.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
Well,
Right. Okay, excuse me. So the time is 8:29. Currently, I don't show any folks in the attendee list, but granted, because our live stream will be beginning momentarily. Katie,
Vice Chair Pearman,
there, yes. Okay, I will be broadcasting, and I will be having a paragraph of welcoming. Is everyone ready? Okay.
And so, Esther, did you
Yes.
want me to start the meeting and then turn to you? Is that what your intention was?
Oh, my intention was to welcome everyone and also have some meeting expectations. And on the annotated agenda, it has my script.
Right.
And then I will introduce you to provide opening remarks and open the meeting.
Great.
Okay.
Esther,
yes.
when am I going to be hitting record?
As soon as I hit the broadcasting and do a check and say, John, would you confirm the recording equipment is ready to go?
Okay.
Okay, here
Were
we
we
go.
expecting Commissioner Sandoval?
Yes.
Okay, I might just give him a call
Okay.
offline. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, welcome everyone. We are broadcasting. We are waiting for Commissioner Sandoval, but I would like to check with John Dunsmore that our equipment is prepared and ready to go.
Yep.
Great. Okay, so again, we are waiting for Commissioner Sandoval.
And Esther, when you have a chance, I know you're really busy, but during the dry run, you folks had sent a list of contact people, the IT people and others to contact during the meeting should we have a problem. And I have misplaced mine, and it might be good to send a copy of that to all the commissioners so they have that at the ready.
Yes, that's a great suggestion. Let's see.
I may Commissioner Sandoval should be joining us here shortly, either by phone or Zoom.
For folks that are joining us as attendees, we are waiting for Commissioner Sandoval to join us, and then we will begin our meeting. Okay, so I have received word that Commissioner Sandoval is trying to connect.
I have a question. I'm trying to log into my Surface Pro so I can have 2 technological devices. Can you send me an email to my state email with the link to the Zoom so I can have it in both places, please?
Yes, I will ask Mandy to resend.
I'm trying to find it, but I don't see it. Oh no, there it is. Oh no, that's the webinar. No, that's not it.
It
Okay.
should be in there. It was sent yesterday again, I think, or even this morning.
Yeah,
Amanda McNabb.
I thought so. Maybe I am not. Let me see. Okay, I'll keep looking for it. I should have it. Oh, got it. All right, thank you. And I'm not seeing the little thing that we have that we, in our training, we could raise our hands, you know, some little button or something. What was that about?
Let's see.
Catherine, it's at the bottom of, if you have the participants list up, it's at the bottom right-hand corner.
Okay. Participants. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Esther, I think we should probably get started.
Okay. 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 Good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners and members of the public. My name is Esther Johnson, and I am the Commission Assistant. Welcome to the May 21, 2020 Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. This meeting is being recorded and is available for live streaming through Granicus. The link is available on our meeting page. If you intend to provide public comment or testimony, please make sure to rename yourself with some sort of identifying title related to your organization. If you intend to testify, please sign up using the public sign up form on the meeting materials website so that we have your name in the queue. Participants will be in listen-only mode until they are called on to testify. I will be calling on individuals and will unmute your microphone during public comment testimony during the agenda item. Just a note, if you are on the phone and would like to testify and did not sign up in advance, you can press *9 and that will notify me and add you to the queue. The public sign up form for those on the phone is located at our website, https /www.oregon.gov/LCD/public-comment-ASPX. With that, I would like to introduce Chair Robin MacArthur, who will be providing opening remarks.
Thank you, Esther, and thanks to you and the full IT team for making today happen. You guys have been terrific. Good morning. I'm Robin MacArthur, and I'm calling to order the May meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. This is our first attempt at a virtual platform meeting, and in the wise words of our head IT person, there will be glitches, but we will prevail. We will have to pause at certain points. I think you have a contact list if you get disconnected of the right staff to help get reconnected. So I think we're going to have a really good meeting. I want to start by asking commissioners to introduce themselves, but before I do, I want to mention a couple of things of special note. This is Commissioner Morrow's last meeting, and we had hoped to meet in John Day, her neck of the woods, and we were unfortunately not able to do that, but we'll have plenty of time later today to roast her and give her a good send-off, but I wanted to make sure everyone knows that this is, she's made a really incredible contribution to this commission. Stuart Warren is our new commissioner. He is here today. He'll introduce himself first, but I also want to mention there are a couple of commissioners in waiting, so to speak. We have Nick Lilac, the Community Development Director for Deschutes County, is listening in, as well as I believe that Katie Jacobson, Commissioner Jacobson, the chair of the Lincoln County Board of Commissioners, is on the line as well. We welcome you. You are in a listening mode, but we really appreciate your attempt to understand to hear about today's, get today's briefing in anticipation of taking action on a couple of really important agenda items in July. So with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Warren. Welcome, and please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Yeah, my name's Stuart Warren. I'm a fourth-generation Southern Oregonian. I currently sit as the president of the Phoenix City Council here in Oregon, and I'm also the chair of the Phoenix Urban Renewal Agency. I own and operate my own fly fishing guided tour company and spend as much time on the rivers and in the woods as I can. I'm really excited to be part of this body. I think there's a lot of great work being accomplished by our wonderful department, and I look forward to working with many wonderful commissioners and getting to know you. Thanks.
Thank you, and welcome. So, Commissioner Morrow, you're on mute.
All right, we fixed that. Thanks, Chair MacArthur. Pleasure to be here with you all. And I'm sorry that I'm not going to be able to serve with our new commissioners. And that's all I'll say for now. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you. Commissioner Haleva.
Here? Are we doing roll call?
well, actually, it's just introductions. I don't know if we're doing a roll call as much as we're just introducing ourselves.
Commissioner Haleva. I live in Portland, Oregon. Sorry about that. I'm a real estate developer during the day, and have enjoyed being on this commission, especially during this time talking about housing, which is definitely in my wheelhouse.
Thank you. Vice Chair Pearmine.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the commission, Commissioner Warren. And good to see everybody. I know these are unique circumstances. So I live in Southeast Portland near Mount Tabor in the Foster Powell neighborhood, and my day job is with the Oregon Food Bank. So we've been very busy working around the hours. And I grew up on a farm in Jervis, Oregon. So my family's been in that area for some time.
Thank you. And Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, hi, good morning. So my name is Gerardo Sandoval, and I'm a associate professor at the University of Oregon in the Planning, Public Policy, and Management School. This is my second meeting, so I'm excited about that. And I also serve on the state's Housing Stability Council, and I've been on that for about 2.5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a vacancy. Melissa Cribbins left the commission earlier this year. So we have one vacancy on the commission. And I am Robin MacArthur, and I'm from the Portland area and have been involved in land use, transportation, housing issues for a very long time. And I'm pleased to be your chair. Esther, you had something about a roll call in the annotated agenda. Do you need to go through a roll call before we even go into approving the agenda?
Yes.
Great. Why don't you go ahead and do that then? Thank you.
Okay. Katie Pearmine.
Here.
I'm sorry, I should have said Commissioner. I'm sorry. Commissioner Catherine Morrow.
Here.
Commissioner Anjali Halova.
Here.
Commissioner Gerardo Sandoval.
Here.
Commissioner Stuart Warren.
Here.
And Chair Robin MacArthur.
Here. Thank you, Esther. And I wanted to turn to Vice Chair Pearmine and ask if she would be willing to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you. Yes, I would be honored to do that. So I'd like to acknowledge the many tribes and bands who call Oregon their ancestral territory and honor the ongoing relationship between the land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. We recognize the continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place and thank them for continuing to teach us how we might all be here together. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to mention that Vice Chair Pearmine is going to help me recognize the commission members raising your hands and things when you want to talk. So I appreciate her doing that. So we want to make sure that when you have a comment or question or whatever, that both of us will be watching the list of hands. And actually, you could also just kind of go like this, and I can see you on the screen, so that might help as well. We want to make sure that you are heard. And apparently I need to pause just for a moment before I go into agenda item 1 to let John time stamp this agenda item. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you.
Give me
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that, John. So I want to ask for the approval of the agenda. This is agenda item 1. Before I do that, we have a couple of addendums to the agenda. It indicates on the printed agenda that went out to the public that we would be taking testimony on House Bill or agenda item 4 and agenda item 5. And in fact, both of those agenda items are comments and discussion only. Agenda item 4, the medium cities rulemaking, we're taking information in today with the idea of adopting in July. So with those addendums, if somebody would make a motion, that would be appreciated. If someone,
I'll move that we approve the agenda as amended, as indicated by Chair MacArthur.
Do I hear a second? Great. Thank you. We have a move for approval and a second. Esther, would you mind calling the roll?
Commissioner Catherine Morrow.
Aye.
Commissioner Anjali Halova.
Aye.
Commissioner Gerardo Sandoval.
Aye.
Commissioner Stuart Warren.
Aye.
Vice Chair Katie Pearmine.
Aye.
And Chair Robin MacArthur.
Aye. Thank you. So let's move into agenda item 2, which is public comment. And this time is for folks that want to testify on something that is a non-agenda item for today and tomorrow. I don't believe before the meeting there was anyone that had signed up for that. I will turn to Esther to let me know if that's still the case.
I will need just a moment to check our latest sign up form. Okay, I do not currently see anyone that has signed up. I will check the phone participants. I have 2 hands. I see 2 hands raised for Helen Kennedy and for a phone number that ends in 9792. And so this is for the public comment period, agenda item 2. I will unmute Helen Kennedy in just one moment. Let me grab. Okay, Helen Kennedy, you are unmuted.
Okay, good morning, commissioners. This is my first time testifying before you, so I confess that I may not understand your rules regarding testifying right now on things that aren't on the agenda, but I will be brief. You asked that I tell you who I represent, and currently I am here because I'm very concerned about the climate crisis. Officially, I'm retired, but my day job has become going around to the various agencies and commissions and telling them that there needs to be rapid concurrent actions taken to deal with the climate crisis. And this morning, I would like to focus on the fact that just yesterday, there was a briefing from the economists to legislature, and it was reported to them, or they reported out, that there's been a number of discussions about an increase investing in infrastructure projects through bonding to help us recover from the economic downturn that's somewhat related to the coronavirus pandemic. I think that the Commission and the Land Conservation and Development Department both have a key role to play in how we choose to invest our infrastructure bonding projects over the next few years. As you all know, scientists from the UN Climate Project has told us that we really only have about 10 years to make a significant difference. And so Oregon has found itself overtaken by the rapid rise in the impacts from the climate change. And so we need to adapt, and we need to adapt quickly, not only to plan for the future, but also to plan for the future in terms of growth or population increases, but also to protect our existing infrastructure. So it's a double whammy. I'm confident that the department and the staff at the department are up to the task. And I am concerned that the Commission might bend to the political pressures of people who want to do 20th century infrastructure solutions instead of 21st century ones. So I'm here to encourage you to embrace this challenge that we all face. Think about it in terms of your own lives, in terms of your children's and grandchildren's lives. And with that, I will yield unless you have any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And for the Commission's reference, your comment, you submitted a letter under agenda item number 5, and your letter is included in our packet, Exhibit 7. So we'll remember your comments when we take up that agenda item. Are there any questions of commissioners for Ms. Kennedy? So hearing none, thank you very much for testifying. We will then move on to the telephone number ending in 9792.
Okay, for the phone number in 9792, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Nick Snee with the City of Madras. I apologize for not being able to change my phone number into my name. Tried to do that while you guys were getting sorted out this morning. It's a new time, new era for people participating, and I also appreciate the ability to participate in this manner. I wanted to talk with you about the implementation of House Bill 2001, particularly during public comments, because it was my understanding based on the agenda and some of the packet material that it was specific members were encouraged to participate, and my issue or comments were not necessarily related to the agenda item. So I apologize for speaking during this time if it's not appropriate. In short, I just wanted to let you know that the City of Madras is trying to make some really needed changes to our development code and how we pay for needed infrastructure for housing to address our local housing problems. Recently, in fact, just last night, the City Planning Commission just made a recommendation to City Council to make some changes to our development code for townhomes. And that seems pretty mundane, pretty straightforward. However, in working with our legal counsel, it was not entirely clear until just recently that the city needed to not make a determination of no significant effect, what I in short refer to a TPR analysis for that code amendment. We just found out on May 15th that ODOT Region 4 agreed with our TPR analysis, so we're fine there. However, the city attorney and myself have made findings that the city, being less than 10,000, can still utilize the what I call TPR exemptions in House Bill 2001. This may seem a little vague for you, but I think what I would like to crystallize for you is just because the city has a population of 10,000 or less doesn't mean that it's not interested in making changes to its development code to address local housing problems. And in particular, I think the commission ought to perhaps clarify through rulemaking or if needed, maybe legislation, although it wouldn't be my preference, to clarify that Section 3.5 does apply to cities less than 10,000. And I think the bigger policy position I'm advocating here for the commission is that the commission ought to enable cities to make changes to its development code that are needed for a whole host of and variety of needs, but certainly for the needs based in 2001. So create the ability for cities to do the needed things to their codes and plans to allow us to address our housing needs. I would have concern if we do have to make the TPR significant effect analysis. I don't know that it's necessarily different for cities under 10,000. In other words, the transportation needs of a city under 10,000 are really the same for a city even of 500. The need here is we need housing. Let's rely upon our transportation system plans. Let's rely upon the implicit benefits of providing needed housing and missing middle to perhaps make our cities more efficient and reduce the need on transportation through housing. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. I'd be happy to follow up with staff on that. I have talked with Kirsten Green and Scott Edelman, who have been wonderful. I want to make that clear to the commission and the director that staff has been great thus far in helping us out, but there's a broader issue here that I think you guys need to be aware of. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Sneed, and we appreciate you being here. What we'll do is assume that is your testimony for the next agenda item 3, if that's acceptable to you. And because we just heard it and we're moving into that agenda item, that kind of works out well for you and us. So thank you. Any questions for Mr. Sneed under public comment? Seeing none, we will move on. Thanks.
Chair MacArthur, we have one more
Oh.
public comment.
Thank you.
Okay. Claire Clock, and I will unmute you.
And before we go into Ms. Clock, I just want to make sure that folks know this is for non-agenda item comments. And so if you have a comment on some other topic on the agenda, we would appreciate your waiting until that moment. Ms. Clock?
Like Claire's still muted.
Oh, there I am.
There
I
you
got
go.
it down and I saw Esther was going to unmute me, and then I saw it down in the corner. We were all getting used to this virtual meetings, but actually I had lowered my hand, and so I wasn't going to make a comment, but since I'm on the meeting now, I'd like to welcome the new commissioners and introduce myself as Claire Clock, retired farmer from Corbett, Oregon, highly interested in land use issues. And I also represent the Clackamas Conservation District in such farmland protection issues as solar siting on farmland and that type of stuff. So anyway, that's enough. Get back to your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clock. I appreciate it. Okay, that will complete public comment. We are now going to move into agenda item 3, which is an overview of House Bills 2001 and 2003. If you have, yes.
Sorry, Chair MacArthur. It looks
Yes.
like Commissioner Morrow is raising her
Oh,
hand.
thank you so much, Commissioner Morrow. I'd take yourself off mute, and I apologize.
I just was trying to find in my packet the testimony on agenda item 5 from Helen Kennedy, and I can't find it. So Esther, could you please send me a link to that? It's not in my written packet. Thank you.
Good call. Thank you, Commissioner. So then moving into agenda item 3, it's the overview of House Bill 2001 and 2003. And if you have specific questions about the medium cities code, model code, and rulemaking, I'd appreciate it if you would use agenda item 4 for those particular comments. This is meant as an overview of all the legislation and what how staff is trying to implement that with the RAC, etc. I also want to recognize Commissioner Heleva and former Chair Litz, who were our liaisons from this commission to that effort. We'll ask for your comments after the staff presentation. And just to kind of help when we do jump to public comment, the list of folks that I have to testify after staff comment is Sarah Andrews, Peggy Lynch, Nick Sneed, which we've heard from, and Ariel Nelson. If and we'll also hear from Jerry Litz, but if your name was not listed, then perhaps you want to connect with Esther through our website to make sure that you get on the list of folks to testify either visually or by phone. With that, I'd like to, I want to make sure that commission members know that what's in the staff, in your packet, there's the staff report, Attachment A is the updated 2020 meeting schedule. Attachment B is the Housing Prevents and Ends Homelessness article. It's a really good slide presentation by Dr. Zapata. And then there are a number of exhibits, which is the written testimony that has been submitted to date. So that is your reference for this. And with that, I will turn it over to our amazing staff. Ethan Stuckmeyer, Gordon Howard, and we also have Erica Hamilton from the DOJ available for comments if needed. So let's turn it over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Esther, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gordon Howard. I'm the Community Services Division Manager for the department. And you have two items this morning. Item 3 is a general summary of progress on implementing House Bills 2001 and 2003, while item 4 is essentially the first, to use the local government lingo, the first reading, if you will, of the draft rules to implement House Bill 2001 for smaller cities. And you'll receive testimony on this. The idea is that this will be your first meeting on that item, and then you'll have a second meeting in July to consider, after giving the staff direction on issues to work on, and then come back with the staff will come back with a final recommendation for you in terms of rules for your consideration in July. To summarize briefly before Ethan does the main part of this presentation, House Bill 2001 and 2003 were both adopted by the Oregon Legislature in 2019. House Bill 2001 requires middle housing in cities above 10,000 population, below 25,000 population, and counties and cities in the actually above 10,000 population entirely, and counties and cities within the Portland metro area, cities above 1,000 population, to allow what's called middle housing in areas that are currently zoned exclusively for single family detached residential development. Middle housing consists of housing from duplexes up through townhomes, fourplexes, cottage clusters, housing that has traditionally been, or in more recent years, not traditionally, but more recently been largely excluded from most of our neighborhoods in our cities in Oregon and around the nation. Meanwhile, House Bill 2003 has several items in it to encourage and incentivize additional housing development in the state of Oregon. Puts additional responsibilities also on local governments. It consists of a regional housing needs analysis prototype that is being developed by Oregon Housing and Community Services, and then our agency, DLCD, will need to report to the legislature on how that would be implemented the 2021 legislative session to see if the legislature would like to take that up as a permanent fixture of Oregon's land use system. And also House Bill 2003 requires cities above 10,000 population to update their housing needs analyses, which is to plan for a 20-year housing supply, both in terms of overall supply and the types of housing needed for affordability and other purposes, every 6 to 8 years, and also do a new document called a housing production strategy within 1 year after adoption of their housing needs analysis. And this production strategy is designed to have a city show how it's going to provide incentives and reduce barriers that will produce the actual needed housing that there has been identified in their housing needs analysis that the city needs for its 20-year housing needs. At this point, Ethan, as I stated, will speak in more detail on item 3, the overview, and then for item 4, Ethan and Robert Mansalillo, another of our housing planners, will get into more detail on the draft rules for smaller cities and the model code, which is also being proposed at this point by staff. They'll describe the process that led to getting to this point before the commission. As I said, your first hearing on this matter is today, and then you'll have a second meeting in July to consider adoption of the rules and model code at that time. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Ethan to give the more detailed presentation on item 3, and then also he'll go directly into item 4 when you're ready for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Gordon. Thanks, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Permine, and commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Esther, before we get started, do you mind letting me share the screen? I can share my presentation with the commission. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Pulling this up now. Okay. Can everybody see this presentation? Okay. Thank you. So, like Gordon said, the purpose of this presentation is really just to provide a progress update to the Commission and those listening in on how we're implementing House Bill 2001 and 2003, the pieces of legislation that were passed in the 2019 legislature. We're not requesting any Commission action on this item, only you're engaged in insightful questions. So like we mentioned, or like Gordon mentioned, House Bill 2001 really relates to housing choices. You might have heard this bill referred to as the Missing Middle Housing Bill. You might have also heard it referenced as the end of exclusionary single-family zoning. We've also are working on the implementation of House Bill 2003, which is the Housing Needs and the Housing Production Bill. So this presentation is really just going to be kind of a higher level look at all of the work that we're doing to implement these two bills. So I've provided a link to our housing program webpage that really is a collection of all of the items that I'll be talking about today in more detail. So I apologize for the kind of graininess of this slide, and maybe it's not easily read at first glance, but I think that really shows and is illustrative of how much work we're actually doing to implement these bills. And so I put this up here not just for commissioners to read it, but kind of just to get a sense of what we're working on in the background and how all of these things play together. So in 2020 is kind of the rulemaking stage, right? So we're working with our rulemaking advisory committee, our technical advisory committee, to draft these rules to implement House Bill 2001 and 2003, so that in 2021, those cities can implement the rules and the bills themselves. So to touch a little bit more on all of that information that you just saw on those slides, I'll kind of break it out into really four main categories: the rulemaking advisory committee work, the technical advisory committees and their work. I'll talk a little bit about the outreach and the Speakers Bureau events that we have held to date and plan to hold to hear feedback from those who are not participating in the advisory committee process. And we'll also spend some time talking about the planning assistance dollars that were allocated to the department so that cities can actually implement these bills as we're getting closer and closer to the eventual adoption of these rules. So the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, for those new commissioners and commissioners who have just recently joined us, the commission initiated the rulemaking process for House Bill 2001 and 2003 in September of 2019. During that initiation, the commission provided this charge to the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. While this is kind of very comprehensive, it includes really four main points. So in House Bill 2001, cities are able to regulate the setting of design of housing. And so there's a note here to stick to those, the importance of those regulations within the context of clear and objective standards. The commission is hoping that the RAC can provide for affordable living choices with opportunities for employment and transportation choice. And then for House Bill 2001, the infrastructure based time extension request portion of that bill, we're allowing for phased development consistent with infrastructure supply. And then of course, part of the commission's charge is to create all of these rules and make them workable in the sense that they result in equitable outcomes that benefit underrepresented communities and or people. So that's the commission charge. The Rulemaking Advisory Committee is really the driving force in this rulemaking process. So this is a group of stakeholders from across the state. It's made up of practitioners, elected officials, community and advocacy groups, and they are thinking at a higher level about some of the just general concepts in House Bill 2001 and 2003. The group itself is advisory to DLCD staff. and the connection between the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and DLCD staff, and then ultimately the commission itself. The Rulemaking Advisory Committee, to make that connection, includes two commission liaisons, and those being Commissioner Holova and former Chair Jerry Lids, who are both in attendance today, and I'm hoping can speak a little bit about the Rulemaking Advisory Committee process just in general. I would like to just take a moment here to really recognize and thank the Rulemaking Advisory Committee members for their level of interest in this topic. It's, we have these long meetings, about 4 hours long, typically about once a month, and just the level of interest in as you might imagine, in a 4-hour Zoom call, your energy dips certainly at certain points, and I would like to commend them for keeping a high level of interest and engagement throughout that entire process. It's very helpful for our team as we're leaving those meetings and working on drafting those rules. We can take their insights and their knowledge and experience into creating those rules. So all of these meetings are recorded and open to the public. We typically send the packet of materials 1 week in advance. We post those to our rulemaking website, and those are open for public comment and review prior to the meeting. So here's just a little bit of an example of what we try to tackle in these 4-hour long meetings. So typically the Rulemaking Advisory Committee receives an update on the technical advisory committee work that's happened between their most recent meeting and the meeting that they're participating in at the moment. The Rulemaking Advisory Committee met for their 6th time on May 7th. They're meeting for their 7th meeting on June 9th. At their 6th meeting, they, this is an example agenda, they reviewed the draft infrastructure-based time extension request rule concepts. They identified housing production strategy report requirements, and they reviewed a revised version of the large and metro cities model code. So typically we spend maybe an hour or so on each topic, or try to break it down that way. Some topics take a little bit longer than others, but generally we hear an update from each of the 3 major rulemaking efforts at the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. So the Rulemaking Advisory Committee thinks higher level about general concepts on House Bill 2001 and 2003. We've put together 3 different technical advisory committees. These committees really their purpose is really to get into the technical weeds about all of these different rulemaking efforts that we're undertaking for these 2 bills. So there's a technical advisory committee for just specifically the model code and the Oregon administrative rules related to medium and large cities. This committee met for their 5th time on April 21st, and they meet again on June 2nd. The infrastructure-based time extension request is, or lovingly referred to as IBTR, met for the 5th time on May 6th, and plans to meet again actually next week, next Thursday. And the housing production strategy, which is part of House Bill 2003, met for the 4th time on May 18th, and will meet again on June 18th. So a little bit more detail on each of these technical advisory committees. The Model Code Technical Advisory Committee is really focused on specific model code and Oregon administrative rule language. So we are proposing or bringing forward draft versions of the model code and Oregon administrative rules, or otherwise known as minimum compliance standards. And this is the group that really, we go line by line on our model code and the Oregon administrative rules, and they really help us kind of refine those and think about the functionality of those rules and how they might work in the real world, and the unique situations in their part of Oregon that may warrant a change or an amendment to those rules. So an agenda item 4 of our meeting today, we'll talk more in detail about the medium cities model code and those rules. The Model Code Technical Advisory Committee kind of finished up that work at their meeting in April, early April, and have really shifted focus to the large and metro cities model code and rules. So at their upcoming meeting on the 2nd of June, they'll review part 1. So we've separated out the large and metro cities model code into different parts. So it's easily reviewed and implemented eventually at the local level into separate parts. So part 1 is duplexes. This is very similar to our medium cities model code section. Part 2 is triplexes and quadplexes. Part 3 is townhomes. And so they'll be reviewing all 3 of those parts at their June 2nd meeting. Part 1 and part 2 they reviewed prior, but they'll see some revisions, and then part 3 is new. Okay, so the infrastructure-based time extension request, or that technical advisory committee, the IBTR-TAC, they advise staff on the creation of a new process for review of infrastructure-based time extension request applications. These applications would help DLCD determine if a local government can delay the enactment of middle housing provisions due to a localized infrastructure deficiency. And so we're working on how we define that infrastructure deficiency, what it means for an infrastructure system to be significantly deficient, and ultimately what is the process by which those cities can submit an application, and how does DLCD review those applications. One of the big things that we're talking about in this committee has really risen to a high level or kind of a top priority for this TAC is really the balancing between a very technical exercise about determining and analyzing an infrastructure deficiency, right? That's an engineering task, a very number heavy analysis of an infrastructure deficiency. And we're balancing that with what are the potential equity implications of an infrastructure request in an area that provides really good opportunity for middle housing development and the households that will eventually live in that middle housing. And so we're balancing this potential, in theory, an infrastructure-based time extension request could be used in a way that potentially could perpetuate past inequities in infrastructure investment. And we want to make sure that this process is not being used as a means to be exclusive. So we're really trying to find that fine balance between this technical exercise and a more qualitative analysis. The infrastructure-based time extension request technical advisory committee, that work is really coming to an end. We're at the 6th meeting of 7. And the reason being is because we need to adopt the infrastructure-based time extension request rules so that medium cities have time to actually submit their applications by the end of 2020. So medium cities are required to submit their applications by December 31st of 2020. So we're hoping to adopt these rules by August of this year. And just wanted to take a moment here to say that this technical advisory committee is a very experienced group. And I come away from these meetings every time we have these technical advisory committee meetings with such an appreciation for the members of this technical advisory committee being so engaged in a topic that usually people maybe glaze over when they think about infrastructure and infrastructure finance. So very much appreciative of their assistance. For the housing production strategy TAC, you may have noticed that this one's maybe a little bit less far along as the others. So they just had their 4th meeting on Monday. But that's really due to the timeline through which House Bill 2003 requires these rules to be adopted. And so this TAC really is setting up the process for a new requirement, the housing production strategy, which Gordon mentioned follows 1 year after a housing needs analysis for a city over 10,000 population. And this is the housing production strategy TAC is a list of specific strategies that a city will implement to see additional or to foster the production of housing in their municipality. And so this TAC is really focused on how do we write rules that are easily implementable across all of these different cities? How can we standardize them so that DLCD has a standard by which we can review them? and how do cities submit, or what's required in their submittal of a housing production strategy report. One of the, I think our meeting on Monday was really kind of this turning point, as we've noticed on this Housing Production Strategy Technical Advisory Committee. We're really no longer talking about high-level concepts in this Technical Advisory Committee. We're now talking about which elements are required in House Bill 2003 for a city to include in their housing production strategy, and which elements are really potentially optional, or we don't maybe have the legislative authority to require as part of House Bill 2003. So we're working our way through that that division between a requirement and maybe a guidance or best practice. And then the meeting on Monday really highlighted the need for this division between a requirement and a guidance, and how we incorporate things like an equity analysis, fair housing law, and how do we account for the housing needs of of people experiencing homelessness. And so we'll bring this conversation that we had at the Housing Production Strategy TAC meeting on Monday to our RAC meeting. It's a higher level concept that really would benefit, I think, from the Rulemaking Advisory Committee discussion. And so we'll be bringing that to the Rulemaking Advisory Committee meeting on June 9th for further discussion. So I wanted to touch a little bit about on the regional housing needs analysis. So this is not a separate technical advisory committee that DLCD is hosting. This is a project that's kind of happening in the background, I guess, at the moment, at least from DLCD's perspective. The regional housing needs analysis, as Gordon mentioned, is really a pilot analysis of a RHNA process that could potentially be implemented across Oregon. The pilot analysis is really based on the California model of a regional housing needs analysis. California has been doing this type of analysis for quite a long time now, and there's some interest in Oregon about how a regional housing needs analysis might provide additional context on housing need that the local housing needs analysis maybe misses. And so the legislature tasked OHCS as the lead agency for the first phase of the regional housing needs analysis work. This first phase is really running that Oregon methodology, as OHCS has been calling it, the adapted methodology from California to fit Oregon's geography, the regions, the unique data sets that are available to cities in Oregon, and trying to work that out. OHCS likes to call it a sweater that used to fit California, but they're trying to make it fit Oregon. The OHCS analysis for the RHNA is required to be completed by September 1st of 2020. At that point, OHCS will summarize their findings for a report to be submitted to the Oregon legislature by March 1st. And also within that 6-month period between September 1st and March 1st, DLCD will review the findings and make recommendations to the legislature about how and if a regional housing needs analysis fits into the Oregon land use planning system and housing planning in general, and how that potentially lives on beyond 2021. So moving away from some of the substantive work that our housing team is doing is the outreach that we're engaging in to engage, knowing that housing is such an important issue across the state, and we can't have everybody at the table on the rulemaking or the technical advisory committees. We're really focusing on additional outreach to local governments, to other interested parties, other interest groups who want a seat at the table or want to provide their input. One of the Speakers Bureau is really just a way for us, the housing team, to engage all of these folks. And it's really a team effort, the Speakers Bureau. Usually I try to provide the entire list of Speakers Bureau events that we've hosted. It's now run to be so long that one slide cannot handle the list, which we're very proud of, making sure that we're really listening to folks across the state, and not just the usual suspects. So in addition to the Speakers Bureau of these events, DLCD has taken more of a targeted or proactive approach to engaging community groups and historically underrepresented communities. So we've contracted with a few community groups to participate in the rulemaking advisory committee process, or to kind of bend their ear a little bit about how we can draft these rules such that they are represented in the rules, and how we can make them work best for some equitable outcomes of these rules. And so some examples of this are a partnership with Community Alliance of Tenants, Coalition of Communities of Color, and then the Homelessness Research and Action Collaborative out of Portland State University. I wanted to include this here, and maybe it was better suited for agenda item 4. But last week, the housing team did a round of medium cities specific or medium cities only listening sessions. And the purpose of this was to provide an overview of the rules coming before the commission, and what DLCD staff was proposing to the commission in the way of model code and Oregon administrative rules that would directly impact those medium cities and their staff and how they regulate middle housing. And so we held a listening session with every region in the state, and thank you to very special tip of the cap to all the regional reps for being critical and setting those meetings up and getting all of the cities there. We had a great turnout. I think there was only a handful of cities that weren't represented in all of these listening sessions. And the purpose of these meetings were really just to kind of answer questions that city staff have about the direction that we were heading in these rules, and how, any kind of lingering questions that they might have about, well, how does this impact me, and what's the applicability, and all of those questions that they might have in the back of their mind about these rules. So moving into the planning assistance that was allocated to the department. So as we get closer and closer to the eventual adoption of these rules, we need to ensure that we can kind of queue up these dollars and be ready to disperse them as soon as our rules are ready, so that cities have enough time and they can kind of hit the ground running on adopting these rules, knowing that the time between when the rules are adopted and when they're required to act is so short. We want to make sure that we're prepared in advance to disperse those dollars as soon as we can. And so in 2019, the legislature allocated $4.5 million in technical assistance between the two bills. In House Bill 2001, that was $3.5 million, and in House Bill 2003 allocated $1 million. And this was intended for the department to disperse directly to cities. And so we've had one thing to note is that you might remember DLCD made an ask to the Oregon legislature to expand the applicability of the funding for House Bill 2003 to expand beyond cities that are smaller than 10,000 in population. The bill is very prescriptive and says cities only with population more than 10,000 are eligible for the funding. We requested to open that up to cities smaller than 10,000, but that request was not successful as the 2020 session ended prematurely. So we've put out a request for applications on both of these planning assistance sections in 2001 and 2003. That application period ran from April 1st to April 30th. We received 28 applications for code assistance in House Bill 2001, 5 requests for the infrastructure-based time extension request, technical assistance to do that study. And then in House Bill 2003, there's kind of a suite of project applications that a city might be able to choose from. There was 24 different project applications between the H&A, the Housing Needs Analysis, the HSIP, the Housing Strategy Implementation Plan, and a housing production strategy, or a prototype version of that housing production strategy. And so with our times as they are in the era of COVID-19, we're hoping to be able to fund all of these applications, knowing that potential budget changes may be on the horizon. I think we've been able to be successful in thinking through or thinking critically about all of the projects and potentially being able to fund, if not all, in full or some portion of every application that we receive. So we're very proud of that. Okay, so there's kind of two different paths that a city can take in their technical assistance request. They can go the direct grant award route, where we as a department are providing the funding directly to the city so that they can do the work either in-house or hire their own consultant to do the work. Or there's an option for DLCD to kind of take on the administrative burden of managing a consultant, or administrative task of managing a consultant and the payments and all the invoicing and everything like that. And so DLCD would provide the consultant to the city, and the city would work directly with the consultant and not have to worry about all the administrative work. And so for the DLCD providing consultant, we need to secure a pool of consultants for this work. We submitted, or we requested 2 requests for proposals for consultant assistance. We received 5 different proposals for each of these 2 separate RFPs, and we're working on submitting a notice of intent to negotiate letters to those consultants that were chosen for projects. All of this is wrapping up by the end of May, so that we can begin the negotiation process with not only cities, but also consultants through the month of June, and finalizing the pairing between consultants and cities potentially in July, and really having those ready by the July 23rd commission meeting, so that as soon as rules are potentially adopted at that July commission meeting, we can disperse that funding and they can get started immediately. So I wanted to put up just a big list of upcoming events and important dates. I've got the upcoming events listed here for all of the TAC and the RAC meetings in the next month or so. And that's just a small snapshot of those, and exclude all of the community outreach that we're doing within there. There's been some community outreach events that have been postponed or canceled just due to our pandemic environment. But really, I wanted to direct your attention to kind of the right side of this. And this is our schedule for the hearings and the adoption of some of these rules. And I know that this is a little bit messy, but really the important meetings, I would say, are the July commission meeting, where we're hoping that the medium cities rules will have their second hearing and potential adoption. At that July meeting, you'll also hear the first round of the infrastructure-based time extension request rules, thanks to Kevin Young. And we're hosting a special August LCDC commission meeting to adopt or to hear those IBTA rules for a second time. The reason why we need to go to a special commission meeting is just the timing. So like I mentioned in the infrastructure-based time extension request, those applications for medium cities are due December 31st of 2020. And so waiting to September, August is already a little late at this point, but waiting till September to adopt those rules is just not enough time. So we're requesting a special August LCDC commission meeting for that purpose. So that August meeting is really kind of this break point between the medium cities and the IBTA requests, and then the large cities and the housing production strategy hearings. September is another meeting where you'll hear at least 2 hearings, the large and metro cities rules for their first hearing, and then the same for the housing production strategy rules. And then November, very similar time frame to the medium cities and the IBTA rules, you'll have 2 hearings on each of these, and then with the hope for adoption at the November commission meeting. So with that, all of that information, very quick overview. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission might have and move into public comment as well.
Thank you, Ethan and Gordon and the full housing team. You guys have been amazing. It's just a lot of work you're doing, and it's really terrific. I would like to open it up to questions of the commission, but I might want to start with Commissioner Halava if she's so inclined. She and I had a great conversation a couple of days ago. She's, as I mentioned earlier, one of the liaisons from this commission to that effort. And we had a really nice chat about housing production strategies and how important those are relative to translating everything we're doing to actual action and housing units on the ground. So if you are so inclined, Commissioner, would you be willing to start off the questions and comments?
Yeah. And I didn't know if this is the time where you would like Jerry to talk also. Is this the right meeting agenda?
Yeah, I think after you, and then we'll have Jerry, and then we'll actually maybe have the other commissioners that are on the commission ask questions as well. So thank you.
I had one quick question, and then I was going to say a bunch of comments. There was a slide that you talked about giving money for technical assistance to jurisdictions, and I just for a minute couldn't remember, is that only specific to the model code, or does that also go toward the IBTR implementation?
Yeah, good question. So House Bill 2001, we were allocated that $3.5 million. The legislature did not distinguish between a percentage or a certain amount that would go to each of those. Rather, it's one pot, and we allocate it based on the applications that we received. So it is for both. That $3.5 million is for both, the total of 33 applications that we received in House Bill 2001 between the IBTR and the co-assistance.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's been a really great process, honestly. The RAC and the TAC meetings, really great group of people, very value aligned, I would say, with the goals of the House bills, but also meeting the needs of Oregonians in all different areas of the state and all different types of housing. I mean, it's just a really great group. So I wanted to commend the folks that put that stakeholder group together. I think what's interesting about this process is it's like 4 processes at the same time. And the ability for the group members to kind of mold and go where their expertise is best has been good. So the House Bill 2001, it went from conceptual to really detailed quickly, which was exciting. And it was exciting for me not to be in the TAC because it gets very technical very quickly. And so I think there was a lot of discussion about what is the model code versus what is a minimum requirement. That received a lot of attention, and honestly, it was very confusing at the beginning. I think we've gotten to a place where everyone understands it, but I think some of the interesting debates had to do with how do you separate this minimum requirement from what we consider a model, and is the minimum trying to be more progressive, or is the model one trying to be more progressive? So I think that it's hard work. I think the other thing was a big debate, and you'll get into that more, about detached versus attached and terminology with regard to townhouses and missing middle housing. So that, I think that was a big one. Of course, parking was definitely the most controversial of the discussions. So that's House Bill 2001. 2003, I think has been really great, and the staff has done a really good job of separating that into 2 buckets. One is, what do you require cities to analyze and do with regard to requirements? And the other one being, what are the tools that are out there that can increase housing production? Sorry, there's a ringing in the background. So I think that's really good. And I think on 2003, what I like is a really collegial problem-solving ethic to the group, and really bringing in resources from outside of the group to complement the folks in the group. I think one of the harder things we're running into with the House Bill 2003 is the question of equity. Everybody on the group really feels that the whole process should be infused with thinking about who benefits and who might get hurt during that process. and thinking about how to repair past injustices that have been caused by zoning legislation or code. And really, I've sort of mentally started to separate it into two areas. One is, what do we want jurisdictions to analyze or problem solve? What do we want? How do we want jurisdictions to self-reflect on what they're doing or not doing with regard to providing a platform for housing to be created for all different people, and especially thinking about housing and where it's located and how that affects affordable housing. You know, is that on the fringe? Is it in the core? So location-based planning. So how do they analyze that? And then the second part, which deals with the housing production strategies, is really how do those strategies address the thing that they've identified as not good? And I think the strategies have been going really well. I think having a bunch of affordable housing folks, workforce housing, and market rate folks contribute to that. I believe we have some really great solutions with regard to addressing these housing inequities. I think we're struggling more on the front end, which is what metrics do we want to require jurisdictions to actually analyze, and what do we want them to self-reflect on? And I think that's the harder part that we need to address, so that we're not just glossing over the equity issue, saying, oh, you should think about equity. You know, we're really saying you need to measure this certain thing. And if there's a problem with that certain thing, you need to come up with solutions to solve that certain thing. Yeah, so I could go on and on about this, but I think that's maybe hopefully a short, long summary. The other thing that I haven't talked to Ethan about was I talked to a developer who does affordable housing in both California and Oregon. And he started telling me about this regional housing needs analysis in California. And he said, you know, there's a lot of jurisdictions that don't want housing in their community. And so they just don't do it. You know, the tools are all there to analyze it, and there's no stick, you know, the carrot and the stick. And he had suggested, you know, could Oregon versus California pair some sort of, if you don't provide this, you don't get maybe transportation funding, or, you know, something that means a lot to jurisdictions that don't want to do this work. So I think it'd be great. I haven't been really following the regional housing needs analysis prototype, but I think it'd be really good to circle back around with the California jurisdictions and find out what doesn't work, because we don't want to set up a plan that sounds great, but at the end of the day, you have municipalities that don't want to participate in the regional need. So I think that's all I'll say for now, but I'll answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Commissioner. Your enthusiasm shows, and your expertise is really so welcome on that committee. So thanks very much for everything you're doing on that. If Esther can sort of tee up, if you will, former Chair Litz, welcome back. We'd like to hear from you as well to start off this discussion. We miss you very much. And to be honest, I would have liked you to be chairing today's meeting.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. It's a pleasure to be here, if only virtually. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just add a couple things to what Ethan has already said. Both the Rules Advisory Committee and the Middle Housing Technical Advisory Committee are very large groups, more than 25 members on the REC, plus alternates. And you would think that this might be very unwieldy, and some people predicted that it would be. But I think actually everybody has stepped up. It works very well, in part because on the REC we have an excellent facilitator, but mostly everybody's committed to the process. Nobody is trying to undermine it or get in the way. In other words, everybody is really on board with the legislation itself. So I think we're all working towards a common goal. It also helps that the RAC is advisory to staff this time rather than to the commission. And that means once staff has heard what we have to say, we don't necessarily strive for consensus. Sometimes we do, but it's mostly a matter of making sure that that staff understands the different points of view. And it's really staff's job to present the synthesized solution to you. And you'll hear from some of us, including me later today. We may not always agree, but our role as members of the RAC or the TAC has been fulfilled when staff hears what we have. So you're going to hear more about the model code versus the minimum standards. And the minimum standards, I think their role is pretty clear. A city has to at least do what's in the minimum requirements. The model code is a little more indefinite in the sense that there's a balance that we need. On the one hand, we want the model code to be ready for cities to adopt off the shelf. And it should work for most or hopefully nearly all cities, because one of its functions is to make it easy for them to adopt something. And it's the default mode if cities don't do anything. On the other hand, we want it to be a little better than the minimum. So the question is, how much better than the minimum are we trying to make it? Because if you raise the standards too much, as you'll hear later, then fewer cities are going to find it something that they want to use on their own. And just a heads up that, you know, for medium cities, the issues are probably a lot easier than they're going to be for the larger cities. So I hope that you are able to work through the medium cities model code and minimum standards pretty quickly. I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to thank all the staff members, and I probably won't get everybody who've worked on this. You know, you're hearing from 3 or 4 people today, but in addition to Gordon and Ethan and Robert and Kevin, Casaria and Samuel and Sean and Casman and probably others have been involved in this. And sometimes at the RAC meeting, we've had staff who are working on the particular subject who are up at the table, but in the audience, we've seen 4 other staff members because they need to be up to date on what's going on. So it really is a full bore effort, and staff has embraced it and done a terrific job. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Really appreciate your being involved in this and talking to us today about it. So I will turn now to commissioners. Any questions or comments you'd like to make?
Looks like Commissioner Morrow has her hand up.
Great.
Thank you. I just wanted to say how impressed I am with this huge amount of complex work that's being done by the staff, the Commissioner Holiva and ex-Commissioner Litz. I want to let the new commissioners know that in my 8 years of experience, this is probably the biggest, most complex, and maybe most meaningful work that the commission will have to do. And I won't have anything to do with making any decisions, but I appreciate Commissioner Holiva's comments about her enthusiasm about the work, her optimism about the work, her appreciation of the diversity on all these committees, and to Ethan and Gordon and the rest of the staff. I'm way impressed with your ability to keep all these balls in the air. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. And then it looked like Commissioner Warren put his hand up, and then on deck is Commissioner Sandoval.
Commissioner Warren.
Yes, thank you. Ethan, this question is probably better suited answered by you, but I'm just kind of wondering why the legislator didn't originally include cities smaller than 10,000 in population. Just maybe that'll help us to understand a little more.
Sure. Yeah, so that comment was explicitly for House Bill 2003. And so the reason why they placed the cutoff at 10,000 was because that's the point by which a city is required to produce a housing production strategy, and also the point by which the city kind of rolls into this cycle of 6 or 8 year housing needs analysis. And so because the technical assistance was directed at that work, that's why they included that cutoff for the technical assistance as well. We felt that there was a need to expand beyond the 10,000, especially because the technical assistance allowed for cities to conduct a housing needs analysis and then another product, the housing strategy implementation plan, that cities maybe have an outdated housing needs analysis and just needed some support to get that done. And they weren't eligible for that pot of money because they're under 10,000. We figured we could try to support them in that effort by expanding it beyond 10,000. But it was directly applicable to the cities that were impacted by the passage of House Bill 2003.
And then a second comment and question, I guess, being from a small city, we are so limited on resources, especially when it comes to, tax revenue, that I really find that it would be helpful for there to be some additional assistance there. But my question then becomes, if small cities were to be included in this, what can we expect as far as limitations on your funding or impacts, I guess I should call them?
Is your question directed at potential future allocations of technical assistance or just in our current environment?
I guess in your current environment, and you have what, $5 million to kind of spread amongst the different necessities here. So has there been any thought as to, if small cities were included, what, and if any limitations there would be for funding that's available?
Right. I think, and I don't want to speak on the legislature's behalf, and I think we have other staff that could potentially do that better than I could, but I think the thought about, why that 10,000 cutoff was due to, a recognition that cities kind of in that smaller city cohort potentially don't have not saying that they don't have the need for additional housing work, but just don't have the capacity to do that at the local level. And so they provided that cutoff at 10,000, knowing that if, some cities in that 10,000 to 25,000 cohort still might not have the capacity, but at least we can provide technical assistance for them to do that. I think Mr. Sneed provided testimony for this agenda item, but related to House Bill 2001 that I think speaks to smaller cities, that maybe don't meet the 10,000 cutoff are still interested in it. And I think that's partly a request that we potentially could make to the legislature about expanding the applicability of House Bill 2001 or some kind of housing work in the future. But
yeah, the only, Commissioner Warren, the only thing I'd add to that is that we did have a slight benefit for cities smaller than 10,000 because we were able to, some of the projects that would have been funded through our regular technical assistance program, which is open to all cities in Oregon, are going to be able to be funded through this money. And we were able to give some grants to smaller cities that probably would have not made the cut in the past. For instance, we were able to help the city of Shady Grove in Jackson County do some work on their comprehensive plan that probably we wouldn't have been able to fund if, say, Eugene, Springfield, and Portland had been putting in for that money as well, which they weren't because there's this alternative funding. So that there was a small benefit for smaller cities, but we're hoping that the legislature will be more open in with the purse strings in any future appropriations for technical assistance on housing issues.
Thank you very much.
Looking for Chair MacArthur. I think she may have had a cutoff there. Hopefully, maybe we can have someone reach out to her for technical support, but we can keep the discussion going. Commissioner Sandoval?
Yes. So yeah, Nathan, thank you so much for the very clear presentation. So I had three questions. So I know that the first one is about the housing production strategy. I know it's about preservation, but I'm just curious to see if there's been any discussion about, I'm sorry, I know it's about production, but has there been any discussion about preservation conservation? So in terms of existing affordable housing that's already in these cities. Has that come up at all?
Yeah, so that point is, I think, has been raised at just about every TAC meeting that we've had with the Housing Production Strategy Technical Advisory Committee. House Bill 2003 really focuses on the housing production strategy is so tied to the housing needs analysis, and the housing need that's identified in that housing needs analysis is what a housing production strategy should address. And so preservation of existing housing, I think, plays a role, but isn't, I guess, directly calculated in a housing needs analysis. I mean, indirectly maybe, but yeah, I think that's part of the conversation about what is a requirement and what's a best practice. You know, preservation is an important important strategy in creating affordable housing for future and current residents. So we're trying to figure out how we can best incorporate that into a regulatory framework that requires a housing production strategy to respond to a housing needs analysis.
And I'm sorry to interject, but I was going to respond to something that I hadn't said before. So the housing production strategies is pretty much a laundry list of all the potential things that one jurisdiction could do to basically incentivize or take away roadblocks to housing production. And we started a Google document where I and whoever, all of us, can ask people we know who are affiliated in the housing world, either affordable housing, market rate, housing policy, to actually add housing production strategies, and then kind of crowdsource this information. So this is an active project that I've been working on to get that information. And so I would encourage, and we can send out a link later for all of us to participate and think of somebody you know who could add that. And through that process, we've been seeing ones that are really great, but they're not really housing production strategies, you know? So we have a list at the bottom where we're saying, this is great, but it's not gonna produce more housing. And that's helping us, I think through these issues, including affordable housing preservation. So yeah, I would encourage you to add to that and see what we can all kind of crowdsource and collect in the state of Oregon.
Great, well, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Ethan. Then my last question is about the relationship of housing production to transit-oriented development, transit-rich communities. How has that discussion looked? Yeah, how has that discussion looked?
Yeah, so I think that plays into our ongoing discussion about things like equity and fair housing, and trying to get cities to think critically about how and where they're targeting the production of housing. And so we talk a lot about, we have these meetings with OHCS about how do we potentially bring a regional housing needs analysis into an environment where we have a housing production strategy requirement, and the distribution of housing on a regional level is the kind of that intercity allocation of housing can be really effectively done at a regional housing needs analysis level, and then the housing production strategy can really focus on that intra-city allocation of housing and where that is, where it's being incentivized and where it really makes the most sense from an infill and transportation oriented development perspective. So I would say that it's part of the ongoing discussion. It's not, we haven't landed on a solid answer on how that is incorporated in a housing production strategy quite yet. But I think it's, at our September commission meeting, I think you'll know a lot more, and we'll try to provide an update on that specifically in July.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you, and my apologies. My Surface decided to update itself in the middle of the meeting, so thank God for the iPad. So I can't see anyone else's hands that are up, but Vice Chair Pearman, would other commissioners want to speak?
Well, Chair MacArthur, thank you for coming back. And my hand is up. So, and at this point, I think most of the commissioners have had a chance to speak. So we may be toward the end of discussion right now. I think I just wanted to again commend staff and commissioners and former Chair Lids for all your work on this. This is definitely one of those things that is essential for our communities, and this hard work will pay off in the lives of many people in our state. And I'm just really honored to watch this work go by, and really honored and proud of the work specifically related to the inclusion of folks that often are not asked to share their opinions. So it's just so great to see, and thank you. And as Commissioner Holova mentioned, you know, this piece about housing inequities and how we look at these historical exclusions and trauma and sort of the problems that have come with old sort of practices. I am really curious and want our commission to step into having sort of honest discussions about those things. So as this moves forward, I would just keep encouraging us to talk about the difficult aspects of these historical practices. And just again, huge gratitude for Commissioner Holova and in your leadership in that space, and just hoping we can all step into that space as well. So those are my comments, and I'll turn it back over to you, Chair MacArthur.
So now we can turn to public testimony. You have some pieces of written testimony in your packet, but I might turn it over to Esther to introduce who is sort of teed up to testify.
Esther, if you are speaking, we cannot hear you. My apologies. You don't show as muted.
Thank you.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sharing my screen, and that is the current agenda, item 3, public comments. And so I'm not sure if Jerry Lids wanted to comment again.
I don't
okay.
have anything else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then I will unmute in order. And so Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters of Oregon. You are unmuted.
She still shows as muted, Esther. There you go.
Okay, I'm now?
Yes.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters of Oregon. I want to take just a moment to say how much we will miss Commissioner Morrow. The League worked with the commissioner when she was the Deschutes County Planning Director, and through her 8 years on service on the commission. So we certainly have appreciated it. The fact that Nick Lilac is slated to perhaps step into that role will be very helpful, since one of the many things that Commissioner Morrow provided was a discussion on how fire in Oregon has an influence on our land use. And as we deal with climate change, as Helen Kennedy mentioned earlier, it will be an important issue for you all to deal with in the future. Really quickly, I wanted to share for the new commissioners and those coming in. So you have a letter before you from the League of Women Voters, signed by the League president and 3 members, of which I am one. The way the League works is that we study issues, we come up with, we share that information with our members, who then tell us what kinds of things they would like to advocate for and against related to what they learn about these issues. So that's what brings me here today. We studied land use way back in 1959, and we have updated it since then. We have local leagues around the state, And then we have the state league, and we even have a national league that is active. As a matter of fact, the National League will be talking about adding not only climate change as an emergency, but linking that with the immigration issues that we have nationwide. So it's a broad-based group. Now to my letter. I have a number of sub-issues, and you can use my letter as a guidance. But my concern is by pushing the envelope with the model code provisions beyond the minimum compliance, that jurisdictions with limited staff capacity will be forced to develop their own codes. The whole purpose of model codes was to allow jurisdictions to meet the requirements under House Bill 2001 with limited costs to those jurisdictions. And we are very concerned that if the model code goes beyond the minimum compliance, that in fact the local leagues or the local jurisdictions will be forced to consider doing the extra work of creating their own codes. And I wanted to note that the agency, under the planning exercise that the governor required of all agencies due to this virus and the reduction in revenue, that the agency offered up over $1.5 million of cuts to this program. The reason that we agreed to support House Bill 2001 was only if local jurisdictions had the money to be able to implement the program. So I want to be sure that you consider that when you discuss your model codes in future discussions. The other thing is that we believe that having the model code be very clear in addressing exactly what 2001 asked is that it will reduce legal challenges so we can see the results as quickly as possible without having to have additional problems with getting the codes adopted and actually functioning across the state. I sat in too many hearings when these legislation pieces were considered, and know that there is mixed feelings about this legislation. So we want to make sure that it actually happens and happens as quickly as possible. The second issue I wanted to bring up, and you have already heard a bit about, is the regional housing needs analysis. And yesterday, the Housing HNA committee met, but it was we were unable to listen to that. The reports were, however, posted, and I have some real concerns as you review the proposal related to the regional housing needs analysis. In California, they really focused on urban areas. House Bill 2003 requires it be a statewide situation. We simply do not have the data to be able to do statewide regional HNAs. The California also had a different set or an extra set of data. So I am very concerned about whether or not this will work, particularly on all areas of the state. I do want to say that we are very supportive of the idea that all jurisdictions, larger jurisdictions, should do an HNA every 6 to 8 years. It is part of what the League has done has advocated for years. So we are ecstatic about that proposal. We are also very pleased about the housing production strategy work that is being done. We were supportive of and celebrated as we saw the Metro Housing Bonds measure pass on Tuesday. We believe that that will be a template for other jurisdictions around Oregon, perhaps considering that issue. But we do think that that preservation, by the way, is as an important a mechanism for housing production, making sure that we keep housing that we already have, because we know that in fact we believe very strongly that at least 25% of the new housing needs, and it may be more after this virus devastation, will have to be in public supported housing. So we need to make sure that we preserve the housing that's affordable while we are also building new housing. Lastly, I guess I want to say thank you for the staff. It's an incredible group. And I really also wanted to testify in order to be able to answer questions that you might have related to my letter. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
So thank you, Ms. Lynch. I appreciate that. And it might be worthwhile from here on out to set a timer for testimony. We want to obviously hear from everybody, but we're pretty far off the agenda kind of time frame. So I might ask Vice Chair Pearmine to do that. And I suspect maybe 3 minutes might be the way to go on that. Does that make sense?
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you very much. So let's move, unless there are any questions for Ms. Lynch, we can move on to the next person on the public list. I think we've already heard from Nick, so I think we'll jump over him, but let's go to Ariel Nelson next.
Okay. Let's see. So I see a phone number ending in 4253. And let me unmute.
It also looks like a couple other phone numbers are unmuted. We may want to have someone on the technical team mute those numbers.
Okay. Okay, for Ariel Nelson, I am not seeing her name on our attendees list.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh,
great. Yes.
Hi, sorry. This is Ariel Nelson from the League of Oregon Cities. I was unable to rename myself when I signed on, but I'm the LOC IGR account.
Great. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So again, I'm Ariel Nelson from the League of Oregon Cities. Here to just give some public comment generally on the process. And just want to start by echoing what was shared from Commissioner Hlova and former Commissioner Litz and some of the previous comments that DLCD, the staff, and the consultants have really done an amazing job with a huge task with landmark legislation and a really ambitious, tight timeline and balancing many competing perspectives. So the League really appreciates all of the work and all of the attention and discourse during the Rules Advisory Committee and the subcommittee TAC committees. I want to echo some of the comments that you've heard already. Particularly, I always like to go after Peggy Lynch. Thank you, Peggy, for making some of our local government points for us. We appreciate your perspective on that. Basically, the high-level points that I wanted to share today, which we have submitted to the RAC on behalf of the League and the city members of the RAC recently, and we look forward to discussing the role of local government and particularly of cities in implementation of this new law, and specifically on 2001. There really is a need for flexibility to make sure that these rules and potential model code adoption or minimum standards are really flexible and able to be applicable statewide in different communities and different contexts. One of the ways, and I agree with Commissioner Hlova, the conversation between the interplay between the model code and the minimum standards did get a lot of discussion, and it was confusing at first. But where it's come down, cities would like to see some more flexibility in both, and particularly in the model code. And Peggy spoke to this a bit. That will be what will go into place if a city does not act and does not adopt their own code proactively. And it's really not realistic for one model code to work in every community, of course. And so cities would really like to see a model code with some supplementary options for specific areas that are more difficult to adapt. For example, design review or parking. So such that if a city, so the city would have an option to adopt a model code with specific options, or follow the minimum standards and create their own code. And if a city did not act and did not either adopt a model code with options or create their own, the basic model code would go into play. But we would like to see some options on the side just to make it more adaptable. And particularly, as Peggy mentioned, for those cities who don't currently have the resources and whose capacity is stretched thin, even more so during the pandemic and remote work right now, that they would like to have the model code be more of a tool and a resource as opposed to a mandate, or in the alternative, being forced to going through the full process to adopt their own code. Similarly, on the minimum standards, we do expect that many cities will adopt their own code, and that reflects the spirit of Oregon's land use system and public engagement. But there needs to be some more flexibility in that, and we look forward to continuing to work on that and discuss those potentials through the RAC process. The other piece that I wanted to really focus on, and I'll get into more specifics on the next agenda item as this applies to medium cities, but
so Ms. Nelson, we're actually kind of running toward the end of your time. So if you don't mind summarizing on this particular item, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. The last item is just the need for long-term implementation. We expect and we would hope that there would be a commitment from the department and understanding from the commission that this work and this implementation will not just happen once, but ongoing, and hoping that, in light of the potential lack of resources and future funding, that flexibility is needed on the front end more than ever, but that we're going to need to revisit these and continue to work with communities and potentially revisit and tweak portions of the model code or minimum standards to make sure that we're able to implement this successfully across the state. So just wanted to put those high level points out there. And again, really appreciate the department's work on this and all of the participation of all of the committee members. But I want to make sure that that cities have the ability to implement this successfully. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the same goal, and it's especially important that your involvement in this, because we want to make sure this works for communities across Oregon and not just a few. So thank you.
Chair MacArthur, it looks like Commissioner Sandoval has a comment.
Oh, thank you very much, Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ariel, for your comments. I was wondering if you could give us a sense of the cities that want more flexibility, like if you could provide some sort of typology regarding those cities.
Sure. I would say that that's reflected from cities on both medium-sized and large-sized cities. We definitely have more large-sized cities represented on the RACs and TACs, and less involvement from the medium-sized cities, which I can talk about on the next agenda item as well. But I think it's in recognition that certain standards like locational criteria, parking, lot size, design standards, they just look so different in different contexts. And so, there are examples shared in RAC meetings about college towns or situations with narrow streets, or just different contexts and different streets that don't have sidewalks, different infrastructures, different existing contexts, and how cities just want to be able to have options that they can that will work with their existing context while still meeting the intent of House Bill 2001. I think cities do want to be aspirational about this. So that's what I heard. It's really from all cities kind of speaking collectively.
Okay, thank you, Ari.
Any other questions from the commissioners for Ms. Nelson?
I don't have a question, but I think I'll say my opinion on this topic on the next agenda item.
Yes, Commissioner Morrow.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments and involvement in this process. I'm trying to understand, I read your letter, trying to understand the idea of options in the model code. So you gave some examples of the issues, university cities, narrow streets, that sort of thing. So is the idea that the code would have, okay, for parking, you can do A, B, or C and adopt the code with B, and that would be how it would work? I certainly think that makes sense so that cities don't have to go out and go through the process to adopt their own code and have the department review it and all that. So my question is that how it would work? And do you think that you can actually come up with options that will be practical and used in a model code?
So Commissioner Morrow, if I might jump in here, this is an excellent question. I think it's important for us to talk about that in the context of agenda item number 3, because staff will give an overview specifically on the model code in that, and then that will provide the context for your questions.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, thank you. So we're moving on. If I don't see any other hands up from commissioners, I will move on to Mary Kyle McCurdy from Thousand Friends. If you can unmute her and tee her up.
Okay. Just from a timing perspective too, I'll unmute myself and I'll just do the alarm that'll go off so I don't have to interrupt folks. And then so
that'd be
process.
Great. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Mary Kyle McCurdy, you are unmuted.
Thank you, and Commissioner MacArthur and members of the commission. I will save my comments for Agenda 4 because they really go together, and I've already signed up for Agenda 4.
Great, thank you so much, Mary Kyle. I appreciate that. So maybe we'll just ask for kind of to close this particular overview agenda item. Are there any other general questions about the overview from commission members to staff? Does not look like it. Thanks again to the great presentation and all the work you're doing, housing team. I think it's appropriate for us to take a 10-minute break right now, and the time is 10:27, so let's say 10:37, come back. Maybe commissioners come back a minute earlier so we can get sort of organized before we open up the public process. Thank you.
Esther.
So Esther, is it your sense that all the commissioners are back? I can only see like 4 or 5 at a time.
Let's see. Let's see. I see Commissioner Pearmine, Warren, Sandoval, Alova, and Commissioner Morrow.
So I think that's it, right? Unless I'm missing somebody.
Yes.
Great. Okay, well, I'm going to bring us back from break then to start agenda item number 4. Just as a point of reference, we're about an hour behind, so I am going to continue with the 3 minutes each for public testimony. We want to hear from everybody, but this could take too much time over there. We could flow into Saturday if we keep on this schedule, which I don't think anybody wants. So agenda item 4 is House Bill 2001, Medium Cities Rulemaking for Model Code and Minimum Standards. And understand that the purpose of this particular agenda item is you're looking at the first draft of the rule with the anticipation of adopting this rule in July. And our role here as a commission is to, first of all, understand what staff is proposing and then provide direction and comments and suggestions on how to move it from today to the final version in July. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And while I'm pulling up the PowerPoint, I just did want to make an editorial comment on agenda item number 3, if I could, Chair MacArthur.
Yes, please do.
And I think this is indicative of just how great of a staff we actually have here in the housing team. As soon as the presentation was over, I got a flurry of emails letting me know that I actually dropped off a few community organizations from our list of targeted outreach groups on the stipend list. So I did want to just call out those additional groups. It is the PALF, which is the Portland African American Leadership Forum, NAYA, which is the Native American Youth and Family Center, and then also the, I believe it's LILA, which is the Lane as in Lane County, Lane Independent Living Alliance. So thank you, staff, for keeping me in check there. I appreciate it. Okay, so Chair MacArthur and commissioners, agenda item 4, the purpose of this presentation is to, like Chair MacArthur stated, is to hear or provide the commission with a chance to review the key rulemaking highlights for the model code and the draft rules, OAR chapter 660, division 46, for the eventual adoption of those rules at their July meeting. Public testimony will be taken after the staff report, and I think Esther did a good job of letting folks know how they can participate in that. And it's important to note that the testimony will be heard until July 23rd, that commission meeting, July. So today with me, here's an example of how you might be able to participate in the public hearing. So before I get started, I wanted to just give you a sense of who's with me today and able to answer any questions. So I'll be giving just a general overview of the process and some insight into the difference between the model code and the minimum compliance standards. Then I will ask Jerry to come up and give us some insights about his perspective from the RAC, being a member of the RAC and also being a liaison from that RAC to this commission. So he'll jump in there for a moment and describe his sense of the process. And then we'll move into the actual 6 kind of what we're calling the highlights of the rulemaking process. And that'll be presented to you by Robert Manzalillo, who is a housing planner at DLCD and also is the kind of staff lead on the Model Code Technical Advisory Committee. In the background, we also have, of course, Gordon Howard. We've also got Matt Hasty, who is the planner at Angelo Planning Group and is the project manager on the consultant side. And of course, we've also got staff attorneys or Department of Justice attorneys, Erica Hamilton and Steve Shipsey, to answer any legal questions that you might have. Okay, so with that, I'll jump into the requirements that we're talking about today. House Bill 2001 requires that medium cities or cities across Oregon, and they're categorized as medium or large and metro cities. But the rules that we're talking about today apply only to medium cities. So what is a medium city? A medium city is defined as all Oregon cities outside of the Portland metro boundary with a population between 10,000 and 25,000. The requirements for these medium cities is that they provide for the allowance of duplexes on every lot and parcel that is zoned residentially, and also allows for the development of a detached single-family dwelling. House Bill 2001 allows cities the ability to, or the flexibility to regulate the siting and design of duplexes, so long as these regulations do not cause unreasonable cost and delay. We'll talk about what unreasonable cost and delay means in just a moment and as part of Robert's presentation. But House Bill 2001, as you all know, the legislature sets the policy, and our department is tasked with setting the rules and the regulations on how we can implement that policy. So the commission initiated the rulemaking process for House Bill 2001 in September of 2019. This rulemaking process is focused on, specifically for the model code in medium cities, is focused on specific development code standards, definitional concepts, and the functionality, the overall functionality of both the model code and the Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 660 and Division 46. There's kind of two main pieces that are required in our rulemaking process. One that's called out explicitly in the bill is the Middle Housing Model Code. And so we've, throughout the rulemaking process, distinguished the model code being different for medium cities as it is for large and metro cities. And of course, we're only talking about the medium cities model code today. That model code has really two purposes. As you've been hearing, one of the primary purposes is to provide guidance to cities as they're adopting middle housing provisions by the established deadlines in House Bill 2001. It also has a enforcement mechanism tied to it. So if a city does not act, which is defined in Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 660, Division 46, by a specific date as identified in House Bill 2001. For medium cities, that specific date is June 30th of 2021. So if a medium city does not act by that date to adopt middle housing provisions in compliance with House Bill 2001, the model code applies directly in situations where a property owner is proposing a duplex development. The other aspect of the rulemaking process is ensuring, because cities have the ability to either adopt the model code through adopting it kind of off the shelf or wholesale, they also have, or through inaction, they also have the option of adopting their own development codes that better match their local environment, their culture, their existing development standards. But there's a mechanism by which DLCD needs to review those standards to ensure that they're still in compliance with House Bill 2001 and the intent of that legislation. So that's where we get this talk of a set of minimum compliance standards. And so as a city is adopting their own development code and going through the post-acknowledgement plan amendment process for DLCD review and comment, we need to know if their standards kind of meet the baseline requirements or the minimum compliance standards that we've laid out in Division 46 of Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 660. And so, in addition to those minimum compliance standards, we also have, the regular rules about definitions, applicability, compliance, and what it means to actually adopt these codes. So that's kind of the general framework, and I'll talk about the difference between the minimum compliance and the model code a little bit more in just a second. But I wanted to, and you've seen this slide before, but again, I wanted to really thank the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and the Model Code Technical Advisory Committee for all of their work on this effort. I mean, we began the rulemaking advisory committee process back in November. And the first couple of meetings were really just talking about the process in general. But then once the Model Code Technical Advisory Committee really got started in January, like Commissioner Holova was mentioning, we kind of got into the details very quickly, which is great because without that discussion, we would have a model code that didn't work and wasn't functional. So with their input, we are proud to propose the model code that you see today. Here is a clearer picture of that timeline that you saw in agenda item 3, but this is related specifically to House Bill 2001 and the medium cities timeline. So as I've been mentioning, their deadline for local adoption is June 30th of 2021, and the deadline in the bill in House Bill 2001 for DLCD's adoption or LCDC's adoption of the model code and associated associated Oregon administrative rules, the deadline for adoption is December 31st of 2020. And so if we waited to adopt those rules at the end of this year, we would provide local governments only 6 months to adopt their own local development codes or adopt the model code, which we felt wasn't enough time. And so what we've done is really focused on our efforts on producing the model code and the Oregon administrative rules for medium cities first. And so we're bringing those to you for potential adoption this summer, and we can extend that timeline that is offered to medium cities a little bit further. We can give them about 10 or 11 months to do that work rather than 6, which we think is a valuable addition to the process. And so we're sitting about kind of the midpoint of the technical advisory committee process. Currently, we just had, or we will have the 6th meeting of that group on June 2nd. But really the work on the medium cities model code took place in the first 4 meetings of the model code technical advisory committee. And for a little bit more insight on just that process in general, I'd like to invite Jerry up to give his perspective on those meetings.
You know, honestly, Ethan, thank you, but I think I can save you some time. I don't really have anything to add to what I said on item 3.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and so I would just like to say that we very much appreciate Jerry's leadership in that tack. He's been, you know, with his experience as being part of the commission and chairing that commission, his guidance and his perspective has been very helpful, not only to me, but I'm sure to the rest of the housing team as well. So I wanted to pause here for maybe just any questions about process, because in the next couple slides, we'll really get into the technical aspects of the model code and the Division 46 itself.
Thank you, Ethan. Any questions about process from commission members? Doesn't look like it, so go ahead. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur. Okay, so I wanted to just pause here on the framework and the difference between the model code and the minimum compliance standards, because it's an important piece. And without this understanding, I think the rest of this just won't make sense. So really the model code, as some of the public comments have alluded to, is really a specific set of standards on purpose. It needs to be specific, and it needs to be one set of standards because of the fact that it has to have the ability to be applied directly without further interpretation or further amendment in the case of a city who kind of misses that deadline or takes no action to adopt middle housing provisions. And so that's why we are ultimately proposing one set of standards rather than a set of options within the model code, because without being specific, where does a city land on July 1st of 2021 if they miss the June 30th deadline? It's also written as to be implemented, we kind of use this phrase modularity of the model code. And so if there is a specific standard in the model code that a jurisdiction who is resource or capacity strapped that they really don't like, and the classic example is parking, in the model code, they could adopt potentially 95% of the model code as written and pull out the parking section and plug in their favorite parking standard or whatever standard they have an issue with, so long as it's in compliance with the minimum standards. And so the minimum standards really provide the flexibility that is being requested. That is where the flexibility lives, and that's where it's baked in within the minimum compliance standards. The model code sets a baseline, off-the-shelf model code, but can really be tweaked in any manner to really fit a local jurisdiction's needs. And so the minimum compliance standards, I think, and certainly in addition to the model code, really define the reasonable standards when we talk about unreasonable cost and delay. The minimum compliance standards in Division 46 are the parameters by which the reasonableness can be measured. And one thing I'll note is that the model code is really one specific set of those reasonable standards that are outlined in the minimum compliance standards. So it's a very small snapshot of the standards that are in the minimum compliance standards. And of course, like I mentioned before, the minimum compliance standards are the measure by which development codes that cities propose through the plan post-acknowledgement plan amendment, it's the measure by which DLCD will review those development standards for compliance with the House Bill 2001 intent. So I just wanted to make that clear, the distinction between those two. And if there's any questions, if there's not any questions, we can move on to Robert, who will touch on all the highlights of the rulemaking process.
So thank you, Ethan. Since this is a really important point that you just articulated, I'd like to open it up for questions of the commission so you understand the difference as well as the connection between the model code and the minimum standards and the modularity of the model code. Questions about that?
Ethan, am I recognized?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. That helped me understand my answer to my previous question, but I'm still hearing this testimony about how people want options. So I guess when they provide their public testimony or as this process goes on, that'll be cleared up. So thank you. That cleared it up for me.
Anyone else? Okay, continue on then. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, for this last half of the presentation, I will let Robert speak to these. And just to point out, because I can't hand you a piece of paper, these 6 rulemaking highlights start on page 5 of the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Ethan. Good morning, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. My name is Robert Mansalillo. I'm a housing planner here at DLCD with the housing team. And throughout the rulemaking, really these 6 points came up for discussion, these highlights. So what I'll do now is I'll read through them here and then we'll go into a little more detail further on in the presentation. So number 1, unreasonable cost and delay. It's already been touched on, and this applies to really all 6 of these. It was written in the bill, and we have to sort of go through these and make sure that we're not contributing to unreasonable cost and delay. Number 2, definition of a duplex. This seems straightforward, but we really did have quite a long conversation on what a duplex means. So we'll get into that also. And that leads into number 3, number of units allowed on a lot or parcel. This plays into Senate Bill 1051 that allowed accessory dwelling units. Number 4, development standards. Generally, we pulled out off-tracking, which is number 5, but the general development standards goes into like setbacks, lot coverage, height, that type of thing. And then number 5 was off-street parking. This was definitely the most talked about issue for the RAC and TAC. And then number 6, design standards. We didn't really get into a whole lot of detail here. I think everyone was exhausted from the off-street parking discussion. So we didn't really have too much detail with design standards, but we will go into what we propose for model code and for the OAR language. So next slide, Ethan, please. All right, thank you. So written in the bill, section 2 sub 5 states that a local government may regulate siting and design of middle housing, provided that regulations do not individually or cumulatively discourage the development of middle housing types permitted in the area through unreasonable cost or delay. So the bill was generous to give us some definitions. This was not one of them. So what we had to do was we had to come up with a way to really get at the idea of unreasonable cost and delay and what that means. So next slide, please. So what we did was for the model code, we decided to go about it a different way and really go at what was reasonable instead of trying to come up with a list of unreasonable topics. We decided to just try to state what was reasonable. And for the model code, generally what was reasonable seemed like duplex standards that were the same as those applied to single family detached dwellings in the same zone. So if standards are applied to single family detached in one zone, generally those same standards have to apply to duplexes. That's what we decided was reasonable. Very similar to the OAR language, citing and design standards that create unreasonable cost and delay include any standards applied to a duplex development that are more restrictive than those applicable to detached single family dwellings in the same zone. So the unreasonableness of it is really measured in the difference between standards applied to single family detached and those being applied to duplexes. So our next item, definition of a duplex. So the TAC and RAC discussions really centered around these two issues, is whether duplex units could be configured in attached or detached manner, and whether to include language describing the interrelation of duplexes and an internal accessory dwelling unit. So for the model code language, it's fairly lengthy here, but what we proposed is duplex meaning a detached structure on a lot or parcel that is comprised of 2 dwelling units. So that is the attached version. And what we also said was in instances where a structure can meet the definition of a duplex and also meet the definition of a primary dwelling unit with an attached or internal accessory dwelling unit, the applicant can specify at the time of application whether they want to go with being classified as a duplex or a primary dwelling unit with an attached or internal ADU. There are some benefits to going in either direction, so that is really up to the applicant at the time. For the OAR language, we have a little more flexibility here. We have it as 2 attached dwelling units on 1 lot or parcel, but a medium city may define a duplex to include 2 detached dwelling units on a lot or parcel. So this can really go either way, attached or detached, depending on how the local jurisdiction wants to define it. Some local cities already have a duplex defined as detached, so we didn't really want to take that away from them. So this is more the attached or detached version of the duplex. So number 3, number of units allowed on a lot or parcel. So Senate Bill 1051 created the entitlement for an accessory dwelling unit in conjunction with a single family detached home. And as we know, House Bill 2001 created the entitlement for a duplex on every lot or parcel that allows for a single family detached home. So we received the question, is a property owner entitled to both a duplex and an ADU on the same lot or parcel? And in discussion with our DOJ land use attorneys and internal discussions, we decided that no, a property owner is not entitled to both. So for the model code language, we have the development of duplexes under the model code is allowed as long as it does not create more than 2 units on a lot or parcel. And we proposed this because what we didn't want to see was if a single family detached unit already has an accessory dwelling unit attached or detached, but the applicant, the property owner, wants to convert that into a duplex, that would create 3 lots on a parcel. And we didn't want to run into any non-conforming situations. So we decided for the model code, we would just limit it to 2 units on a lot. For the OAR language, we again decided to build in some flexibility here. So it does not require the creation of more than 2 dwelling units on a lot or a parcel, including any accessory dwelling units, unless otherwise allowed by the medium city. So again, some cities already have an allowance for more than 2 units on a parcel. So we didn't want to take that away with the OAR language. So that again is built in some flexibility where the city can allow more than 2 units on a parcel if they already do so. So development standards, general development standards, and this goes back to that unreasonable cost and delay. Here, what we're proposing is that development standards to duplexes are identical or no more restrictive than those standards applied to single family detached in the same zone. And for model code language and OAR, they're very similar. So model code, same or similar standards apply to single family detached dwellings in the same zone. This goes for things like lot size, density, setbacks, floor area ratio, or lot coverage, whichever the city applies, and building height standards. So an example here would be for a building height, say a single family detached has a building height of 30 feet. The city couldn't come in and say that duplexes could be less than 30 feet. It could be 30 feet or more, but it couldn't be more restrictive than what's applied to single family detached. And similar for the OAR language, generally cities are not required to regulate specific design development standards of duplexes. However, if they choose to apply standards, they may not be more restrictive than those applied to single family detached dwellings in the same zone. And then off-street parking. This was definitely the most discussed part of the TAC and RAC committee meetings. And the discussion really highlighted the need to balance the impact of off-street parking requirements and duplex development feasibility, and how that relates to the unreasonable cost and delay discussion. So 2 key points. One, the perception that rural or medium city Oregonians have more vehicles and therefore have more need for off-street parking. That could be for a number of reasons, lack of transit or others. And then number 2, determining the true cost and development feasibility impacts of providing off-street parking related to unreasonable cost and delay. How much does an off-street parking space really cost? So with that and with all the discussions, the language here is fairly simple and straightforward. For the model code, we are proposing no off-street parking is required for duplexes. And the key word here is required. A city can allow more spaces if a housing developer proposes them. And what we hope to see is that the market will provide for the necessary parking, and the local jurisdiction will have discussions with housing developers to come up with the correct amount of parking needed for a certain development. For the OAR language, staff analyzed all medium cities that are required to comply with House Bill 2001. And what we found was that none of them required more than 2 off-street parking spaces for a single family detached. And typically they required 3 to 4 spaces for a duplex. So this increased parking requirement, along with other standards, we believe would contribute to the unreasonable cost and delay and prohibit the development of duplexes on all, and really all housing, middle housing statewide. So what we've proposed here is that a medium city may not require more than 2 off-street parking spaces in total for a duplex. So you can think of that as 1 per unit. So they may not require more than 2, so they can require 0, 1, or 2, but no more than 2. But again, here the same logic applies, is that this is required, this is not what could be allowed. So if a developer wants to allow more and it's appropriate in an area, then that's perfectly, that's allowable. So finally, design standards. This is very similar to the development standards that we already talked about. A city may regulate design standards for a duplex as long as the standards do not cause unreasonable cost and delay in the development of those duplexes. So for the model code, very similar language to what we saw before. New duplexes shall meet all clear and objective standards, entry orientation, window coverage, articulation, those types of things that apply to single-family detached dwellings in the same zone. But also any design standards that apply only to duplexes are invalid. So if a city has design standards that only apply to duplexes, those would be invalid. And for OAR language, it's similar. Medium cities are not required to apply design standards to new duplexes. However, if the city chooses to apply those, then they must also be similar to what is applied to detached single-family dwellings in the same zone. And now some topics for commission direction and discussion. The rulemaking process, we'd like to hear some feedback on that. And then also those 6 rulemaking highlights. And then any other provisions that are in the bill or in the model code or OAR that we did not get a chance to talk about here.
Thank you, Robert. That is a great, oops, am I on? Yeah, I'm off. Okay, I'm speaking now. So great presentation, great staff work. And the presentation was awesome because I really could understand the distinction between the model code and the other. So that was very helpful. I think before we actually comment specifically on those 6 items, I guess generally I would like to have the commission ask questions for clarification, and then we'll get some testimony on those items and then come back and talk to the commission about what direction they might have based on both staff presentation as well as public testimony. So are there any qualifying questions, first of all, from commission before we go to public testimony? I don't see Katie.
Looks like Commissioner Warren has a question.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren.
Thank you, staff, Robert especially. Very informative and easy for me to follow, which I appreciate. We heard earlier about the need for there to be flexibility built into the model code and the minimum requirements. It seems to me like you all have built that in. So my question to you is, are there other areas you would consider building flexibility into after hearing from the RAC and TAC?
I can take that question, Robert. That's a good question. I think with what's unique about the medium city requirements is the legislature was very definite or definitive on the where this applies. And so it's on every lot and parcel that is zoned residentially that also allows for a single family detached home. So there isn't a whole lot of flexibility in the applicability and where these standards need to be applied. I think where we'll see additional discussion about the flexibility is in the large and metro cities, where the legislature used the phrase "in areas that are zoned residentially and allow for single family detached homes." And I think that's really, ultimately the key question about that's the ultimate flexibility question about where is this actually applicable. And so I think that, of course, we were planning on having that discussion, but I think that's really where that additional flexibility lives. And maybe the medium cities, outside of the flexibility that's already allowed in the minimum compliance standards, maybe doesn't have a whole lot of room for additional flexibility.
Any follow-up, Commissioner? No.
No, thank you. That was great.
Okay, great. Other comments from commissioners? Great, thank you. Seeing none. So
it looks like, sorry, Commissioner Holova was raising her real hand.
Thank you, Commissioner Holova.
I have comments, but I couldn't tell if you said we should do our comments now or after the public comment.
Well, thank you for that clarification. I was thinking that if we had questions to clarify what staff said, this would be a good time for that. If you're commenting on one of the 6 items that staff would like us to comment on, I'm wondering if we should get public testimony first and then deliberate on that. Well, not deliberate, but then have a conversation about those.
Okay, no questions.
Okay, if there aren't any other kind of clarifying questions from commissioners, I'd like to go to public testimony. And just for reference, thanks for everybody who submitted written testimony in advance, because commissioners have that in their packet. You'll want to have taken a look at that. And then if you've already done it. Thank you, Esther. So let's just go down that list. Jerry, did you have anything else you wanted to say about this particular item?
I do, and it's the basic topic of parking, where I think both the model code and the minimum standards both oversimplify in the analysis and just understate the need for parking. And some of my comments they're really the same comments that I think Ariel Nelson's written comments on behalf of the League of Oregon Cities and several other cities say. It seems to me the underlying principle of House Bill 2001 is that duplexes should not be treated more harshly than single-family dwellings. But we have never said, the Commission has never said to cities, for a single-family dwelling, you can only have one parking space, or only require one parking space, or only require 2 parking spaces. And in the examples that Robert was giving, many cities require 3 or 4 for duplexes as it is now. And I think it's a mistake to assume that 2 units of a duplex have the same parking needs as one single family dwelling. In many duplexes, you're going to have 2 families living there. And in some cases, you may have 2 or 3 generations of employed people living in one duplex unit. And, that's what makes it, the idea is this will be affordable housing for some larger families. You may have 3 generations working in that family, at least 2. So, to the extent people need cars to get to work, I think we're understating the need. I also would suggest that to the extent we're concerned about too much parking or too high a requirement for parking, we can do things to mitigate the cost. One is a lot of us think of off-street parking as a garage. I think we can distinguish between garages, carports, and just space for cars that's off the street. And one reason I think it's important is that on-street parking, as in a theory of on-street parking will take care of this, doesn't work very well, especially as the density of the neighborhood starts to increase. The street parking on the street is not just for the residents, it's also for visitors and other people who have reason to be in the neighborhood. And I think just assuming that everybody can park on the street doesn't work, and it also restricts what cities can do with the streets after that design decision is made. You know, if the city wants to create a bike lane, whoops, can't do that now because this side of the street has been dedicated to parking. So, and finally, or maybe not quite finally, we all hope that people are going to buy more electric vehicles, and that will help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. There are no outlets in the curb or in the parking strip. So you've got to have a place to get close to a carport or some kind of outlet in order to plug in your electric vehicle. So, and finally, the other thing I'd say is staff's analysis notes that a sizable portion of renters have either one or no car. But when you look at the numbers, the no car renters are typically about 12 to 15%. I think there are 2 medium cities that are just barely at 20%. On the other hand, if you look at how many renters have 2 cars in the household, that's much more than the no car group. So 1 car at least, it seems, is what we need, is space off-street parking for at least 1 car per unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for former Chair Litz? Doesn't appear so. Thank you. Thank you very much. So next is Ellen Miller from the Oregon Home Builders Association. Welcome back, Ellen.
Good morning, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Piermine, and members of the Commission. I'm Ellen Miller with the Oregon Home Builders Association. I'm sorry that you cannot see me this morning because my 5-year-old was my stylist for this meeting. So I'm looking very stylish this morning. But it's good to see all of you and all the new faces on the Commission. I want to welcome all the new commissioners and thank you for your service. And also, because this is my first time in front of you since I have received the news, I want to acknowledge the loss of Commissioner Lamb. Sherman was such a joy to work with, and I just really enjoyed always seeing him at the meetings. And I am just sincerely saddened by the news and sorry for the loss. So I just wanted to mention that. Before I share some concerns, I want to say, and it cannot be overstated, that DLCD staff and your consultants have been doing a tremendous job on this work. And the leadership and engagement from Commissioner Holova and Past Chair Litz, wow, it's just really been great. And I'm so happy that you have a full housing team there at the department, and really an A team. I really want to be as supportive as I can at the legislature to make sure that we can preserve what has been built there. And it's just really great for the department and for our state. I've been serving as a member of the RAC and the TAX, and I've listened to hours of the discussion and flipped through hundreds of pages of reports and summaries. And it's taken me almost about 6 months to even get up to speed and to be prepared to solicit helpful feedback from our membership. So I just wanted to say that because this is really a deep dive that we're asking all of the people that are participating on the TAX and RACs. And it's just going to take time. So I'm asking for maybe some patience and understanding through the process as people get more and more engaged in what the proposals are. Staff mentioned that the Model Code TAC was finished with the medium city Model Code and moving on to the larger city Model Code. And yes, the conversation has shifted, but work still needs to be done on the proposal in front of you, because what is it going to be adopted for the purpose of the medium city code will be rolled into the larger city Model Code. So it's really important that we get it right. When we were working on House Bill 2001 at the legislature, we perceived really the purpose of this legislation was to increase the housing choices in areas that historically limited housing choices or limited development beyond detached single family. The legislation was focused on built neighborhoods hence the reason for the infrastructure-based extension and all the discussions we've been having around compatibility. We ask that the rules explicitly state that the model code applies to existing platted lots or parcels zoned for residential use. I'm probably going to say things that you've already heard and you're going to hear more, but I just want to share some of our general comments. The implementation of House Bill 2001 should do more than just allow housing types. It should encourage the development of this middle housing. We need to really kind of rethink or shift our paradigm on how jurisdictions or local governments will regulate this type of development. The code should promote and encourage maximum flexibility. And when I'm talking about flexibility, because I represent the home builders, I am talking about flexibility for builders and developers. Anything that makes it more expensive or removes flexibility should not be in the model code or the guidelines. If we want to see more of these units, we just need to make it as easy as possible to build more of the units and make them pencil out. I will be providing our specific red lines to staff on the draft rules and the model code, but I want to quickly go over some changes that we would like to see. So under definitions, duplex. We would really like to see the definition of duplex to mean 2 dwelling units on 1 lot or parcel. We would prefer, I'm not on team detached or team attached. We just want it to be 2 dwelling units on 1 lot or parcel. The beginning of that conversation was really around the confusion with the ADU, but I think that the language in the definition of duplex about the ADU really addresses that. And so we don't really see a need for the model code to require it to be the duplexes, the units to be attached. It seems like the basis for that was just what cities already do or what neighbors would expect. And again, if we want to increase housing options and address the housing supply issues, to get duplexes built, we have to maximize those options for the private industry to build all the housing types. The proposed duplex definition that we have of just the 2 dwelling units on 1 lot really increases those options, and any kind of design and layout flexibility will help projects pencil out and hopefully increase the housing affordability.
So Ellen, I just want to interrupt just for a second. I apologize. I forgot to mention that we are trying to limit these to 3 minutes, and you're over, but since I didn't say that up front, I'd like to give.
Okay, well, I will just be really quick and wrap things up. So the 2 other comments, we'd like the model code and the rules to explicitly state that it applies to existing platted lots or parcels. And we'd like to see in the model code and the rules under the approval process, development standards, and design that we would like to see that not cause unreasonable cost and delay added. So just to wrap things up, I'd like to support the comment from Ariel LOC about implementation. It's really important that we recognize that this implementation is going to be ongoing. As we start seeing this in practice and measuring its success, adjustments are likely to be made. So I'll end right there. Thank you for your time today. I especially wanted to say thanks to Commissioner Morrow for your service, and I wish you all the best as you shelter in place in your fire watch this season. Thank you.
MacArthur, I think you are muted. I don't know if you can unmute yourself or. Not yet. I can't hear ya. Chair MacArthur, sometimes on your headset itself, it can become muted. No, unfortunately, still can't hear ya. You may temporarily want to unplug your headset, and then just the speaker on the computer will often pick you up. It just won't be as strong. There you go.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
Oh, that was it then. Thank you so much. I just was texting you to ask you to take over the meeting for a second. So apologies for that. I'm not quite sure what happened. Technical difficulties, probably operator error. But thank you very much, Ellen. I appreciate that. And so again, I'm going to try to limit people to 3 minutes. Matt Hasty, you're part of the project team. Do you still need to speak as part of this?
I do not need to speak. I'm just here to back up Ethan and other members of staff if there's any questions from y'all later. So no comments from me beyond that. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Matt. And thanks for all your work on helping staff with this. So the next is Ariel. We heard from you last time under the other agenda item 3. But if you would like to make some more comments here, please do.
And Chair MacArthur, just to let the speaker or the public know, what I'll do is I'll start the timer and I'll also raise my hand when the 3 minutes comes up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. This is Ariel Nelson again from the League of Oregon Cities. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and Commissioner members. I think I've already shared the broad themes of testimony in the previous item, but wanted to drill down into some specifics as it applies to medium-sized cities. And I can start by addressing, I think it was Commissioner Morrow's question, when cities are asking for options. Yes, I think you described it really well. It's an A, B, and C for maybe particular parts of the model code. And the concern with the current draft model code is that it doesn't provide enough options or flexibilities. And so that medium cities who are more likely to be in the position of not having the capacity or the staff and maybe facing potential staffing cuts as well due to revenue impacts over the next year or so, would really like to see a model code that they can opt into and with a couple, key flexibilities. I think that the feedback that I've heard from the medium city on the rack from La Grande is that the minimum standards are workable. But the concern is really around the model code and the ability of preserving or creating an ability for those medium cities who would like to who adopt model code and not be forced into starting from scratch with their own. And in particular for the medium cities, you won't be surprised to hear the parking requirements are an issue. I don't think that the feedback I've heard from our members in this category is that they don't necessarily feel reflected or in the data that was relied on, even though we do value data-based decisions. We've heard, examples are college towns, but also some recent feedback from Eastern Oregon in one city describing a majority of their renters receiving rent subsidy and other financial aid, and moving into larger size families in per unit with many more vehicles, and that they're seeing that trend. Also in their demographics, a large percentage of Latinx families that tend to live in multi-generational housing. So there's just a variety of examples out there. I think another thing that will help with implementation within the medium-sized cities, and LSC would like to be a very supportive and active partner in this, is some increased communication to particularly the medium-sized cities that aren't represented on the RACs or tax between now and July to have a better understanding and to clarify what is and isn't in the code or the minimum standards. I think just in a recent email, there was a misunderstanding and a conception that there was only one vehicle allowed in the minimum standards when it's 2. So that's just one example, but I think that some increased engagement potentially through the regional DLCD reps. And again, LSC would like to help support and expand DLCD's staff capacity to do this. Just some additional outreach would be really helpful and go a long way towards the long-term implementation. And I don't think I'm able to see a hand or the time, but
it literally just went,
okay.
My timer just went off.
Thanks. The last point I just want to make specific to medium cities, and Nick Sneed made this point and I made it earlier, but it doesn't have to happen now on the short timeline, but the ability for those cities who aren't at yet 10,000 population but are forward thinking or would like to start opting in now or plan ahead for when they do reach that threshold, the ability for kind of an onboarding path for those cities to encourage them who want to start taking advantage of these middle housing options would be really appreciated. And I also think just some general clarification and DLCD's materials online for the public on which year's data applies in terms of population number and when changes will go into effect. So when as cities grow and populations grow, how can cities plan, and what are the expectations for when they're going to need to be in compliance?
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. I appreciate that. And if you could stay on the line for a little bit, we're very much interested in how this plays out across the state with the various communities, and you're in a perfect position to give us some input on that. So I'm going to turn over to Commissioner Morrow if she is ready to ask her questions that she had earlier of Ms. Nelson. So maybe you could start, Commissioner.
No, she responded to my question, so thank you.
Okay. Are there other commissioners that have some questions for this person? Doesn't look like it, but stay tuned. Ms. Nelson, thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Next person is Scott White, Director of Planning and Building for the City of Dallas. Welcome.
This is Esther. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Commissioner Permine, the attendees cannot see when you raise your hand, and so you will need to actually interrupt.
Okay, I will, as I did on the last one, I'll keep unmuted and my timer will go off, and that will indicate the end of the time. Thank you.
And thank you, Esther, for that. What Katie's been doing is either texting me to let me know or raising her hand, and then I can go ahead and continue from there. So I appreciate it.
Great. And I have unmuted Scott White.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. My name is Scott White. I'm the Director of Planning and Building here at the City of Dallas, and I'm here today just to present the reaction of the Dallas City Council. I want to first thank DLCD staff. They've been wonderful, good staff. They're great with the outreach that they provided to all of the communities. I've attended many of these sessions that they provided either online or before the COVID-19 outbreak. They did some outreach where they actually went out to various communities there and spoke to various local leaders. And so we're all sort of preparing in our respective jurisdictions for making some changes to our code. I brought the proposal, the model code and the rules to our city council on Monday, and asked for some feedback. I alerted them to the fact that there will be a hearing before LCDC, and they said, yes, we're concerned about this one item here about parking. I provided a comparison between the City of Dallas code, the model code, and the rules. And council, I can just give you the general feeling that they felt, well, gee, this model code is more of a stick than a carrot, and that it's a penalty if you don't pass what the rules are describing, then this model code takes effect. And I just wanted to convey that sentiment, that feeling that's out there. The City Council of Dallas is well aware of House Bill 2001. We were made aware of it in the legislature in 2019. We provided a letter here just yesterday, just kind of noting some of the things. I don't know if the commission received it, but it's dated May 20th, and I just want to make sure that that's made for the record here. It's all about the off-street parking. That's the primary concern here. And I just want to go through items 1 through 5 very quickly. Item 1 here, the City of Dallas, we're a rural community. We're just outside of Salem here, but we have a population of 15,800 some. And we have a lot of rural roads that are not designed to accommodate street parking. And I think that that's the key thing here, is that we do understand that the new rules will pretty much require cities to amend their codes to allow even the conversion of existing single family areas, to allow duplex that allows more density, potentially more parking, and where it's not provided on site, then it goes to streets. So we do have some streets that are rural in nature, have no area to park. We also have some development standards for new streets that allow exceptions for environmental resources, recognizing that we can save that environmental resource by thinning the street pretty much. And when we do that, of course, this limits the amount of street parking availability. So we have that concern. One of the concerns identified here on page 2, the draft rule really doesn't account for the number of bedrooms or room unit sizes. And I think if that's what there could be some more work on. The rules really don't provide much in the way of an option for communities that have some large duplex units, some with several bedrooms. There are some standards out there that cities use based on the number of bedrooms. You add an additional parking unit. So that's kind of one of the things that we would like the commission to look at. Lack of public transit and other options. These things can offset the demand for parking. And I think that's something that Robert mentioned, that some rural communities just don't have what metro communities have with transit options. So you'll see a lot more. If you come out to Dallas, you'll see a lot more vehicles parked in driveways, some large trucks. So one size doesn't fit all sometimes here.
So, Mr. White, excuse me just for a moment. We were really interested in what you have to say, but I wonder if you could summarize in the next minute or so. You're over the 3-minute time limit.
Yeah, and just the number 5 here. I'm just going to thank you, Chair. Just to mention, HB 2001. I've watched this from the hearing here. It's all it's reasonable regulations and things that don't exceed what is a single family required for single family residential. So to sum things up here, City of Dallas would appreciate consideration for a little bit higher of a standard. 2 off-street parkings per unit is what we respectfully ask the commission to consider.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any questions from the commission of Mr. White? Seeing no hands and Katie shaking her head no. I'm going to go ahead. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and tee up Mary Kyle McCurdy from Thousand Friends.
Thank you. This is Mary Kyle McCurdy, Deputy Director at 1000 Friends. I'm a member of the RAC and 2 of the TACs, the Model Code and the Housing Production Strategy, and my colleague is on the Infrastructure TAC. I want to compliment, as others have, the leadership of the 2 co-chairs and really the incredible staff that you have on this. I do hope, as Ellen said, that you are able to keep them beyond this project. And the members of the RAC have committed an incredible amount of time and have been very thoughtful and very prepared for all their meetings in ways I just haven't experienced before. So it's actually been a really good process despite the remote nature of it. At the initial meeting of the RAC, all RAC members expressed their support for the clear legislative intent of 2001 and 2003 to make it easy for middle housing to be developed on all single dwelling residential neighborhoods on all lots, and a commitment that this is not going to be business as usual, and statements like, that's not the way we've done it, will be unacceptable. And for the most part, I think we've really stuck to that. And there's also a recognition that the legislature is sending a message that Oregon is overdue in fully complying with Goal 10 related to location, housing, and density and type of housing. And with the housing challenges that we have now and that are increasing with COVID, this is even more critical. So turning to 2 of the points that have been mentioned already, one is off-street parking. We support the off-street parking recommendation for medium cities. We think the staff has done a great job of research to back up their recommendation. And I think Ethan and Robert very clearly described the difference between the model code and the minimum compliance and the modular nature of it. I really don't see that as a problem for the smaller cities that don't have a lot of staff on that modular nature of it. There was extensive discussion of this at the RAC, including by a number of cities. So we support it because, and the consensus of the RAC for several reasons. One, it would unreasonably increase the cost of duplexes, contrary to 2001, to have a different minimum compliance. It decreases the likelihood that duplexes would be built, also contrary to the bill's intent. It increases the cost of duplexes to provide more off-street parking, and it's inconsistent with the governor's own executive order on climate. It's not supported by the staff analysis, and it still allows the market to provide additional off-street parking if that's necessary. We also support the request that you have heard for detached plexes of all types in the large and metro cities model code and in the medium cities model code. I think Ellen went through a lot of reasons for that, but a couple more are allowing detached duplexes increases the likelihood that the original home would actually be retained and lived in by the homeowner while the second part of that duplex is being built on the property. So for those wishing to prevent homes from being demolished, actually allowing in the model code and minimum compliance detached option would be better. Secondly, it democratizes being able to build a duplex rather than a developer looking for an infill lot or buying an existing home and tearing it down to build an attached duplex. The homeowner could build it themselves. And finally, it increases the number of lots that are actually likely to have duplexes on them, as the city of Bend has experienced to allow detached duplexes. And in a letter sent in by 16 signatories related to the large and metro cities aspect of this, it really lists why the good reasons why the number of units is more likely to be built. And those 16 signatories included local governments, metro, advocacy groups, developers, etc. So we'd like to see that also applied to the medium city code, and we hope we see that in the large and metro cities. Thank you.
Thank you. You're perfectly within the time limit. Appreciate that. Questions for Mary Kyle? Doesn't appear so. Okay, thank you. So then the next person is Michael Anderson from Sightline Institute. I think I recall reading some written testimony from you. Maybe it was on a different topic, or perhaps it was the housing one, I forget, but maybe you can clarify that for us.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the chance to testify, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. I did submit some written testimony, and I'm going to respond to some of the comments from Mr. Litz, Ms. Nelson, and Mr. White, if that's all right.
Please do.
Yeah, Sightline's an independent or a nonprofit think tank for the Pacific Northwest. That's my casual photo, but I appreciate your bearing with it. We work to advance sustainability in state and local policy and focus on building a just, prosperous green economy in urban and rural areas. We were a key part of the coalition supporting passage of House Bill 2001. For almost 20 years, we've been calling attention to the huge social costs of excessive parking requirements in cities and towns of every size. Our argument is not against making space for parking. For environmental and economic reasons, the amount of off-street parking on a site should be a site-specific decision. In some cases, that means a lot of parking for the reasons the prior speakers have mentioned: large families, long commutes, guests, rural roads, lack of transit. That's all completely reasonable. Nothing in this model code or in the minimum compliance standard prohibits a lot of parking. When Ms. Nelson says only 2 vehicles allowed in the minimum standards code, she misspeaks in an entirely understandable but important way. The proposed regulation says nothing at all about the number of vehicles or the number of off-street spaces allowed to be on a site. What her words actually mean are cities would be allowed to discriminate against households who want to pay for fewer than 2 off-street parking spaces. Sightline is part of the growing consensus in the field of planning against the top-down requirements that inevitably kill some needed projects or drive up their cost. The amount of parking on or adjacent to a site is relevant to almost every home seeker, and every developer has a clear incentive to consider it. Parking requirements don't even achieve their supposed goal, protecting the availability of curbside space. It's not just that every driveway reduces the supply of curbside parking. A visit to any Oregon neighborhood also makes it obvious that requiring garages to be built is no guarantee that they will actually be used for vehicle storage. Even outside the Portland Metro and counties containing Salem, Eugene, and Corvallis, 55% of Oregon tenant households own either 0 or 1 car. And they deserve if they do own a car, they deserve the option other Oregonians have to save money by parking in the street. Even in Dallas, it's 35% of tenant households that have either 0 or 1 car. If cities are allowed to set excessive parking requirements, some, hopefully not Dallas, maybe others, will certainly use it to exclude. Finally, I'd like to remind you of the governor's executive order. The DLCD shall exercise any and all authority and discretion vested by law to facilitate Oregon's achievement of GHG emissions reduction goals, including any mandatory on-site parking spaces in the model code or allowing jurisdictions to mandate more than a minimal amount of on-site parking, to mandate, not allow, would drive up future GHG emissions by interfering with the state's ability to gradually transition, where possible, to less auto-dependent land uses. It's not a matter of saying we have to be like this, it's a matter of saying where this can be possible, it should be legal to be possible. With this in mind, we recommend that DLCD and the agency and the state allow but not require any number of parking spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. You also did a great job staying within the time limit. I appreciate that very much, Mr. Anderson. Any questions for Mr. Anderson of the commission members at this point? Seeing none. Thank you. And then I'm going to turn to Esther for a moment to see if anyone else has signed up to testify. Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Great conversation. So because staff has asked for us to comment, if we have any comments or clarifications on the 6 items that they outlined, what I'd like to do for commission discussion to go through each of those so we make sure that we have a chance in a collective way to provide that guidance. And so I'll start with number 1 on their list, and perhaps staff can put that list back up on the screen.
And Chair MacArthur, just real quick, sorry to interrupt, but
yes.
Looks like Kirsten Green has her hand raised, or did have her hand raised at one point.
Thank you. Kirsten, please.
Well, thanks, Chair MacArthur, and thanks, Vice Chair Piermine. I am just quickly, and I did take it down because I didn't want to get in the way of your discussion, but making the point, and you probably saw it in the director's report, but making technical assistance available for communities under 10,000 is in our policy option package for 21-23. So just a shout out for communities under 10,000. We agree.
You.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. That's super. So thank you. So let's just go through these. If we don't have any comments on them or other input, great, we can go to the next one, but I'd like to make sure we provide staff with what they have requested. So do we have any commission comments, guidance on number 1, unreasonable cost and delay? Seeing none, I'm going to go to the next one. How about definition of duplex?
Looks like Commissioner Warren has his hand raised first.
Commissioner Warren.
Yes, thank you, Chair MacArthur. Just to kind of follow up on the definition here, I'm wondering what the downside to staff is for defining the duplex as a 2-dwelling unit on a parcel.
I could take that question. So the downside is in the minimum compliance standard, we had originally stuck with any 2 units on a lot. And I think one of the comments that we heard was in that definition is a requirement that, well, I guess it would have to be written in a certain way to allow cities the option of choosing detached versus attached. And I think if we say any 2 units on a lot, I think that gets us there, but we'd have to be specific on the language. And the reason why we drafted it the way that it is, and this gets to a little bit of Ellen Miller's point, is I think our rationale for the model code language and the Division 46 language was really just an existing definition on the books and an understanding and a conceptualization of what a duplex means in these medium cities. But you know, the opponents to the attached configuration make good points, and we're certainly open to listening to those and making changes.
So do you have a follow-up question, Commissioner, on that one?
Yeah, I guess more of a comment. To me, it makes sense to allow kind of that flexibility there for the different communities to make their own definitions as far as the duplex goes. You know, I see define it in that certain manner as a way of kind of restricting or also kind of causing the unreasonable cost and delay. One comment I heard that kind of rang true to me was the ability for someone who has a parcel with an existing home on it to then create a secondary home, which I think really helps us to limit our resource use and also to limit our impacts on climate.
Absolutely. Yeah, and if I could respond to that, I think the flexibility, I think we're in agreement on, you know, that should be part of the minimum compliance standards. It's just how we get there. Currently, the way that the minimum compliance standards are drafted allows for that flexibility, but it starts at a baseline just saying that it should be at least defined as attached and potentially has the option of detached. So, yeah.
So is that one of those modularity issues? I mean, could a community take the model code, which does include only the detached definition, I believe, and take that out and then insert the section regarding more flexibility with the definition as described on the, I guess, on your slide there? Could they just do that and then adopt the model code like that? Or how does that work?
Right. Yeah. So that's a perfect example. So if a jurisdiction would like to adopt everything else in the model code, but doesn't like this definition of an attached duplex, they could pull out the attached portion of that definition. And I think also, you know, kind of while they're at it, they need to potentially think about the interplay between duplex and ADU. So that's why we excluded that discussion about an ADU and the Division 46, because that's kind of inherent in the process. You're going to be ironing out those potential conflicts. Whereas in the model code, we needed to be specific about, you know, provide some clarity about that. And that's why you see that long definition in the model code and a shorter definition in the Division 46. But yeah, that's a perfect example of the modularity of the model code.
Great, thank
Chair
you.
MacArthur, it looks like Commissioner Halava was next, and then after that, Commissioner Sandoval.
Thank you. Commissioner Halava.
Thank you. What's interesting about this process is it really tests your values and how you take your values and you put them into code. So this is one of the areas I chose not to get involved with too much, because I understood the people who wanted the detached definition. I knew the goals that they're trying to make, and I agree with those. With regard to the existing homes, flexibility, you know, I think those are super important for housing production in general and making this actually happen versus the theory of this happening. As a developer, I had a really hard time with changing the definition of duplex. And that's one of the reasons I really like the term ADU, because at some point we realized that whatever definitions we had weren't working. And now we created this new thing and everybody understands it and can promote it and see where it works and where it doesn't work. So I haven't really come out against the detached because I agree with the final goals. What I do like is what the staff did with kind of sticking with the definition of duplex, but allowing the jurisdiction the ability to make their own definition rather than we're all changing the definition of duplex. And that could, to me, provide confusion. I also liked where it says you can choose if it's an ADU or a duplex, because then you know what you're, as a developer, you want to come in and be like, what am I doing? Okay, I'm doing a duplex. What does this jurisdiction say that is? Okay, it's this. What does it say for ADU? It's that. So I actually think the staff did an amazing job with getting what the goals were to happen within the constraints of language.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yes, hi. I just had more of a clarifying question. So I'm looking at the memo that was provided. It's attachment C by the Angelo Planning Consultants. And in that memo, they have different figures. So they have like a stacked duplex, side-by-side duplex, duplex attached by garage wall, and a duplex attached by a breezeway. And so I just wanted to get some clarification. Are those like is that like the universe in terms of the different types of designs, or would there be other ones? And then the duplex attached by a breezeway, I just wanted to get a little more explanation on how that works.
Yeah, absolutely. So certainly not a comprehensive figure list, but I think that's the vast majority of attached duplexes that we will see constructed. And so we figured we would land on these 4 figures as a way to illustrate what an attached duplex might look like. And then for your specific question on the attached by breezeway, it really comes down to a building code definition of what a structure is. And so we figured that we would include that image or that figure of an attached duplex, knowing that a structure would kind of meet that first portion of that duplex standard, means in detached structure, so one structure in itself, detached from every other structure that's comprised of 2 dwelling units. And so that attached to a breezeway definition, or that figure, would meet that definition as well.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else want to comment on the definition of duplex? I guess I will sort of summarize it, but obviously, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like commissioners at this point anyway feel like the definition of duplex, I guess there's a couple of definitions of duplex based on the approach a local jurisdiction might take, does in fact provide some flexibility relative to local conditions and places that decision at the local level, and that we're generally okay with those definitions, with some tweaks obviously as you go forward. I don't really understand exactly the nature of lots and tracks and things like that, but I mean I do, but I don't really think we need to dive into that. Is that a correct statement, though, that we're generally okay with the approach taken in this draft? Anyone, I guess we'll ask if anyone objects to that or wants to comment on that further. Okay, seeing none, let's move on to the next issue, which staff has asked for some guidance on, and that would be the number of units allowed by the model code or administrative rule. Any comments on that one?
Looks like Commissioner Holova has her hand up.
Commissioner?
I just want to say that I agreed with the staff's conclusion that this isn't trying to make more and more housing than was intended with regard to two units on a lot. So it's not to have a multiplier effect. So
thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's move on then to item number 4, development standards. Do commissioners have some comments on that or some guidance to staff?
Looks like Commissioner Morrow.
Commissioner?
I don't know if this comes under this topic or at the end, but we did receive a letter from Restore Oregon having to do with Goal 5 and historic resources. And I just wondered if Ethan or maybe Mr. Shipsey had a comment on the points raised in that letter having to do with the relationship of these amendments and Goal 5.
Steve, I'll defer to you first.
Did I get unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say that, you know, the comments in the letter I quickly looked at, and I think, you know, there are things that if there's something there, we can analyze that and have that in place for the July adoption.
Ethan, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would agree. The the goal protected areas in that section 30 of Division 46 was a big task, certainly. And so we know that, we're going to be looking at that again, and we understand if we didn't get it quite right. But I will say that we had extensive conversations with a representative from the city of Salem in their historic preservation department, but also with SHPO, State Historic Preservation Office, about those particular goal protections and how it's related to historic districts. And so we feel certainly comfortable with our recommendation, but open to further analysis of that, considering Restore Oregon's comments.
Thank you.
Looks like Commissioner Holova also has her hand raised.
Commissioner?
Got distracted by the historic stuff. I was like, what are we talking about? I think this is a good level playing field, that how this has been applied with regard to not making it any more restrictive than single family detached homes. I feel like when it comes to duplexes or areas that might receive greater density, I feel like there's let's say neighborhoods that might oppose such development by applying more restrictions to them. So I think this is a good standard to say, if you're doing a single family home or you're doing a duplex, that the standards shouldn't be more restrictive. So I commend the staff on this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, then we'll move on to number 5, parking. Any guidance from commissioners on the way staff has drafted the parking requirements or lack thereof?
Chair MacArthur, it looks like Commissioner Holova has her hand up first.
Commissioner?
Yes, I have strong opinions on this one. I actually wrote them down too. And if you wonder why I look at the camera and then I don't, is I have 2 screens and I prefer looking at the big screen. So it's a little awkward, but I just want to point that out. So what I think when I think of the model code is I think of it as a good thing. I think of it as best practices. Some might call it aspirational. I would say that I think we should be operating with the best practice principle in this exercise and not thinking about status quo, because I mean, that's the point of the bill, is to change status quo. So I would disagree strongly with some of the comments that were made earlier with regard to parking and agree with some of the other comments. I think the staff did a good analysis and in kind of ascertaining what best practices are. And I think one of the things that gets lost in parking discussions is that most of the time when people are speaking from a perspective, they're usually speaking from a higher end single family homeowner perspective, not from a renter perspective, not from a lower income perspective. And there's enough evidence, enough support, enough data to show that parking requirements limit the ability to develop on a lot of sites, onerous parking requirements, and that they increase cost of housing significantly, especially at the lower scale. And so if you take those 2 things, pricing, you take deterring development, and you take, I'm trying to think what the third one is. You take those 2 things and also reducing everything in our power to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. You take those 3 things into mind. You want to be on the best practices side of this equation. And so I think what was getting confused in the RAC and TAC meetings was really this idea behind required versus allowed. And this says it's not required. Doesn't mean that a developer can't come in and provide more. And developers do that. If you're going to try to sell homes or rent homes and you don't provide what the needed parking requirement is for that market at that time, you will struggle to sell or rent homes. And so at the end of the day, not meeting a good parking demand can really hurt a developer in the process. So it's not something that's lightly taken into consideration. It's actually considered a lot. And so the point is to not require this, which would be onerous and detrimental to providing affordable housing in these areas, but rather don't require it and allow developers to provide it. And so to me, this is excellent work that the staff has done. It's not going to be liked by everybody, but I think it goes toward our goals that we're trying to achieve with this exercise.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I think, just to reiterate, really separating between a required and allowed. I think people are interchanging those words and saying, oh, it's not allowed, it's not allowed. No, it's allowed. It's just not required.
That's helpful. Good distinction. Thank you. Anybody else want to comment on parking? Commissioner
MacArthur, I have my hand raised, and then Commissioner Warren raised his hand after me. I would just say that and then after that, Commissioner Murrow raised her hand.
Thank you.
Just to really appreciate the framing that Commissioner Holloway just gave us. And I think that is just essential for us to be keeping that in mind, that required versus allowed, and the way the market really can determine what's going on in communities. So I just want to thank her for that framing and agree with her on her assessment there.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren.
Yes, thank you. And I just kind of want to reiterate both, what Commissioner Holloway and Vice Chair Pierman just said. I think that the staff did a great job of balancing kind of requirements with, the ability for developers to kind of do their own thing here. So I think that they kind of hit this one perfectly.
Thank you. Commissioner Morrow.
I would just say that I appreciate all the previous comments and that the market will respond to what is needed. So thank you. I think it's a good approach.
Chair MacArthur, it looks like Commissioner Sandoval raised his hand.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, well, thank you. This is a bit of an ideological statement. So yeah, I mean, if one of the goals of our commission is to reduce climate change, I think we should try to take any opportunity to do that with, and I see this as another opportunity for that as well. And I do appreciate the fact that yes, context is very different, but I don't think this will really destroy kind of like the housing markets if we go along with this. So I agree with the strategy that the staff has proposed, and it's just amazing to me how parking conflicts always seem to are always exciting, I guess.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. If I don't see any other hands up for,
looks like Commissioner Holloway raised her hand.
Great.
Yeah, there's one point that I didn't make, which I think could be valuable. I know it takes resources, and I don't know how much money is left in the budgets for all these things, but I think when it comes down to some, a decision that's been made, let's say this parking one, and there's some questions on will it work or won't it work, and we have a consultant on board, I think it's always a good thing to take a couple sites in different jurisdictions and do a little test thing on those sites and see how it would play out. I don't see that if the resources are there to do that. I feel like that's always a good thing to see how these things, land themselves on land, so to say. So I was trying to think of, I think we are showing agreement with this direction, and then there still might be issues with, say, this doesn't work in our jurisdiction, and it might be good to kind of test that. But I also wanted to say, I really strongly believe in the direction they're doing with regard to the model and the minimum code, in that you can take the whole entire model code as is, and you can come right to this section and you can decide to change it. That kind of dilutes, to me, the beauty of the model code in the idea of being best practices, but it's there. So I don't see we should make this the lowest common denominator. I think each jurisdiction is going to decide, are they going to go with best practices or do they need something else?
Great, thank you. And I think I'll just leave it to staff's discretion to determine if they have enough budget to do sort of the test that you're describing. Might be very interesting, especially if there was something they could do sort of quick before as part of our July deliberation on this topic. It might help us understand how it plays out on the ground. So I'll just leave that at the discretion of staff. I'm going to move on then to design standards as our final question from staff. Do we have any guidance for them on that? Seeing none. Wow, I just want to really thank the commissioners and staff for just a great.
We got one.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Commissioner Halava.
I mainly had a question for staff because I feel like they were right. We were exhausted when we got to this topic, and it's so important. Maybe or maybe not. There were some designs. This for staff, maybe Ethan. There were some design standards that were put in there, and then the question was, oh wow, should we even have these in here? Why are we getting into that, right? And then the answer was, if you don't get into that in some way, then it's not helpful for the cities who get the model code and suddenly realize, our community is going to want design standards and we're starting from scratch, right? So I understood that logic. So I was sort of satisfied with that. And then I read this here, and this is very simple, and I get this too. And I didn't know if we were still including those basic design standards in the model code, or whether we're just not doing them anymore, and then this is what's replacing them.
Yeah, I can respond to that. So, Commissioner Halava, I think you're referring to the conversation that we had at the RAC level about the large and metro cities.
I see. Yes. Yes.
Where
That's
you have
what it
these
is.
higher level middle housing types that, triplex, quadplex, cottage cluster might certainly will behave differently in the context of a neighborhood than a duplex may. So that's the direction we're heading in for the large and metro cities, potentially calling out a handful of design standards, knowing that those could potentially cause unreasonable cost and delay, especially to those higher middle housing types.
Okay, there wasn't a clean line drawn between the medium city and the large city, so I blurred that edge. Okay, I get it now. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other thoughts? I guess seeing none, we thank you again. Thanks to staff. Thank you for everyone who's been involved in the various RACs and TACs. Thank you for the people who testified both in a written format as well as verbally today. Very much appreciated. And I think we'll bring to a close this agenda item. And we will take our lunch break. I've cut into it a little bit, but I'm still hoping that we can come back at 1:15. I know you gave you kind of a skimpy break this morning as well, and this is kind of hard stuff to keep our focus in this format, but we have a pretty full afternoon. So if I don't see any commissioners strenuously objecting to coming back at 1:15, we will adjourn until then.
Chair MacArthur?
Yes, Kirsten.
If that sounds really great. If I could just create an opening for Esther to give commissioners an update.
Yes, thank you so much, Esther.
Thank you. So commissioners, I know that during participating in the virtual meeting takes a lot of your attention, but I have just emailed a Microsoft Word document. Would you also take the time to evaluate our staff and their presentation by agenda item, the scorecard that we have used in the past? We would welcome feedback and suggestions.
Thank you, Esther. It's always important, especially in a time like this. So appreciate that. If there aren't any other comments, we will adjourn until 1:15. Thank you, everybody. Great. Hi, Esther.
Hello. Chair MacArthur, I emailed you an outline for the next agenda item.
Oh, for this particular one that's coming up after lunch?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get my iPad so I can take a look at that. Thank you.
And then Chair MacArthur, before we begin, I'll need to check with John to make sure that our equipment is recording again.
Yes, we are.
Great. Okay. So Chair MacArthur, the time is 1:15.
Okay, do we have folks here?
For the next agenda item, we have Mayor Lundberg has joined, Margie Bradway, let's see, Amanda Peets, and I believe we are waiting for, let's see, commissioners are Commissioner Morrow, Stewart, Hermine. I believe everyone is here. And there is Commissioner Halova. Yes. So Chair MacArthur, we are ready.
Great. Well, thank you. And I think I understand. Yeah, I say yes to the order. Esther, you sent me something during lunch, and I say yes to that change in the order of testimony is fine. So I wanted to bring us back from our lunch recess. Hello, everybody. Hopefully you all did some jumping jacks or ran around the room or something to get some energy back. We are going to start agenda item number 5, which is a discussion of the greenhouse gas emission reduction update, and talk a little bit about scenario planning and ultimately leading to our initiating rulemaking later this year on the TPR. Just by way of a really short context, for the commission in particular, especially the new members, and to kind of get us up to speed on what we're doing today relative to what we did last time and going forth for the rest of this year. So thinking back to Reedsport, most of you were in Reedsport, some of you weren't. Obviously, Commissioner Warren was not. So I might want to repeat what this commission agreed to at the November meeting in Reedsport. We said that we are committed to adopting a transportation planning rule that requires metropolitan planning organizations and their respective local governments to collaboratively and comprehensively develop and implement transportation system plans and land use plans and actions that provide transportation choices and reduces greenhouse gas emissions consistent with LCDC's 2017 updated target requirements. The reason I point that out is because this topic is really big and there's lots of swirling parts. There's been executive orders and legislative action and inaction on this. And I want to really cut to what our role is here as a commission and a department. And we articulated that pretty well, I think, in November. So given that that was what we agreed to, we established a schedule to brief the commission and to provide context for ultimately for initiating rulemaking on all these swirling parts about executive orders and a thing called the STS, which you'll hear about in a little bit. We started those briefings in January, had a really good discussion. Obviously, we had to miss the March meeting, but that January meeting provided some really nice context. What we're trying to do today is to kind of ground truth this and talk a little bit or get some input from those communities, the MPOs that have done some scenario planning, because scenario planning is a really key element of engagement as well as a product that helps communities, collective large communities like MPOs and all the entities that are involved in MPOs come to a decision-making process. So we're pretty wed to the idea of doing scenario planning or encouraging scenario planning to happen at the local level to help move this forward. And so that's sort of the purpose of today, but our eye is really toward all this context. We want to initiate rulemaking on the greenhouse gas reduction work at our September meeting. So with that, if there aren't any questions of me, I'll just turn it over to Palmer, I think, and team. There's a great team behind this to start with today's presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair MacArthur and Commissioners. Good afternoon. So Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor at DLCD. Cody's going to be setting up the presentation here that we'll be using today. I think the chair laid it out well. This is a complex issue with a lot of moving parts. We have about 2 hours to cover what is really probably 3 days worth of material. We'll do our best to try to stay on track. And I think I want to stress that because we do have presenters who join the commission, and we certainly want to hear from them, hear about their perspectives and their experience with scenario planning. I also know that there's quite a bit of public comment, and we want to make sure we have time to hear from our stakeholders and the public. So today, what we're going to try to accomplish are really to talk about two main sets of topics. We want to talk about the executive order that the chair mentioned. That's Executive Order 2004, which came out in March of this year, March 10th. And then we also want to talk about the scenario planning, which the chair also mentioned, and that in particular is the place where we're going to hear from the presenters, and we want to again allow time for that. So without any further ado, why don't we get started? So next slide, Cody. Okay, so here again is just an outline of what we're going to try to cover today to give everybody a perspective. We'll use the approach that the chair and the commission used earlier today on the housing issues, where we'll provide the staff presentation. We'll hear from the presenters. There'll be, I'd imagine, some opportunity to take questions along the way. And then we're going to create time for public testimony. And then at the end, we'll come back to staff for whatever guidance and questions the commission has for staff. So again, that's the outline for today. So next slide. So to put all this in some more context, and Chair MacArthur referred to this, we've been on a series of meetings and staff briefings with the commission to talk about the transportation planning rule, both the sort of transportation and land use issues. And so we started in earnest in November, and you'll see here on the slide some of the issues that we covered. You can see there the kind of the three key policy issues that we've been working with: the local versus regional, monitoring and enforcement, and funding. And then we moved here into January. We had a presentation on the statewide transportation strategy, which you're going to hear a lot more about today, and how 4 agencies, including the LCD, are implementing that strategy. And then we moved, unfortunately, as it was noted, we lost the meeting in March due to the coronavirus. But now here we are at the May meeting, wrapping up the policy briefings from staff on this issue. And then we have some new issues to talk about, in particular, the executive order. So that's the timeline that's got us to today. So we'll go on to the next slide. Okay, so there's a lot that I could talk about around the executive order, but just maybe in terms of broad context, I think most of you all know that this is the governor's response to sort of the twice failed cap and invest legislation, both in the 2019 and the 2020 session. So without any legislative action, which was the governor's preferred route, because it would have had, I think, quite frankly, had more political buy-in, it would have been a stronger policy, but also produced quite a bit of funding that state agencies could have used, as well as affected communities. Without any of that happening, the governor was left with the executive order, and so here we are. You can see that the governor has set some goals. These are actually more stringent reduction goals than what's currently in statute. But they're similar to the type of things that we've been talking about over the last few years. I want to draw your attention to the sort of 3 main parts of the executive order that really relate to the DLCD, the sections 3, 9, and 12. And there's a lot of detail in the executive order. I'm going to do my best to try to give you a good briefing on it, but I am going to have to sort of fly at the 30,000-foot level in the interest of time. So I may not catch every detail, every nuance. Happy to take questions. This is provided, as I think attachment G, in your staff report. If you want to go and look at that, and you have either more questions today or further questions later. But again, getting back to the parts of the executive order that relate to DLCD. So start with section 3 here. Section 3 does have some broad language that applies to all the agencies that are mentioned in the executive order. And it's worth noting that not every agency in state government is called out in the executive order. I think there's about 16, and DLCD is one of them. So the direction to agencies like DLCD is where we can to try to prioritize action on greenhouse gas reduction. A part of that is the report that we provided to the governor that was required on May 15th. That's the exhibit G there. And then there's another part of section 3 where the governor's office will be convening a interagency work group on climate impacts on impacted communities. We will spend more time in a later slide talking about exhibit G, the memo that we provided to the governor's office. This slide is just more kind of an overview of the executive order. Section 9 is the directive to 4 agencies, the Department of Environmental Quality, the Department of Transportation, the Oregon Department of Energy, and DLCD to implement the statewide transportation strategy, and that implementation effort has a new tagline there, every mile counts. So you'll probably see lots of that in the future. We are going to talk on the later slide more about section 9 and about implementing the STS. And then I did want to mention section 12 here. DLCD is not specifically called out in section 12 of the executive order. That directs the Global Warming Commission to work with several agencies on setting some goals for carbon sequestration. But we believe strongly in that work. So DLCD intends to support that effort. So that's why I wanted to mention this. And then the last point here, I think, is a very important one and is a theme throughout the executive order, and certainly a theme for DLCD and all our work, climate, housing, everything we do. And that is trying to take an equity focus on our issues, but in particular on the climate issue. So we'll move on to the next slide. Okay, so this is a more of a breakdown of the section 3 and specifically the report that I mentioned. So section 3, again, required DLCD along with about, I think maybe 7 other agencies to submit a report. And the purpose of that, by May 15th, and the purpose of that report was to identify the current and potential actions that DLCD could take to further reduce greenhouse gases and to try to mitigate the effects of climate change. So what we did in our report is we really broke our body of work that we're engaged in now and what we could do in the future into sort of 3 sections. And that's what you see here on this slide. So under the committed actions, what we're talking about there is work that we're either already doing or that will start very soon because it's called out, for instance, in the executive order. Each of these different efforts could easily be an hour's conversation. So again, I'm going to try to fly through at a high level, but I'm happy to take any questions that commissioners have about each of these. But again, I'll try to be brief. So the first one that's identified here is, we've been hearing this from the legislature and from a number of stakeholders, and that is the statewide planning program has done a great job of trying to address the effects of climate change, but the goals themselves don't really reflect climate mitigation or adaptation. And it's probably time, it's not probably time, it's most certainly time to ask the question of, should the goals be updated to better reflect climate? And we weren't given any resources by legislature to take a deep dive into that subject, but what we have committed to do, and this was something that we identified in the policy agenda last September that the commission approved, was to sit down with stakeholders over a series of, say, 4 to 5 meetings and try to get input from stakeholders on, should the goals be changed to reflect climate change, which goals make sense, How would we go about revising goals to reflect adaptation and mitigation issues? What kind of data would we need? What resources are required to do that work? And at the end of those meetings, put together a white paper that would come back to the commission probably in January of 2021. And that white paper could summarize what we heard and outline some potential next steps. So that is a project that we're committed to doing, and it'll start roughly around September of this year. Climate adaptation framework update is actually an issue that's been to the commission before. Basically, it's an effort that DLCD is doing in coordination with about 25 other agencies to get state governments, state agencies better prepared for addressing the effects of climate, be that more storms, more wildfires, changing agricultural and forestry practices, greater public health issues because we're going to have more warm days. And so it's an effort to identify not only what the risks are, but where we have gaps in our ability to respond and prepare, and then work to try to address those gaps, working with our other agencies. I'm going to move on here to the 4 agency work that I mentioned earlier, which is, as you can see here, is called out specifically in section 9 of the executive order. And this is the 4 agency work to implement the statewide transportation strategy. I'm not going to say a lot here, except that we are already working on that because we'll come back to this issue in another slide. And I mentioned in a previous slide the sequestration efforts you see here for section 12. So I'll move here on to the policy option packages. So the policy option packages, it's that term policy option package is probably a term only bureaucrats would love. What it really means is a budget request that we would be making of the governor for the 2021-23 biennium, so the next biennium. Of course, the legislature holds the power of the purse, and they would have to ultimately approve any budget request, policy option package, and fund it. But we mentioned, what we show here on the slide is the 5 policy option packages that at this point we plan to bring to the commission in July. The chair will have to certify what's called the agency request budget. So that budget would be all our core programs and core work, as well as any of these new packages that we agree to present to the governor. And so in July, that would get certified by the chair and go by August 1 to the governor's office. And then the governor, of course, would decide in her recommended budget by the end of the year, by December of this year, what she will actually present to the legislature. We mentioned these 5 because they all have a connection to climate in some way or another. I don't think I probably need to talk much about housing. It came up in the earlier conversation the commission had around the model code and things like that. So I think the connection there, what basically this package would do is to continue to ask for the same level of staffing and technical assistance funding that we got in the 2019 session. And we would be able to, with that work, not only implement House Bills 2001 and 2003, but also do additional work. So Cody, go back, yeah. We would be able to continue to do more work around how we can address climate and housing. I'll move on here to the next budget package, and that is to support the work for scenario planning and mitigation. It would basically be asking for 2 positions, 2 permanent positions, and a significant amount of technical assistance money to help implement the revised transportation planning rule and work with local governments to implement that effort. The climate adaptation framework, what this policy option package calls for is 1.5 positions, or excuse me, that's 1.5 FTE, ultimately would be 2 positions over the full biennium. And those positions would continue the work that we've been doing, and more importantly, try to move into the mode of actually having state agencies implement more changes in their programs and their policies to address the effects of climate change. And then there's a second part of that package. What the state doesn't have good information on is a comprehensive assessment of our vulnerabilities to climate. Some agencies have done work on their own to, in their programs, assess vulnerability to climate, but we don't have a good across the board, holistic look at state vulnerabilities. And I mean everything. I mean infrastructure, our environmental resources, our economic capacity, our communities, populations of people, what have you. If we were able to get the legislature to fund that, then we would have that, be able to do that across the board vulnerability assessment and have good information about where we best spend our limited dollars to most prepare for adaptation or for climate change, excuse me. Moving on, wildfires. This is a request, if it were approved, to get a position and work with the Department of Forestry and our stakeholders to come up with a set of recommendations that would go back to the legislature in 2023. So that's the next long session. And those recommendations would be looking at how can we do better mapping for wildfire risk, and in particular, thinking about how we would map the risk for development and infrastructure. And that's infrastructure and development that we have today, as well as what else local governments are planning over the 20-year timeline. And then the other part of that would be what kind of additional development standards are appropriate to manage and minimize wildfire risk. Do we need, in areas of high risk, do we need tighter zoning standards, both in terms of how houses and development is built, as well as the type of access that's needed by firefighting equipment and personnel, safe evacuation routes, all those issues that would try to manage for wildfire risk. And then lastly here, this policy option package, natural hazards, is a call for 2 additional positions and a significant amount of money to help local governments better prepare for increased natural hazards. And the connection here to climate is probably pretty obvious. We fully expect that we'll see more natural hazards and of greater intensity. And one of our challenges is we do get money from the federal government to address natural hazards, but there are restrictions on how we can use that money. When we receive one of those grants, it's usually tied to a specific community or set of communities, or tied to a specific natural hazard, say, funding that's available for tsunami, but not for wildfire or flooding. We're hoping to get some general fund from the legislature that gives us the flexibility to decide what are the highest priorities. If maybe in some areas of the state, the priority is wildfires. Maybe in other areas, because of climate, the priority is flooding, and have the flexibility and the funding to address whatever the real priority is. And so then the last section here of this report is, these are the new potential actions that we could take within our existing statutory authority to address climate change. There's a pretty long list there of different options. They range from addressing coastal issues to addressing how housing, we could invest in housing in the right way and encourage more housing in the right places to reduce vehicle miles traveled, to a whole collection of other ideas. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into each one, but I would encourage the commissioners to look at that report. And if there are specific questions about any of those, we can kind of take those up. I will say about these aspirational elements, these ideas, we provided those ideas to the governor's office, but they are not ideas that have, quite frankly, gone through full vetting. So there's probably open questions about that while they're within our authority, how they would be actually resourced, whether we have the existing staff to do any or all of those things and how they would be paid for. So those are those are issues that we would have to delve into further. I know that was a very, again, high flyover on the report, but just trying to keep my portion small here so we can hear from our presenters and the public. The last thing I'll say on this slide is we do have a forum set up for the 11th of June, where we encourage stakeholders in the public to tell us what they think of this Section 3 report. Did we miss anything? Would they suggest that we prioritize certain actions? Are there other ideas that are out there? And we will gather that input, summarize it, and bring it back to the commission at the July meeting. So I will go on then to the next slide. Thank you, Cody. So here, Section 9. So we're still talking about the executive order. And I mentioned this earlier, that 4 agencies are working together to implement the statewide transportation strategy. The statewide transportation strategy was finalized in 2013, and it was a look at what are the things that state agencies, those 4 state agencies, can do that would reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector. And it took the broad look. It looked at whether you could, have cleaner fuels, what kind of management system would you use for the transportation system, how can you improve both regional and local planning, including local land use planning, on trying to reduce, as you see here, these objectives, trying to reduce the vehicle miles traveled per capita, trying to encourage cleaner vehicles, cleaner fuels, and bring the consideration of greenhouse gas emissions into decision making. So where we are now is last year, the 4 agencies started working on how do we implement this plan, what would be the initial actions that the agencies could work on, and with a particular focus on those actions that require collaboration with multiple agencies or more than one agency. And then the governor's executive order came out in March and reinforced that direction that the agencies were already on. And in Section 9, it specifically calls for a set of actions by those agencies. And those are identified in this last part here of the slide, this multi-agency implementation work plan. Again, that is what we have is a draft work plan. It's out for public comment from stakeholders in the public until the 15th of June. And it's an initial 2-year plan, again, focused on those joint actions that can be taken to reduce emissions. The department, DLCD, has several elements of that where we're the lead. Most of that is around revising the transportation planning rule, and specifically making it clear that the transportation planning rule is revised in such a way that the metropolitan planning organizations are planning and the communities that they cover are planning to meet the greenhouse gas reduction targets that the commission has already set. And so, but in the course of that, there's other issues like parking around that we'll be working on as well. So I'm going to stop there and see if Amanda Peets, who's I think also on on the call here, wants to add anything. She's really more the technical expert than I am around this particular work plan and the STS in general.
Thanks, Palmer. Yeah, this is Amanda Peets with the Oregon Department of Transportation. I think Palmer covered things really well. The only thing that I would add is the priority actions that you'll see identified there are also things that we thought could really move the needle. I think the state agencies alone won't solve the greenhouse gas crisis and the climate crisis, but we can really help set the foundation for moving forward. So that's how we selected the mix of actions that are included there. And I'm happy to take any questions.
So I don't know if we have any.
I think Chair MacArthur was trying to talk, just was muted.
Okay.
I am
Sorry.
yes, thank you for that reminder. So are you done with your orientation then, Palmer? I was just going to ask commissioners if they have any questions about what you or Amanda have said.
I think that's it on the slides. Am I right, Cody? Is there?
Yeah, I think you're done with these slides, so we're
Great.
ready to go into questions.
So any questions from commissioners at this point?
It's like Commissioner Holliver had her hand up first, and then Commissioner Morrow next.
Thank you, Commissioner Halava.
I'm trying to orient myself. You know, there's been a lot of ideas, planning, policies, a lot of things have gone on for a long time. We talk about this almost every commission meeting. And so this seems like the start of a new plan, this 2-year plan. And I guess my overall question is, what is the department going to be doing in the interim before the end of this 2 year that specifically addresses this plan?
Yeah, I can definitely start. And if Cody or anybody else needs to add anything, they can. So Commissioner, what you see here, this is a 2-year plan that outlines what multiple agencies are going to be doing. So DLCD has a piece of that. The piece that I'd say we're most focused on is revising the transportation planning rule, which is the issue that we've been talking about since November of last year. We are planning to come back to the commission at the September LCDC meeting and formally ask to initiate that rulemaking. And then from there, if that happens, if the commission approves, then we will be looking at roughly a 1-year timeline from that point to revise the transportation planning rule. I think it's been challenging to move more quickly on that rule for a few reasons. We've had the debates in the Capitol about the cap and invest bill, both in 2019 and then earlier this year, and we weren't certain about the impact of that legislation on our efforts. We've also wanted to engage in a conversation with the other agencies, as we've done here with the work plan, to try to address some of the implementation challenges with revising the transportation planning rule. I think at a staff level, we're very clear that the direction from the governor has been consistent, that the transportation planning rule in the end, when it comes back to the commission for adoption, should tie the transportation planning both at the regional level and the local level to the greenhouse gas reduction target. Right now, I think, as you know, Commissioner, only the metro area is doing that now. The other 7 MPO regions are not. But we need to move the needle on that. But what we needed, though, to try to identify how we can provide funding to the MPOs and local governments who will have to do the scenario planning and the public engagement to develop the plans that would actually result in lower greenhouse gases. We don't have a dedicated source of funding for that at DLCD. So we need to, talk with ODOT and other agencies about that, potentially engage the legislature. So that's been one of our challenges. And then another challenge is around enforcement. The commission's authority in this area is limited. And we're limited in that the commission cannot compel the MPOs to take any particular action. We have obviously more authority on local governments that are covered by the MPOs, but that we've had to try to work through that issue, and we still continue to try to work with through that issue. So that has meant that we didn't get maybe the start that some folks had hoped for, and maybe a swift action. But through this multi-agency process, we think we're getting closer to resolving those issues. And September is the time to start. And so that's what I would say, the next set of the next steps for us over roughly the next year or so. I don't know if I totally answered your question.
Yeah, maybe. Would it be right to say? Am I echoing?
You're fine.
Would it make sense to say that there's 3 parts? 1 is the rules, 2 is the funding, and 3 is the enforcement?
Yeah, I think so. I think, what we've been saying is that it's not enough to just adopt a rule. If we really want to be primed for success, we need to build a program. And a program is more than just the requirements on the books. It has those things that help achieve success. So the funding to help local governments do the implementation, the public engagement, and then on the back end, making sure that we're seeing the kind of reductions that we want through monitoring and enforcement. So you're right.
Yeah.
I think there are multiple components. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because I think in the past, now every time I have to refresh myself, we've understood that the rules, the funding, the enforcement, and really been pushing on why don't we do the rules, understanding that we have to push, the funding must come and the enforcement has to be negotiated, I guess. And just the lack of pushing forward the rules. So I didn't know why we were waiting till September.
So just to, so I want to thank Palmer for his summary and explanation and answering your question. I want to put an exclamation point on it though. All the work we're doing is they're on parallel tracks. It's not sequential. So our anticipation is our intention is to initiate rulemaking in September with the idea of having that done in 1 year. So Palmer mentioned some other efforts we're doing to update the goals and to have some kind of white paper in January of 2021. We're not waiting to have that done, to have that feed into the rulemaking. That'll be done at the right time. And then any kind of knowledge we glean from that is relevant to the actual rule that we're developing will feed into that. The 4 agency work that's happening, there's some really creative ideas about what the other agencies might need us to include in our rule to make charging stations and that sort of thing work. So we're learning a lot from that 4 agency conversation that will feed into our rulemaking. So I think some people have thought maybe we're just kind of waiting, but in fact, all this work we're doing right now is building toward incorporating the relevant points into our rulemaking that we're going to initiate in September.
Great. Chair MacArthur, it looks like Kirsten might have a clarification or want to add before Commissioner Morrow's question.
I'm happy to wait for Commissioner Morrow first, Vice Chair Pearmine, Chair MacArthur, if that's all right.
Yes, let's hear from Commissioner Morrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjali, for your comments expressing need for clarification about why this is taking so long. We have heard in the past, and I think we will hear again today, and I know there's letters in our packet about a way to make amendments to the rule now. I don't know if legally that's even possible without notice, but my frustration is way higher than your frustration, Commissioner Halawa. And I asked Palmer in our work session, and he has eloquently explained the reasons about our inability to do enforcement on MPOs, our lack of funding. I respect and appreciate the work that the 4 agencies are doing, but I'm really glad that I'm not going to have to deal with it anymore. And I just want to let everybody know that it's been going on for a long time, and we all know it needs to be done. And it's very frustrating to me that it's going to be 5 years before anything actually happens in terms of completing scenario plans so that jurisdictions can even understand what their choices are to do greenhouse gas reduction. So there's my little soapbox. I'll try not to do it too much more. But my question is, and I asked Palmer this in the work session, is about the priorities for the POPs, because it's typical that we go out and ask for money and we don't always get what we want. And under our budget crisis that we have now statewide, it's unlikely that the POPs will be funded, so or fully funded. So I just wanted to put in a pitch for the POP that will allocate money to local jurisdictions, because that's what the agency can do that builds support for the program and helps local jurisdictions. And so the one that would direct money for scenario planning is the one that I think is most important. And I have to say these things now because I'm not going to be around later. And if you could make a comment on priorities for me, Palmer, thank you.
Palmer, this might be also, Jim may want to weigh in on this as well, Palmer, but go ahead, please.
Well, if Jim does, I'll defer.
Director Rue.
Am I being asked to say something? You all saw the revenue forecast. And so, Catherine, your point is exactly correct. Given what we know today, we're looking at a $4.4 billion reduction in the 21-23 budget. And so Palmer and I and a couple of others had a conversation yesterday with the governor's legislative advisor, asking her what she thought was the appropriate strategy. And she just flat out said, look, if you guys can put something together that will support the governor's ambitions for what little she is going to be able to do outside of COVID for the remainder of her term, your chances of success are greater. So all five of those, and I think all five, putting forward all five of them is way too ambitious right now, given where we are economically. And so if you're asking for priorities, my priorities are two: housing and climate, housing and scenario analysis and transportation, reduction of greenhouse gases. I think they're the same. I think they're two sides of the same question. So the issue in front of us right now is, how do we write that up so that we have the best chance? And frankly, we're going all the way from, should we condense to one POP that is primarily transportation and housing? There's certainly going to be some push on wildfire. But that's kind of where we're leaning, because not only do we have to find somewhere close to $3 billion worth of cuts for the remainder of this biennium, but we need to then, on top of that, probably cut another $4.5 billion out of the budget next time around. It's bleak. It's going to be very painful. But our priorities, I think, will remain the same.
Chair MacArthur, I think you're muted.
I should probably just thank you. I should probably just not mute myself because I'm so forgetful. Thank you. So Kirsten, do you have anything to say that's not about the POPs? We'll have a conversation with more information in July about that. I think Director Rue adequately answered that with the knowledge we have, but I want to make sure we get back to this particular topic.
Yes.
It's related, but I want to get on point. So Kirsten, do you have anything else to say about that?
If I could, Kirsten Green here, DLCD staff. The Commissioner Halava's priority sort of list of the top, the three elements: rules, funding, and enforcement. I might respectfully suggest that we look forward to hearing the presentation we're about to hear from the experience of local governments. I think the fourth element is actually technical capacity and support, and funding might be a sort of substitute term for technical capacity, but we have had, as everyone knows, we have had rules and targets on the books for nearly a decade. And this body of work is a new way of doing work in developing and redeveloping cities, providing transportation choice, and really many other solutions. So growing that technical capacity and listening to the experience of local governments has always been one of our agency's priorities. So really grateful for the local governments who are about to address the commission sharing their expertise. We take this very seriously when we are putting together the policy option packages, and we're about to initiate several months of, or a couple months of in-depth interviews of local governments, of listening for what they need to implement this. It is absolutely a partnership. I think commission can write rules, but we've had rules on the books already. So, you know, what will it fully take? So I respectfully just suggest rules, funding, enforcement, and technical capacity, whether it's in staff knowledge and support, tools, and that, of course, enabled by funding. Thank you, Chair MacArthur.
Thank you. That's an excellent summary. And I'm going to turn it back then to Palmer to introduce our folks that you've invited today to talk about what process they've used to get to greenhouse gas reduction.
Yeah, thank you, Chair MacArthur. Actually, Cody's going to handle that, but Cody will do those introductions and help us get through the presentations by the speakers who've come, and then we'll switch back to me to finish off before we go to public testimony. So I'm going to turn it back over to Cody. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Palmer. Hello, Chair MacArthur, commissioners. Glad to be here. Cody Meyer with the Department Land Use Transportation Planner. I just wanted to frame up our presenters here today, just giving a brief framing of the scenario planning program. Just a reminder, we did talk in November about this. You've heard, you know, some of you have been around for a while, have heard an awful lot about it. Just the overall framing here is that we are tied into the original HB 3543 state reduction goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across all sectors in the state by 75% from 1990 levels in 2050. In 2010, we had a comprehensive suite of legislation, HB 2001 and SB 1059, that required LCDC to adopt greenhouse gas targets in the light-duty transportation sector for metropolitan areas of the state, created the statewide transportation strategy, the scenario planning program, and then the Oregon Sustainable Transportation Initiative, which is a joint program of ODOT and DLCD in partnership with DEQ and ODO. And since then, we have amended our targets. In 2017, we switched over to the STS, so we're no longer asking folks to make technical assumptions about the future. So it actually does lighten our load to target adjustments in the future. We can kind of focus on the policy issues, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Metro's done scenario planning. Central Lane has done a scenario plan that we'll talk about, where they identified but did not adopt a preferred scenario. And then we do what we call a strategic assessment, which is a voluntary track of scenario planning, where state staff goes in and works with MPO staff and city staff to measure the reductions that come out of their adopted plans, compare that to the target, and then present a series of what-if analysis to identify what we call the key paths of reaching your target. So there's, you know, umpteen different ways of combinations of actions that you can use to reach your targets. So just to frame the scenario planning program, scenario planning is a many varied thing. In this context, we're talking about the metropolitan areas of the state, Portland Metro, Salem-Keizer area, Albany, Corvallis, Central Lane, Bend, Middle Rogue, and the Rogue Valley. We are talking about it in the context of reaching a greenhouse gas reduction target, although we do have other goals that locals can set to reach those goals as well. So they can set targets for things like keeping household transportation costs low, reducing congestion, or whatever constraints they'd like to put on different goal areas. I do want to just give a framing of the Metro work. Metro is a different animal than the rest of the metropolitan areas in the state. It has a regional government with land use authority. So they were unique in their legislative mandate in that they had to identify and create a preferred scenario for the region, and then they had to adopt that regionally. So we have in Division 44, which is our rule book for the targets and scenario planning, specific requirements for Metro. In 2014, they did create and we approved that scenario. And in 2018, they followed up with their mandates for performance monitoring, where they have a series of actions that they will report on to the department And they do that in conjunction with their federal regional transportation plan. So it is an appendix to their transportation plan they develop every 4 or 5 years, like all MPOs do. And then on an ongoing basis, they will present that to our department. I'm going to turn it over now to Kim Ellis. So Kim, I will stop sharing and you can go ahead and share your screen. She's going to walk through in much greater detail and knowledge than I own of the Metro Climate Smart Strategy. I'm going to introduce Kim and Margie Bradway from Metro.
Great, thank you. So I'll let Margie sort of kick things off while I'm getting my slides up here.
Slides here. Yeah, I'll just simply say thank you for having us today. I'm Margie Bradway. I'm the Deputy Director of the Planning and Development Department at Metro. And since Climate Smart was adopted in 2014 for Metro, Climate Smart has truly been transformative for our region. It is the framework and the basis of all the planning and policies and activities that we do. And for the 26 agencies and jurisdictions that we coordinate with at JPACT and IMPACT at our policy committees, it's really set a foundation for thinking about climate. It's no longer a question of how we reduce GHG in our region. It's more how we collectively raise funds and or identify implementation strategies to move forward together. So we're thrilled to be here today to share more about our experience with Climate Smart. Thanks.
Great. So I will try and go quickly through the information that we have and just really want to thank you, Chair MacArthur and the Commission for having us here. I'm Kim Ellis. I was the project manager for the Climate Smart Strategy, and then also have been leading some of our implementation efforts as we've integrated it into our long-range transportation planning in the region. So I'm going to walk through the overall timeline, things that we've learned along the way, and then also what I think have been sort of keys to success. And just to highlight, I think what Chair MacArthur said at the very beginning, that it's just as much about the process as the outcomes and the products that come out of collaborative scenario planning, and that the relationships and engagement and sound technical work that supported all of that are really a testament to, I think, the success we've had in building support and implementation that we've been doing since we adopted it in 2014. So this is laying out just sort of the steps that we went through. It was basically 3 phases of work. The front end was very technical, but there was a lot of engagement throughout all of the efforts from at the staff level, elected officials level, to really build a shared understanding and broad support. And I'll talk more about that. We really framed our work and grounded it in work that we had been doing since the mid-90s in our region. Our 2040 growth concept is our platform. As we went into this work, we didn't know what it would take to meet the state targets that were to be set. But in the end, what we've learned is that really our integrated land use and transportation strategy, which is focusing growth in our downtowns and mixed use areas, as well as along corridors served by good transit, that those really are keys to how we can achieve our greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals. And also in doing that through adopted community and regional plans. So since the 90s, our local governments in our region have been working together with Metro and other partners to really implement this vision and do so in a way that's helping build towards the 6 outcomes that you see there to the right. So as we worked to do this, the first phase of our work was really, again, trying to understand, well, what would it take? How well do our current plans do? But how much more ambitious would we need to be beyond what we've already identified and been working towards? We used the Green Step model that ODOT had developed. We adapted it to run at a regional level as part of this work and tested, similar to to the strategic assessments, just a broad range of different scenarios looking at different levels of ambition of implementing policies. And what we found through that work, and there are more detailed documents there to the right that we have online, that our existing plans really provided a strong foundation. Out of the 144 different scenarios that we tested, 93 of them out of the 144 either met or exceeded the greenhouse gas target. So it really showed that, one, our plans were a strong foundation, two, that the targets were achievable, but that also it wasn't we couldn't get there with any one policy. We couldn't get there just through fleet and technology. We couldn't get there just through pricing, but really it's going to be a combination of strategies and policies that we'll need to be implementing to meet the target. We also, while we were given the fleet and technology assumptions to use in our work, we also learned that, which allowed us to really focus on our land use and transportation policies. At that time, pricing was not something that we were contemplating as well. But what we found is that these strategies in this slide really were, through our sensitivity testing that we did, really are the top, would provide the largest potential greenhouse gas reduction. And then in particular, combinations, working community design and transit in combination, along with others, would really lead to even greater potential greenhouse gas reduction benefits. We also learned that these types of strategies really had a moderate but also very important potential greenhouse gas reduction benefit. And then when coupled with those earlier policies on the last slide, they even had even greater potential. So, providing new biking and walking connections, having travel options, helping our system operate more effectively with system management and technology are important contributions. We also evaluated sort of the potential reduction that could come from new capacity, and not surprising, given the potential to induce vehicle travel, this was the set of strategies that we tested that had the lowest carbon reduction potential. So building on that initial work, it really reinforced and demonstrated that our 2040 growth concept was the right strategy overall, but really we needed to do more to invest more in communities to implement the kinds of strategies that were going to give us the greatest greenhouse gas reduction, and also help us do so in a way that helped achieve other desired outcomes around equity, public health, improved safety, and really to ground the scenarios that we then moved forward with these three in testing different levels of investment with an eye towards what was politically feasible and also financially feasible. And that through the scenario work and analysis that we did, also recognize that we would fall short of not just our targets, but other goals if we continue to invest in our region and in our communities at the levels in which we had been currently investing. I also, as we moved into the next phase, based on the analysis of those three options, we really then looked towards trying to identify, of all of the different policies and strategies, which ones really would help us provide multiple benefits. One of the things that we did through this work that was especially groundbreaking for us is we partnered with the Oregon Health Authority. They conducted a public health assessment. They actually conducted public health assessments at each phase of the process that really helped inform the public health benefits of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. What we learned through that is that we would really benefit significantly from all aspects of these, and that we really needed to be working to not only advance public health and social equity in our investments, but also implementation, but work towards making sure that there's also flexibility and incentives for our local partners. A key theme that came throughout the process was one size does not fit all, and so any of the most of the policies that we tested and are in the final strategy were already being implemented to varying degrees across the region, and recognize that each community is at a different stage of development and different potential for implementation, and to provide that flexibility in our final approach. I do want to say one aspect of this is that we had very broad, deep engagement of community and business leaders, local governments, both the elected at the staff level. The state agencies were incredible partners in this, ODA and DLCD, DEQ, the DOE as well. But throughout this effort, we spent a lot of time and effort to really bring a lot of voices that really helped build the broad support that we had at the end, and as we're now been implementing it in the future. One thing that we did as part of that engagement, we used a combination of many different strategies, really trying to provide different ways for people to engage in this work. It's very technical in some respects, but really finding ways to bring more people to the table and to different tables and to hear more voices. We implemented for the first time a series of policymaker summits as well, which the Metro Council convened. It's two land use and its transportation policy advisory committees. The photo down at the bottom of the screen shows we had a series of 3 of those meetings to really build support and to reach agreement about what the level of effort and ambition our final strategy should include. That engagement then really led to the final adopted strategy that we developed in 2014. It was approved by the Commission in 2015, and we fully incorporated it into our regional transportation plan in 2018. Its basis are these 9 different policy areas. We also created a toolbox of potential actions that could be taken at the state level by Metro, by cities and counties, as well as transit providers to really advance all aspects of these. And as I said, they have been integrated into our long-range plan in a more deep way, and through our investments as well as our RTP policies to help further advance implementation of the strategy. We found that, sort of at the bottom line through all of the analysis that we did, it was really important that we were focused on shared values, not just reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but really articulating and communicating the broad set of benefits that it could bring both to public health, to the environment, as well as to pocketbooks in terms of business, government, but also households, and particularly households with low income. But the bottom line is that really it will reducing greenhouse gas emissions and developing plans and strategies that do that really help accomplish all of those different goals. And that really helped build broad support for this. I would also say that the final strategy that we adopted actually exceeded the target that had been set. That was purposeful. It was intended to be aspirational, sort of recognizing that the targets really should be a minimum. There were concerns by many elected officials that the fleet and technology assumptions would not come to be, and that we were going to need to be picking up in areas that might be falling short. Also wanted to make sure that the level of investment that we were assuming in our final strategy was really helping accomplish many things that the region had been working on since the 90s, and that was another reason to go farther. So in terms of how we're doing so far, as Cody said in his overview, we prepared our first monitoring report as part of the Regional Transportation Plan update. We found that we're making satisfactory progress, but that's under the current rule and targets. We also knew as we were adopting the RTP at that time, there were more recent reports coming from the Intergovernmental or International Panel on Climate Change that time is getting shorter and things are changing, but we are on track to meet what has been asked of us, and we exceeded several targets that we had identified within Climate Smart to monitor. We are falling short of other RTP targets, and some of that is work that we'll be continuing to work towards as we move into our next RTP update in a year or two. So just to highlight some of the keys that we feel, as Margie said, this has been transformational for our region. I continue to be amazed and very proud of the work that we did. Climate Smart is discussed at almost every Metro Council and policy committee on a regular basis. For our region, it's because I think of the amount of collaboration and how inclusive we were. It was really important that we also had the sustained leadership within our agency, from the council down to our department, to really, and then across the region, elected officials that really has helped drive policy and planning decisions today. I think having the targets adopted by the Commission also provided an important backstop to our work. And so I just really want to highlight that continues to be important. And also the leading with shared values and really communicating the broader benefits and looking for those strategies that are delivering multiple benefits, not just a climate benefit. Because of the deep engagement and collaboration, there were several recommendations that came out of the development of the strategy that we brought forward into our regional transportation plan update, specifically around equity. And we really reshaped our regional transportation plan to focus not on just on climate, but also advancing equity, safety, and managing congestion as part of our 4 policy priorities. Securing resources are also, and leveraging existing resources for the planning and implementation is also a key part of our success. And Metro has, since adoption, has been changing our grant programs and also working on funding measures to really advance key aspects of this, including the transportation funding measure that may be considered for referral later this year. The last bullet, I also want to highlight that I think that's something that we still have more work to do in terms of having the data and the tools to be able to measure greenhouse gas emissions and monitor our progress. And that's something that we look forward to working with the state agencies on as they work to respond to the executive order. And then just for sake of time, I just want to highlight we have very serious challenges ahead of us, financial, dealing with COVID-19. It's been 13 years since the state first adopted the greenhouse gas goals. It's been 10 years since we started the Climate Smart strategy. We have a lot of work to do really to be able to be ready and be able to be poised in a way that moves, that I think the executive order is really going to help us move forward. We're at a pivotal moment, and this is really an important time for our region and for Oregon to be investing in communities in ways that are going to implement what I think the Commission is looking to do, but also support our housing goals, support our equity goals, help people get where they need to go, and also make our communities more resilient as we move forward. So I just want to highlight, this is something that we used a lot during our Climate Smart process. We know climate change is real. We know we have a lot of work to do. And this is really an important reminder of all the things that this work can help do for the state and for our region. So we really appreciate the opportunity to share this work, and Margie and I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, thank you so much to Margie for being here, and then Kim, your great presentation. And I'm going to actually ask the first question on this one. I'm going to take a priority here. I guess I should admit to my fellow commissioners that I'm a big fan of scenario planning for a lot of the reasons you described, Kim, but also I guess the key is it can bring in a lot of new entrants, a lot of new stakeholders, and helps them envision the consequences of different futures relative not just to greenhouse gas reduction, but health and other sorts of things. And so that's my bias, having been involved in the effort at Metro. And I know you had obviously a very robust engagement process above and beyond just the scenario process itself. But a question I have for you, and I will probably be asking Lane County this as well, how important was scenario planning in this effort? And would you be in the same place today if you hadn't done scenario planning?
I thank you, Chair. I think that it was really critical to our work. It allowed a way to explore different options, to really see what it would take to really also build a shared understanding about the value of these different policies and strategies. And I think the relationships and partnerships that were created and just the trust that we were able to build across all the different stakeholders because of the engagement and their involvement directly in creating and defining what we were testing and learning along the way. I think it was a very important part of that and our success.
Thanks. I appreciate that, Margie. I know you weren't there at the time, but any thoughts about that?
Well, I would say, thank you for the question, Chair MacArthur. I would say that because of the extensive process we went through, there's trust in the results. For example, Metro right now is undertaking a building support for a huge transportation measure, $4.1 or $5 billion transportation measure. We had a 35-member task force of business people, community members, and elected officials. When the issue of climate came up, there was enough familiarity, enough knowledge, and enough trust that Climate Smart was going to lead us that we didn't have to recreate the wheel with that task force. We were able to lean on the Climate Smart to guide us in decision-making on how to identify the best projects on those corridors. And it was extremely helpful in that process. So again, like Kim said, we continue to use it again and build on that process and that trust that we built up from scenario planning.
Thanks for the feedback. I appreciate it. And I'd like to open it up to my fellow commissioners to ask questions of Kim or Margie, if you have any.
Chair MacArthur, it looks like Commissioner Sandoval has his hand up.
Commissioner.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you for sharing your experience with us. It's very valuable. I'm just wondering what kind of opposition you ran into and how you dealt with that. And also, do you think this is something that we can replicate throughout the state, or is the context in other areas just really different?
So I think, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. I think that there were different challenges along the way. Not everybody believes climate change is human caused or always felt that it was agreeable to have state targets set for our region, and the fact that we were the only region in Oregon that was required to do this work, adopt it, and implement it. So those were some of the early challenges. We even debated whether we should call this Climate Smart, but in the end, we decided this is what it's doing. We're working towards reducing our impact on climate change. We did have a nearly unanimous support, and I would say that at the final adoption, and I think some of the concerns that people raised were, what does this mean for roadway projects in the future, particularly larger highway projects that are still being contemplated in the region, and that's a debate that continues today. We haven't resolved that, but I would say that because of this, we are really we're being held accountable for what we said we were going to do, by the advocates, by elected officials themselves. That's why they discuss it almost in every meeting. Well, what does this mean for our Climate Smart? I do think that the scale of what we did, I think, we have a larger population, more people, but I think the types of strategies and the types of engagement and the actual technical work, I think is applicable. When the rule was first defined for our region, we were the guinea pig. We were the ones that we were supposed to test this out and see what worked, and then figure out, how it could be scaled to work in other regions. And we're obviously happy to be a resource and help support that work along with what ODOT and DLCD have been doing with the other regions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions from commissioners for these particular folks?
Chair MacArthur, I have more of a comment, but also just would love any further thought related to the inclusion of the health department through this work. I think is just so insightful, and we know health impacts and how that plays out in different communities over time. So I just wonder if you would elaborate a little bit on the learnings from that partnership.
Yeah, thank you. That was, at that time for this particular project, it was the Oregon Health Authority. We actually applied for several grants to help provide funding to them to do the technical work. So they ran the model that it's called ITHM, the Integrated Transportation Health Impact Model that they are continuing to develop. So I think it just brought some new information and also provided some of the economic benefits, because we were able to, share information about what the health impact of our built environment. And we know that, the health impacts are different for different communities across the region, particularly based on income and race, but then also help inform cost savings from healthcare cost savings, but also time from an individual perspective, but also business. So it was just another data point that really helped highlight that this was a very important aspect of reducing emissions, whether they're greenhouse gas emissions or other criteria pollutants as well.
Vice Chair Permine, this is Cody. I'd like just to give a plug there too that Central Lane also did a health impact assessment in their scenario planning project. And then ODOT and DLCD are partnering with the health department to do the same thing for our strategic assessments in Central Lane and Albany. So they've been a really great resource and partner in this program going forward. And they're very supportive and excited to work with us.
Great, thank you. That's wonderful.
Great. Any other commissioners that want to comment or ask a question?
Looks like Commissioner Hollova has her hand up.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I had two questions. One question was, and I was wondering, you're talking about kind of unexpected, I don't want to say unexpected, but spin-off benefits. That last cartoon you had, sort of like, what are the spin-off benefits from this? I wondered if you could address if there were any unexpected spin-off benefits from this work, and if that brought any new or extra stakeholders to the equation, or if in the future one could imagine bringing new financial resources based on spin-off benefits. So that was my first question. And then the second question, was there anything that you did during this process that you feel, because you've already done it, would either reduce time or money for other regions to do the same? Like you've done it, you can pass it on, they don't have to do it, or they can just tweak it. So those are my two questions.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I'll, on the sort of spin-off surprises, I don't know that there were, I think we sort of knew based on some of the background research that these were other benefits, but it just was more, I think that the unintended or surprise was just how important that really was in building the broad support, so that everybody could see they were getting something out of it and something that they cared about. Because not everybody has, while we have a shared set of values, there's some things are more important to people. And so I think being able to communicate that broad array of benefits in a compelling way was really important. In terms of cost savings for the other efforts, a lot of the front end work that we did was was technical in nature and adapting the Green Step model to run at a regional scale. When ODOT first developed it, it's now called Vision Eval. It was developed as a statewide model. So there's a lot of that front end work. I think they've continued to fine tune and hone that to be able to run it. I think a challenge that was also a challenge for us, that is a challenge for the other MPOs, is how to continue to evaluate greenhouse gas emissions, even with Metro's abilities and technical capacity within our research center. We didn't have the capacity to continue having staff dedicated to run that model. We had a staff person that worked with ODOT staff. So that, I think, going back to something that Kirsten said at the beginning in terms of technical capacity, I think those are things that are going to need to continue. But I think the planning process, the scenario planning process is the same, and it's really about the scale. And I think having broad engagement is really important and is something that shouldn't be shortcutted in any of these efforts. And I think is just as important as the technical work is the engagement around it, and having a big tent with an ability to have a lot of voices be part of it.
And thank you for your response. I wanted to re-ask a portion of my first question, just so I can understand. Do you feel that, I guess, with these new stakeholders / everyone understanding the spin-off benefits from this work, that there could be new financial partners in funding this work,
Yes.
resources?
I do believe that's true. And thank you for re-asking that part. Yes, I do believe that is true, and it would also allow for these partnerships to work together. I think an example is a lot of the folks that were engaged in Climate Smart, subsequent regional transportation plan update, have been working with the Metro Council to develop this transportation funding measure. So it's the new sources of money, but also partnerships to build support to go seek new resources, I think, is another critical part of the partnerships and relationships that came out of the commitment to implementing Climate Smart.
And I might be stretching on this. when the health benefits came up, it made me wonder if there were health-oriented sources of money that don't normally get mingled with transportation money, that one would want to do some analysis and research on public health, and by, in effect, doing transportation analysis.
Yes, I think there are some sources, and that was, we sought funding to do the analysis, really. So that wasn't part of what we received from the state or that Metro funded, but that it brought resources to be able to do that analysis for public health, and then also could help us go for other sources that are out there. The Environmental Protection Agency has monies. There's other efforts out there to be able to target.
MacArthur, it looks like Deputy Director Kirsten Green has her hand up.
Kirsten Green, please comment.
Thanks, Chair and Vice Chair. I wanted to make a friendly reminder mention of Oregon Health Authority's interest in supporting this work going forward. You might recall they were on our agenda in March.
Right.
They're involved with their state health improvement plan right now, which has many, many well-aligned and shared outcomes and benefits with what we're contemplating here. So if it's possible to squeeze them into the July agenda, we might all benefit from an update on their work. And I know they're interested in this work as well. Again, we just didn't have time to squeeze them in today. Thank you.
I suspect they're pretty busy as well right now.
Right. So. They were still going to come in March. It was pretty impressive. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that, Kirsten. Any other commissioners want to ask a question of the Metro folks? So seeing none, thank you so much, Margie and Kim. And I'm going to turn it back to Cody to introduce our next panelists.
I'd just really like to thank Kim and Margie. You guys have really, I think, shown the way and the framework and the rules for following up with the performance monitoring. It's been seamless and really make our job easy. And I think you're really demonstrating a good framework to follow, although recognizing that not everyone has the resources of the Metro government. But thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Okay, so you can find out more information in your staff report starting on page 3 and then attachments B and C for the Metro Climate Smart Strategy work. There's just a brief overview flyer and then also the findings from their performance monitoring work. Next, I wanted to talk about the Central Lane MPO area. So that's the Eugene Springfield area. This is on page 4 of the staff report. You can also find their report to the legislature on their scenario planning work on attachment D. So again, Central Lane was unique in the legislation HB 2001. They're the only other metro area to get called out specifically. The legislature required them to identify in a scenario that would meet the reduction target, but they wouldn't have to adopt that regionally. And so the other thing would be that they identified the cities and counties had to do this selection, not the MPO specifically. And then the report goes directly to the legislature, not to LCDC, although in 2015, they did report to our commission as well, I believe the same meeting or the meeting after when Metro presented. So they did that, and now they're on the voluntary track. So that means that they can do strategic assessments, or if they want to do scenario planning, they can do that. Last year, the department started working with staff at the MPO to do a strategic assessment. And so we have been engaged with them, and we've been coaching up their staff to do the modeling work in-house, which is great. And then kind of just getting them up to speed on all the planning and process stuff. So ODOT and DLCD staff continue to work with them. So I'm going to turn it over now to Mayor Christine Lundberg. Congratulations on your 3rd term, Mayor of Springfield. And then Rob Interfield, the Transportation Planning Manager from the City of Eugene, to talk a little bit about their experience and give some thoughts on our work going forward.
Well, Chair MacArthur and commissioners, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay. I want to start by just going over what we've done. The City of Springfield participated in the Central Lane scenario planning process. One key aspect of that process that we would like to see going forward is ensuring that local agencies have flexibility in how the goals are accomplished. 2 or more local agencies can accomplish the same goal by taking different paths. Any state action should include flexibility to allow for that. The Central Lane scenario planning process allowed local governments to look beyond existing plans and understand what the implications would be of making changes without requiring implementation. Partners tested new ideas and set aspirations that could inform future decisions. Implementing the Central Lane scenario planning preferred scenario would not represent a dramatic shift in our region's transportation and land use policy. The process highlighted successful policies and reinforced that local and regional plans already support state greenhouse gas reduction goals. Lack of funding is the main barrier to achieving the preferred scenario in our region, helping to implement Oregon STS. Achieving the preferred scenario, and in many cases, achieving policies in existing plan would require substantial additional funding for transit and active transportation infrastructure, education and marketing programs, and operations and maintenance for the entire system. Funding for transit operations and maintenance is particularly important in the region to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Recent funding mechanisms, which focused on capital development, not operations, have placed Lane Transit District in a position where they struggle to expand the existing system. And that's more true now than ever before during the COVID crisis, when they had to severely curtail their operations for some of the most vulnerable folks that depend on the LTD for their work and any place that they need to go. Even if LTD could identify funding for system expansion, the agency would need additional funding to operate and maintain that system. The newly implemented STIF funding has helped, but higher levels of transit funding and eliminating the new pilot project constraint are needed to achieve the reduced emissions and SDS goals. Further changes to state funding programs to create more opportunities for competitive multimodal grants would help local governments and achieve state goals. For instance, the previously available STIP non-highway enhanced funding enabled Springfield to fund sidewalk infill that helps complete sidewalk networks near schools and along key transit routes in our community. If more funding had been available through that program, we could have also designed and constructed key regional multi-use path connections. ODOT and OTC need to reinstate, originate, and/or expand local grant programs. These programs need to allow for real input and decision-making by the local and regional stakeholders. Reinstating the STIP non-highway enhanced grant program, significantly increasing funding for safe routes to schools, infrastructure, and non-infrastructure grants, and funding other similar programs would provide more funding for regional goals and objectives and allow for true local input. It also would support implementation of the STS to help meet state goals around the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from transportation. Implementation of the Central Lanes preferred scenario should remain voluntary to allow each government or agency in the region to use the results of that process to inform future planning process and to pursue implementation using the tools and approaches most appropriate for each agency and community. Central Lanes preferred scenario is necessarily flexible. The scenario allows each community to select actions to maximize co-benefits that are important to local communities, such as an improved local economy, public health benefits, and equity outcomes, in addition to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The process also allowed culturally different communities to find tailored policies that met both local needs and regional goals. The scenario planning process was limited to the MPO boundary because transportation issues are not contained by the MPO boundary. This artificial limit made it difficult to fully understand the impacts and benefits of scenarios to the rural areas that surround the MPO and to transportation to and from and through the MPO area. Because the process was complex and time-consuming, it is highly unlikely that a region would undertake a similar effort without state support and funding. It is important to note that the STS itself identifies funding for implementation as key to actually producing significant results. The next step in further implementing the STS should focus on funding, not more planning. Lastly, I will close with a few final thoughts on how to move forward. MPOs should not be regulated or mandated by the state agencies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, irrespective of the question whether the state can even do that. Outside of the Portland MPO, the other Oregon MPOs only have federal authority with respect to transportation. They do not have any land use or other authority under Oregon law. Not only does that limit the ability of MPOs to take the full range of actions that could be considered during implementation of the STS, but the reality is that the MPOs are structured in a way, policy board membership, staffing, etc., that is not set up to discuss, much less decide, non-transportation issues that also significantly impact our state's emissions. With regards to monitoring enforcement, the state should not mandate local jurisdictions monitoring unless significant funding accompanies that requirement. Smaller cities do not have the staff available to dedicate more time and energy to state issues when we are trying to focus our staff's time and energy on delivering projects that help implement the goals of the STS. Oregon's MPOs and others were involved via a DLCD advisory committee in nearly 2 years of draft rulemaking that resulted in recommended updates and would have moved metropolitan area transportation forward. That rulemaking was pulled with no explanation at the last minute, resulting in a loss of progress. If more rulemaking is going to occur, it should focus on rulemaking around the TPR, like that what was drafted more than a year ago, not starting over or doing more planning. In summary, we urge LCDC and the other state commissions and agencies involved in this effort to implement the Oregon STS to focus on increasing funding sources for implementation and provide the flexibility to local jurisdictions on how to implement changes to achieve the state's goals. And I know I've said funding many, many times, and I know that we are all in this scenario, including at the very local point of how to go about doing anything. But right now, those are the key components that will make any sort of additional work that needs to be done for it to occur. So with that, I'm going to stop, and I thank you very much for your time.
Great, Rob, do you want to go ahead and then we
Sure.
can take questions from the commission?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Okay. So again, I'm Rob Interfeld, Transportation Planning Manager for the City of Eugene, and I apologize in advance. This will be a little redundant with what Mayor Lundberg said. To meet our greenhouse gas reduction goals, there is a need for increased funding for both infrastructure and programming to shift what modes people use for travel. Eugene devotes a significant share of its own transportation funding for active transportation, but combined with what we currently receive through ODOT grants and from the Central Lane MPO, this is not enough. We are also very limited on funding to expand the MX bus rapid transit network. The initial 3 phases of the MX have led to significant increases in bus ridership in our metro area. We recognize that DLCD is not a funding agency, but LCDC is part of a 4-agency work group that includes the Oregon Transportation Commission. You can influence how the OTC allocates transportation funding. Active transportation needs to be adequately and sustainably funded separate and apart from other funding pots. It needs to be supported as a separate priority. At the current rate of investment, it would take more than 150 years to complete the walking and biking networks solely on ODOT-owned facilities. That also does not account for the substantial need for investment to complete walking and biking networks within the city and county-owned portions of the transportation system. Funding pedestrian, bicycle, and other active transportation needs is not only a significant lever for supporting implementation of the STS, but also contributes to goals related to health and transportation safety and more. Due to the constitutional limitation on the use of Oregon's gas tax revenue, there needs to be a dedicated, sustainable funding source implemented for off-street, out of the right-of-way, multimodal improvements. Again, these improvements are not only important for improving non-vehicular mode choices related to greenhouse gas emissions, but also supported goals related to health, safety, and other things. Governor Brown has directed ODOT to develop a project selection screening tool that prioritizes projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. DLCD could play a key role in this, as land use attributes are a key determinant of the ability of an infrastructure investment to lead to an increase in active transportation. In recent years, ODOT has prioritized active transportation investments on its own facilities, which are often in places with lower population density, where there is less of an opportunity to influence the choices that people make about what travel mode to use. So in other words, they're investing more outside of metropolitan areas, more in rural communities where there aren't as many opportunities to really shift mode share. Oregon state agencies and commissions implementing the STS should be more proactive and innovative, leading the way by example, by research, by case studies, and with funding, but not with mandates, to inform and allow local and regional entities to follow their lead. Until the recent direction from the governor, the STS has been more of an afterthought. The STS was completed by ODOT staff and consultants in 2013, but was not adopted by the OTC until 2018. The state also needs to have more incentives for development that is transit oriented, close in, compact, etc. We need more tools to encourage this kind of development because people living in this context are much more likely to drive less. State incentives for development should help support local land use plans and their implementation. To cite the March 2018 Reducing Greenhouse Gas Emissions from Transportation and Land Use, Lessons from the West Coast States research article in the Journal of Transport and Land Use, one of the key lessons learned is that states must go further than requiring scenario planning and consider funding and regulations to implement plans. Though scenario planning models and resulting plans are improving, plans will not be successful without adequate funding for implementation and a reorientation of status quo transportation funding. In an era when transportation funds are sparse and several funding sources are constitutionally or statutorily constrained, finding adequate funding for plans designed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is a major obstacle. Finally, to the extent that LCDC does undertake additional rulemaking, we request that the work of the former Rulemaking Advisory Committee on Metropolitan Transportation Planning be honored and built on, not abandoned. There was a significant amount of staff time and trust building on the part of local governments that went into that. And as Mayor Lundberg said, it was just kind of terminated in the 11th hour. To sum up, our area strongly believes that no more planning is needed, that enough planning has been done to demonstrate what projects, programs, and policies will be effective in our area in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And what is needed now is more funding and resources to pursue and implement the effective and meaningful projects, programs, and policies. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Lundberg and Rob Innerfeld. We'll open it up to questions from the commission. I guess I have a initial question though. Given that your preferred scenario was not adopted, how are you using it, if at all, to guide expenditure of your existing transportation dollars within your region today?
A couple of things. First of all, we've been working with staff at ODOT and with Cody on the strategic assessment. There was actually work that the city of Eugene did just a year, I think it was around a year ago, and Cody, feel free to jump in, where we worked on the latest version of the Green Step model. The name has changed several times, so sometimes I have trouble keeping up with it. And it actually informed the city's own internal planning around what we're calling our Climate Action Plan 2.0. And it's helping us understand how far our transportation system plan will get towards reaching the goals of our own City of Eugene climate plan. And then our MPO is now being trained by ODOT staff on how to do additional strategic assessments so we can actually sort of turn the dials and understand, for example, our own TSP calls for tripling the rate of biking, and that's an input into the scenario planning. And if we only double it, then what, instead of tripling it, then what would be the outcome? So it does actually help inform, I'd say, more our planning work moving forward. It hasn't necessarily informed what we've done until this date. But I mean, honestly, if you look at how the jurisdictions in our area spend our transportation dollars, which we see as one of the major levers of change, our priorities are maintaining the system we have. So a lot of that is, when we're talking about capital, those are pavement preservation projects, safety projects. Most of us have some version of a Vision Zero policy. And then the third are active transportation projects, including walking, biking, and transit projects. So it's hard to say that we should deprioritize any one of those three. They're all really important. And that's why we're asking that more funding be available from the state, and especially from ODOT, to be able to implement the kinds of projects we feel are necessary to really give people more options about how to get around safely. ODOT used to provide a lot more funding to build pedestrian and bicycle projects, and it just hasn't been, and we can go into more details on that sometime, but it just hasn't been, they shifted their major funding streams to focus more on state facilities in the STIP that they're about to adopt. They've kind of turned inward, and it's been really disappointing. The other area that we focus on at the City of Eugene and in our metropolitan area is transportation options programming. So things like our Smart Trips program, for example. The last thing I'll mention is that the City of Eugene received a TGM grant to develop transportation demand management regulations for our city. So the idea is that we will have new requirements on developers and employers of a certain size around trip reduction and giving more options to their employees and their residents. And so that's something also that, I mean, you could say to some extent has come out of the scenario planning, but I'd say even more importantly, it's just really integral to how we see our ability to reduce the MT and to increase the percentage of trips that are done by walking and biking in transit, which are all goals of tripling all of those is a goal of our TSP.
Thank you. That's helpful. So just to kind of get it in my head, it's not as if there are criteria or anything that came out of the preferred alternative by which you are using to evaluate what projects to fund in addition to safety and maintenance issues. Is that correct?
You could say that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. So other commissioners, questions for Central Lane?
Looks like Commissioner Sandoval has a question, and then Commissioner Morrow.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, well, thank you both for your comments. So this question is for both cities. In terms of your bus rapid transit, have you seen more housing development in terms of more density development, links to bike lanes, maybe even some affordable development, being tied to the bus rapid transit?
Would you like to go first, Mayor Lindberg?
Mayor, you're muted.
Yes, I am. I'll let Rob go first, but I can add a couple of things.
Okay. That's a good question, Commissioner Sandoval. Our first line was between downtown Eugene and downtown Springfield. And I would say that in that part of Eugene, the housing development is more driven by proximity to the University of Oregon. And so what we've seen over time is a lot more housing has been built near campus, which enables, and to some extent, I think it's led to less ridership on LTD and more students walking and biking to school. And we've seen that the percentage of students biking to school, for example, is really solid at like 22, 23%. And the walking rates are also really high. So it's hard to really say that housing was put in specifically because of the proximity to the MX, just like it would be hard to say that the basketball arena, which is right next to an MX station, was built for that reason. But I think that housing and the arena benefit from that proximity. The newest line, the West Eugene MX, only opened in 2017, so it's really hard to be able to tell whether that's leading to any investments in multifamily in that area. But one thing I will say is that there has been additional subsidized affordable housing built in that area by some of our regional affordable housing developers like St. Vincent de Paul and Homes for Good. And there's also a lot of what I would call market rate affordable housing in that part of Eugene. And I think by building the MX out to West Eugene, it really did gave people, lower income people who live in that market rate housing and the subsidized housing access to our regional transit system. So I think there's been a big benefit there.
So what I can add is that we had the first two, the first line was between Eugene and Springfield. The second line was in Springfield, and part of the primary purpose of where that line went to was employment centers. So, but in addition to putting the line in what is our gateway area for an employment use, there is also additional units that are going in now in the gateway area. But we are putting in a new affordable housing subdivision that is apartments that are going to be within 3 or 4 blocks. Someone can catch the regular bus line that then goes to our MX line. So so there is a very purposeful piece that we put in that is built into our affordable housing, that it needs to be near transit lines. And we're a small enough community that our regular transit matches up with our MX transit service. So there are the areas in the community are pretty well covered with the transit system.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morrow.
Okay. Thank you very much for an informative presentation and for the work that you're doing. You both mentioned money, 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 and we know that that is our biggest limiting factor to making a difference in greenhouse gas reduction. So that's a big thing. But you also both said something about not wanting to abandon the work that was done on the previous rule. And that, so I wanted to understand that more, what you thought was important in the previous rule, and if your comments about not leaving it behind were about timing or something that was in the previous rule.
Well, I mean, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to go ahead because I think it was in the amendments that had been proposed that was what was tabled at the last minute.
Right.
So I'll let Rob.
Yeah, that's
sure.
what I'm talking about, the amendments that were tabled. Why is it important to hang on to those amendments or work that was done towards those amendments?
So the previous rule, my recollection is a lot of it had to do with creating benchmarks and performance measures for cities to use to report to the department around how we are going about reducing VMT from local transportation. And we felt like we created some good mechanisms there and there were good tools that cities could use, and they could choose whether to work alone or regionally. It seemed like part of the reason the whole thing was put on hold was because the amendments also would remove the requirement to have a regional transportation system plan, which is something that we supported locally. I mean, we have a requirement to have a TSP. We also, through our MPO, have to have a regional transportation plan. That's our federal plan. We didn't feel like it was necessary to have a third plan. I think it's important to understand, like the city of Springfield, for example, they have one transportation planner. So anytime you create a new process, and that we have to, and that's the one person that does most of the work through the NPO and then does their TSP. And I would say on my team, in Eugene, we have more resources, but we are 95% of the work we do is focused on either transportation options, safety, or active transportation. It's all the kinds of things that we're talking about here today. So any new process that you create, or even like a rulemaking process, that's going to take our staff away from actually trying to implement the kind of things that we want to see happen here. We're not going to hire more staff. Even if you give us funding for the process, we're probably not going to hire more staff for just some temporary amount of time. There's only so much of us individual people to go around. So
thank you for that. I hope the commissioners hear that and the staff hears that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to turn it back to staff. Is there anything else that staff wanted to wrap up before we go into public testimony?
We do have a couple more things, Chair MacArthur, to go through. So I can try to kind of hurry through those to get to testimony. I know we're probably going a little long here. So our third stop down kind of the level of effort on scenario planning would be the lowest level. This is our strategic assessment. I know that we've talked to you about this in November at Reedsport, and we did a little bit back in January. So I will do just a real, 30,000 foot here. This is where we come in, DLCD, ODOT staff lead the exercise. We work directly with the MPO and city staff. We don't do elected leaders. We don't do public outreach, very little public participation. It's a quantitative effort just to assess, given the plans that are adopted today, and the current trends of demographic, fuel prices and things that we're expected to meet in the future, how do those stack up to our adopted GHG reduction targets for the region? Regions can choose to add other goal areas as well. We use the Vision Eval modeling tool is the latest and greatest that we're using there. We do have
Uh-oh.
Hi, Cody. I think we lost you.
Yeah, you kind of.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, apologize. Okay, there's my little notification. I have an unstable connection.
Cody, you might want to call in.
Well, I'll try to drop off.
Cody, I don't know if it's worth calling in, just taking a moment to call in on the Zoom numbers. I know Amanda had to do that as well. Chair MacArthur, would you mind if we just pause to let Cody do that by phone?
Yes, let's do that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We want to hear what you have to say, Cody. Short little break here.
I'm going to try to bear through on the internet if you guys can hear me now. This is probably going to take a while to do the call-in number.
We hear you now.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to restart and just cross my fingers. So back to strategic assessments, staff level exercise. We don't do public outreach and public participation. We work with staff, the cities and the MPOs. We do all the modeling and planning process with them. We do have a one-page tear out in your staff report on attachment E for you to give kind of an overview. It's more of a what if exercise. It's basically what do you have on the books in your adopted plans and the current forecast of trends, and where will those get you towards your GHG target in the future or any other goals your region may have. Then we would do what we call a sensitivity testing. You heard Kim Ellis talk about that, and that is basically just turning the dials up in different action areas such as transit. What if we did triple the amount of transit? So we do a bunch of one-off what ifs, and then we also do those in combination. The nice thing is that we are partnering with the Oregon Health Department, and we're doing the health impact analysis. And so that's something that's very complementary, the modeling tools that they use. You can also see that in the staff report in page 7, I believe, is where we have the write-up of the different tools and resources. And that's it. There's no follow-up other than areas who have wanted to follow up. We've gone back. We identify actions that the region could take. They're called key pathways. So you say, if you put a lot of effort into transit and bike ped with some pricing mechanisms, you could get there. Or if you really wanted to do something on fleet fuels in your area, such as the Rogue Valley has some renewable natural gas, we allow that as well. So since we started this program, we've done work in 5 different areas, Corvallis being 2 phases. And so really the findings is that we are feasible to reach the targets. The targets we adopted are feasible. Each area to date has been about 3% off of their adopted plans to the target, but there's been several pathways to reaching the target for them. Corvallis in phase 2, they came back and they wanted to do a scenario analysis that they looked into 4 different key policy areas that they want to look into, such as land use, transit, active transportation, and then some parking management. And the key finding there was that really it shows the synergies between actions. So if you just did transit, you might get a 1 or 2%, but if you added transit and bike, then you get a 5%. So really the whole is greater than the sum of its parts when you put them together. We're currently working with the Albany area MPO and Central Lane staff to do strategic assessments there, and we are expected to have something due later this summer. And now I just wanted to recognize Amanda Peets on the call here as well. She's been a great partner in this program, and she wanted to follow up on something that we were talking about with the commission, and I guess going forward, kind of the level of effort to do scenario planning and strategic assessment, looking across the spectrum. So Amanda, you want to take it from here?
Sure, thanks Cody. So for the record, Amanda Peets, I'm the director of ODOT's new climate office. I'm proud to be here today. So just building off of Cody's last comments and hearing some of the commission questions earlier, I think it is important to note that we have been able in some ways to replicate some of the good work done by Portland Metro and see some pretty consistent results. A lot of them are consistent with the statewide transportation strategy in terms of the types of actions that have been identified, whether that's increasing biking and walking, public transportation, the importance of land use connections. So we're seeing some good synergies across these efforts. What I wanted to focus on a little bit, how much do these things cost and what is the level of effort required? And I think really importantly within that, as others have talked about, or the staff capacity in that technical piece. So when we talk about efforts like Portland Metro and their climate smart communities, the total cost in that was about $6 million. And there was a question earlier by one of the commissioners on could those costs be reduced over time? So our staff estimate for doing that work moving forward is less than that $6 million because we've done a lot of work around the modeling and analysis side of things. ODOT's continued to develop the Vision Eval tool to help the local jurisdictions. So we anticipate those costs to go down. ODOT provided about half of the funding for Portland Metro as they did their work, and all of the funding for Central Lane as they did their scenario planning work. So we estimated full-scale scenario planning to be about $1 to $3 million in cost, and that would go to the local jurisdiction. That supports all the work that Kim talked about in terms of public outreach, which is a key component moving forward. For Central Lane's effort, that costs about $1 million. Again, funding provided by ODOT. They were able to dovetail some of their processes with ongoing local plans in terms of their outreach. And because they selected a preferred scenario but did not adopt it, there's a little bit less of a cost associated there with going through that agreement and consensus process. And then the strategic assessments that Cody just mentioned range in cost between $20,000 and $40,000. So significantly less than the larger efforts. And that's really that technical analysis work to see where they are and what their potential levers could be. In many of those efforts, like Rogue Valley, we developed a menu of implementation options for them so that they could see the types of actions to undertake to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So it was more than just that technical analysis piece. In terms of timing, the larger scale scenario planning efforts generally take between 2 and 3 years to complete, and the medium scale between 1 and 2, whereas a strategic assessment is about a 6-month process. So you can see there's some differences in timing. In terms of staff support, regardless of the level of scenario planning that people are engaging in, it's about 3 positions. So 1 planner from the Department of Land Conservation and Development, 1 from Department of Transportation as well. They help the local jurisdictions through the planning process, help them with interpreting results, writing reports, and really going out and sharing the information. And then an ODOT analyst really runs the modeling tool and does part of the technical analysis for them. Right now, in terms of available funding we have for local jurisdictions, at ODOT, we feel that climate is very important, and we'll try to adjust some of our resources to be able to fund some of this work. But we likely have about enough to do 1 effort at a time for over a couple-year period. And that's not only because of the cost, but mainly because of the staff capacity that I want to make sure we're acknowledging moving forward through this. Cody, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you.
Okay, thanks, Amanda. So just kind of wrapping this up, the key findings over the last 10 years are that by now it's not rocket science. We know the actions we need to take. We need to make walking and biking available and safe. We know that linking destinations with housing and smart land use planning, which we've been doing in the state for a long, long time, are key. We know that we really need to invest in transit, and we know basically what the levers are that we need to pull. As you've heard previously, there's no one strategy, there's no silver bullet, but there is silver buckshot. So the combinations of strategies are what's going to get us there. And that's I think the real power of the scenario planning is, finding which combinations work best across a region. And we know that there's a substantial amount of work needed to get there, and a lot of funding, as you've heard. It's not getting any easier on us. I think one of the key benefits of scenario planning, in my mind, is that the regional transportation plan is federally designated to encapsulate what you currently have money to pay for. They call it a constrained project list. So you can't plan for things that aren't in that constrained list. If you say I have X amount of $1 million in the next 25 years, that's what we'll plan for. The scenario plan is more visionary. So we can set out longer terms. We can say, make your business case for the investment. I heard a lot of talk earlier about different pots of money and being creative. And I know Metro, when they submitted their climate smart strategy, had some pretty ambitious funding assumptions for transit. And, come HB 2017, they actually were able to bond on that and acquire that funding. But having that business case model ready is a key benefit, I think, for regions to pursue further funding. It lets you quantify what you're going to get for that money. So the considerations, and this is the end of your staff report, it's messy. There's a lot of different stakeholders. There's a lot of different jurisdictions involved. We know about the regional local. Portland Metro is the only one that's really been showing that they've been on track to meet their targets and planning to meet their targets for what we have at DLCD. We know that other MPOs are not required to meet the targets, or cities or counties in the MPOs. And that we know that planning continues for local transportation system plans or federal regional transportation plans without being directly tied into the targets that we have at DLCD. Some of the key constraints that staff has identified is that, to date, there is no dedicated source of funding for scenario planning. And we know that scenario planning is dependent on funding resources from the state, that the cities and MPOs don't have this money sitting around to do this planning work. So going forward, staff believes that further mandates are going to be requiring resources, and that we're going to have to identify where we're going to get those resources. We know that, as I said, substantial amount of funding is going to be needed, not just for the planning, but for implementation. You can only get so far with planning, and really what you heard from the locals is they need money to get the good projects on the ground. So if we want to do any kind of questions, now's the time, and then I'm going to turn it over to Palmer to talk a little bit about kind of next steps going forward with the EO and scenario planning work.
Thank you, Cody. I think we should go directly to Palmer at this point. I think, and after Palmer, I'm going to actually request a 10-minute break. I think I need the bandwidth to actually listen to the rest of the public testimony, which I really want to be able to hear. So when Palmer summarizes that, then we'll take a 10-minute break.
Right.
Okay, yes, and to build on that, we appreciate everybody's patience. This has been a long agenda item, but we are down to the last couple of parts, but some of the most important parts, the public testimony and wanting to get input directly from the commission. So what we have here is an outline of what happens now. This goes to some of the questions that the commissioners asked earlier. So at the July LCDC meeting, we will be able to come back and talk about the final 2-year multi-agency STS implementation plan that I discussed earlier. That will be due to the governor on June 30th, so we'll be able to present that to the commission. I will note that that is a living document that that document will, that work plan will change over time, but we'll have the initial final 2-year plan and we can present that to the commission. And our TPR work is a major aspect of that. As I said earlier, we'll have a forum on June the 11th, where we're going to hear from stakeholders and the public on the May 15th report that was submitted to the governor. Again, that was the report required under Section 3 of the executive order, and it outlines what we're doing now and what we could do within our existing statutory authority to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and address the effects of climate change. So we'll have input, stakeholder input, summarize and bring it back to the commission in July. Also in July, very important, we can get further direction from the commission on the scope of this transportation planning rulemaking. And then in September, I'm going to go right to the bottom part of this slide here. We are going to initiate the rule making for the TPR rulemaking pursuant to the earlier work we've done into Section 9 of the executive order. We'll also be able to bring back a memo where we've had an analysis of the policy options that work well under scenario planning. You've heard a great deal about that today. And then we'll have this review of our of the target rules, the greenhouse gas reduction targets in Division 44. And then from there, we've started the rulemaking, and you can see some of the steps that happened over the next 4 months. We engage stakeholders, and we'll need extensive stakeholder engagement. As Cody said, this is work that involves many parties and many interests. So we will do that, and we'll continue to work with our agency partners on this particular rulemaking and the other work in the multi-agency work plan implementing the STS. And then I will stop there because I think it's, as the chair said, time for a break.
Great, and just to thank you, Palmer. And I want to really reflect on this really nice slide, because it is clear that in July, our very next meeting, this commission will be scoping the rulemaking exercise, and we will initiate in September. The only other thing I want to point out is that there is a lot of talk about the need for dollars for scenario planning. I feel like we should, even if we don't get money for scenario planning, we need to figure out a way to keep moving forward on this effort. It's too critical. We can't just keep waiting. So even though in each of these sections of the slide it shows scenario planning money and everything, I think it's critical to keep pursuing that. But we're going to go ahead with rulemaking regardless. So just want to make that point clear. And with that, I'm suggesting a 10-minute break before we actually take public testimony. And when we come back, I'm going to have a strict 3-minute limitation on public testimony so we can make sure that we hear everybody that needs to be heard and still finish sometime this evening for this meeting. But thanks again to staff and all the presenters. Very, very helpful information from Central Lane and Metro and others. I appreciate that. So it's 3:30. Let's come back at 3:40 to take public testimony on this item. Thank you.
Great. Let's see. And John, is our equipment ready to begin recording again?
Yep, already done.
Great. Chair MacArthur, it is 3:42.
Thank you. And do we have all the commissioners present?
Yes, we do.
Super. Well, thanks for everybody. I think I'm a little more refreshed. Hopefully we all are, so we can actually listen to the public testimony on this very important topic. Just for commissioners' reflection, we have a lot of written testimony that we received in advance. So if you have had a chance to read that, great. And then we also have some other folks that want to testify today. So, and I am going to limit folks to 3 minutes and be pretty strict about that. So, the first person up there is Ms. Lynch.
There. Am I available?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner MacArthur, and the rest of the commissioners who have been listening all day long to a great many issues. I've been very impressed by the presentations of your staff and your equally appropriate questions. You have our letter. Mostly I wanted to make sure that people knew how long this project has been going on. So the only things I really have to say today are the climate emergency is still with us, and Oregonians expect action, even while we are dealing with this huge multi-billion-dollar shortfall. In Oregon, we now have a statewide drought and possible really bad fire season. Summer heat is going to have an issue, particularly with our more vulnerable populations. So we need to move forward. And I agree with the Central Lane people that there is a starting point to be able to move this forward, and that includes having the rulemaking that was in process before it was stopped, and having 2 years of having local jurisdictions work on that rulemaking and moving forward with that, I think makes them feel like the 2 years they spent was not spent in vain. Otherwise, thank you very much for your work, and go forth and do good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. And I noticed that Ms. Kennedy is next, although you did have the opportunity to speak during non-agenda items, and we did hear your comments. There's also written testimony that you submitted in advance. So unless you have something else in addition to what you just said earlier to say, I would appreciate it if you would let us go to the next person after you. But what is your sense of that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple of points, and I'll be real quick. The first one is that under the executive order, paragraph 3 does apply to the commission, not only to the department, and particularly in rulemaking. So I have two comments. The first one is that the transportation planning rule process, I believe, should be moved up to July and not started in September. I think it needs to take a priority. The two charges are expedite and prioritize. The other one has to do with the comments that Director Rue said about funding. And no, I beg your pardon, white paper. I think the white paper should start sooner as well. Then moving to funding, I talked about that earlier this morning. I'm not sure the director was on the line, but the bonding opportunity. So I see two things. One is the bonding. The second is perhaps there could be a funding summit, because the Metro Portland area seem to have gone through this a lot, and they may have a lot of experience to share with others about how to get creative on funding. Thank you. That's all I had, and I can answer any questions about my testimony.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think we'll go on to Brian Campbell from Oregon APA.
Okay, Brian Campbell, you've been unmuted.
Okay, I'm unmuting myself. Okay, hello, this is Brian Campbell. Good afternoon. I'm with the Oregon chapter of the American Planning Association, and we have submitted some written testimony on this agenda item to the Commission on May 13th. So I'm not going to go over that so much today. I just wanted to express the sense of urgency that many other people have articulated today. And again, of course, we have a very tenuous financial situation. However, I think we would urge the commission, as many of you have already expressed, to continue to prioritize opportunities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from land use and transportation using whatever resources can become available. Clearly, the longer we wait to address the climate crisis in a coordinated manner, the more costly it's going to be for our state and residents, both financially, ecologically, and socially. And I don't know if any of you saw it, but there was an article, I think, on May 1st in the New York Times that said there's been an 8% drop in greenhouse gas emissions this year, and according to international experts, we'll need at least that much 8% reduction every year for the next 10 years to have even a chance at holding global warming to 2 degrees centigrade or 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit. So in other words, the next 3 years are critical to controlling the accelerating pace and climate crisis, and we all need to do our part to help. So we already have an advantage in the Oregon Planning Program, and we need to use that to the greatest effect to move this along. So I think we need to make sure that the state prioritizes this, as other people have said too. So I think Commissioner, our Director Rue kind of hit the nail on the head. From our perspective, housing and climate change really are the priorities. And we can't stress that enough in terms of what needs to happen next. So I'll leave my comments at that.
Thank you. Any questions for Brian? Seeing none, seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And Bob Courtright and Mary Kyle McCurdy have asked to be sort of a team. Bob will talk, Mary Kyle will talk. They'll each get 3 minutes, and then they'll both be there available to answer questions. So Bob, why don't you plug in?
Chair MacArthur, Commissioners, Bob Courtright, former staff at the department, and I continue to follow these issues closely. I want to urge you to, and I think you can move quickly to respond to the governor's direction. And again, that direction says that the commission should move immediately to use its authority and existing decisions to make progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And the letter I've sent to you gives you some detail on that, but let me just quickly summarize. The reality, contrary to what you heard from my friends at Central Lane, is that existing plans for most of our metropolitan areas fall well short of what we need to do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We need to reduce VMT by 20%. The plans for our metropolitan areas call for a 3% reduction. The same is true for mixed use development. We need to get most of our new development in compact mixed use neighborhoods, but we're seeing very little in the way of that in existing plans. So the reality is that we have a lot more work to do, and we need to get started to get there. And not moving forward with a rule now means that business as usual plan amendments are going to be taking place. Over the last year and a half that the commission's been talking about this, Bend and Corvallis have both adopted TSPs. Neither addresses greenhouse gas emissions or makes significant progress in reducing VMT. The city of Salem is in the middle of a comprehensive plan update that, although it's talking about greenhouse gas emissions, isn't aimed at meeting the targets. Next year, Central Lane will adopt a regional transportation plan. And despite the fact they did scenario planning 5 years ago, they're not planning to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as part of that plan. So we need to get started. And again, my point to you is you can do that now by doing what I would call phase 1 of a transportation planning rule amendment that puts in place a requirement to adopt plans that meet targets. And then you can wrestle with the bigger, longer term issues that we've been wrestling with for a long time, like enforcement and funding, in a second phase of rulemaking. And then I would suggest that you redirect TGM funding, which is yet to be committed. You have over $2.5 million in grants, but redirect the funding that you currently have available to help metropolitan areas and for the state to start partnering one of the things I think you should have picked up from Metro is this is a long-term proposition. We really have to get started. We aren't going to do it all at once. So let's start with the resources in an initial rulemaking.
Thank you, Bob. We're going to go to Mary Kyle next, and then we'll ask questions of both of you.
Thank you. Mary Kyle McCurdy, Deputy Director with 1000 Friends of Oregon. We find that the draft work plan is not responsive to the governor's directive to DLCD to, as you've heard, prioritize and expedite your actions and your current budgets, investments, and policymaking decisions to address the the climate executive order. Instead, you have a timeline that's proposed to take up to 2 years, which does not reflect that order or her letter to the agencies of last September or your own commission's commitment made in Reedsport. It relies instead, in part, on a POP that is unlikely to be funded, in my opinion, and this brings us to exactly where we were in September of 2018 when the then TPR rulemaking process was suspended, in part in hopes that the climate bills would come up with money that would be able to fund the scenario planning. That didn't happen. And I think continuing to rely on this is conflating two separate issues. And I think the proposal before you does that, and you need to separate out with a phase 1 of the TPR, the policy from the funding for it. And the policy has already legislatively been set. The targets for greenhouse gas reduction have been set by the legislature and adopted and revised by this agency in conjunction with those 3 state agencies that you're working for. That's the policy. That's not going to change regardless of how much money or how much scenario planning or anything else is done. You should require now, this year, you should amend the TPR to require local governments to incorporate those into their transportation system plans and land use plans. And then allow the longer rulemaking for where the flexibility is. As you've heard, there's many ways to get to those greenhouse gas reduction targets. That's where the time is going to be taken. That's where the performance measures and the enforcement issues and those kinds of things should be deliberated out. Take the year plus that are planned in this staff report to do that, but not the target. The target has to be adopted in the TPR now. And why? Because DLCD and ODOT have spent millions of dollars over the last decade funding transportation system plans, RTPs, and land use plans that do not incorporate the greenhouse gas reduction targets. And if you don't incorporate the greenhouse gas reduction target into the TPR now, it won't get planned for, and then of course it won't get funded. So as an example, your staff report talks about phase 2 of the Corvallis strategic assessment that shows with certain actions, they can meet their greenhouse gas reduction targets. And yet Corvallis just adopted a transportation system plan that actually goes backwards. Their VMT is going to go get worse by 8% increase. That's because the target was not incorporated by either this agency or ODOT in the funding that went for that transportation system plan. That's unconscionable for either agency to be letting money go out for land use and transportation planning that is not tied to the greenhouse gas reduction target. And again, that's not going to happen until you amend the TPR to incorporate the greenhouse gas reduction target. And as you've heard, it will be too late to influence many of the regional transportation plans and system plans that are being worked on now. So again, it's time to start now, do phase 1 of the TPR and amend it this year to incorporate the greenhouse gas reduction targets and tie that to any funding that goes from either agency. Thank you.
Chair MacArthur, it looks like you're muted.
Thank you very much. Yet again. So thank you, Bob and Mary Kyle. And so I want to open it up to questions for one or both of them. Commissioners.
Looks like Commissioner Morrow.
Commissioner Morrow.
I thought you were up first, Katie. Is that?
Oh,
not true?
I'm the timekeeper, so that
Okay.
hand means time's up.
I just want to thank Bob and Mary Kyle for their perseverance and sense of current and correct sense of urgency. I had a question for Mary Kyle on her memo that was part of our packet. On her first request, she said amend the 4-agency work plan to include immediate simple amendment to the TPR. And by that, my first question is that what Bob proposed in his submittal? And then the second question is, you said to require the MPOs adopted after June 30th, 2021. And Bob's proposal talked about June 30th, 2020. And so I'd like to resolve that.
Thank you, Commissioner Morrow. And I'm sorry this is going to be your last commission meeting, because I've certainly known you for a long time, longer than I've been working on this issue. Yes, Bob has included in his testimony, as I recall, actual language that you could use to adopt the greenhouse gas reduction target into the TPR, and start with that phase 1. And as to the timing of it, it seemed, well, Bob, did you really mean 2020?
I can answer that, because what I was forwarding was a draft that we presented to you, I believe, when we had this discussion in Reedsport last November. So at that time, we were encouraging hopeful that we could adopt a rule that would kick in effective 2020. I think Mary Kyle's proposal is recognizing where we are now.
Okay, thank you. I'll probably have some other comments later.
Well, why don't you make them now, though? Because I think we're going to hear, if you can. If you, well,
Okay.
I think we can have. I think we're just going to go ahead and finish up this, and then probably go into the next agenda items. So if you're going to, if you have something to say.
Well, the thing that I would say is that if I thought there were the votes to do what Mary Kyle and Bob are proposing, I would make a motion. But I think in light of everything we've heard from the staff, from Director Rue, this is an ambitious and forward-looking plan that they've come up with. I think the timing is too late, and I really don't think there's any point in making a motion, because I don't think I'd have the votes. But I would suggest that rulemaking be initiated at the next meeting rather than September.
Okay.
MacArthur, it looks like Commissioner Sandoval and Commissioner Hollova have their hands up.
Commissioner Sandoval, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. So as we heard from the local jurisdictions, they're basically saying that they need the funding to start implementing a lot of these issues. But you're suggesting that we already have the funding, and we can tie that funding to basically pressure local jurisdictions. So I guess I'm not understanding, do we have the funding or not? I guess that's my question. Is I see there's some sort of gap there.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval. I think this is where the conflating of adopting the target and the funding needed for it is making this an unnecessarily complex and longer process than it needs to be, because the plans do not now incorporate a greenhouse gas reduction target, because there isn't the target hasn't been adopted into the transportation planning rule. So the first step is adopting that target. And that is something this commission can do. And then how that gets translated into actual planning. So we've heard, for example, that Eugene or Central Lane MPO area would like to triple various mode shares. Well, if you don't have the land use planning to accompany that, you're never going to get the land use planning necessary to meet that tripling of mode shares. And therefore you will not get the funding to build out the sidewalks, et cetera, to meet that. Those are three separate things, and they're being conflated. The first thing is the greenhouse gas reduction target. Now, on the funding that is going out, ODOT and DLCD currently grant monies, transportation money, the TGM grants to local governments to do transportation and land use planning. That alone is not going to be enough for the public outreach and those kinds of things that were described by Kim Ellis of Metro and that are absolutely necessary. And to think of and to discover what are the right series of planning tools to meet the greenhouse gas reduction targets in each particular area. But you already are sending money out for the transportation and land use plans that are going on now without any requirement that they even try to meet the greenhouse gas reduction targets. And so these jurisdictions are falling farther and farther behind. So again, I'm urging the commission not to conflate these as they are in the proposed timeline. It's to start with the first step, adopt the greenhouse gas reduction targets into the transportation planning rule. And then you have a lot of weight with ODOT to make sure they're tying their funding to this. I think as Commissioner MacArthur said, at a minimum with existing funding, there is an urgency from the governor and from everyone to do this. And you might not get a pop to do this. So, but you're going to be going ahead anyway, one way or another. So start with the first step of adopting a greenhouse gas reduction target. Bob, did you want to chime in? Sorry.
No, I think that covered.
Do you have a follow-up question, Commissioner Sandoval?
No, I don't. Thank you very much, Mary.
Commissioner Halava?
I think you might be muted, Commissioner Halava.
There's two mute options here. Commissioner Morrow, I would vote with you if you were to suggest establishing this target today. I think that's why when early on I talked about like there's different parts, you know, policy, funding, enforcement, and then technical capacity got added to that. And the first commission meeting I was in March 1st, 2018, 2 years ago, we were supposed to maybe vote on this or start the rulemaking on it. And then I can imagine, Commissioner Morrow, how much longer you've heard about this. And the idea that we just don't even have the policy in place to say like, oh, in 2018, we set this policy. Wow, it's been 2 years and we haven't, you know, pushed for, you know, the rest of these parts. But now we're in 2020 and we still don't have anything in this regard. So I don't know the mechanism to do it, but I would support creating a target and then moving forward in September and however long, creating the strategies that would achieve the target and going for the funding that would fund the target. But the idea that we can't make a target that we're already told, you know, by an executive order that we should be doing everything we can do to go on that path. It just, I don't understand. We know what the target is. We know that it needs to be put into place. We know that it can't fully happen without funding, et cetera, but we don't have control over those other things right now, but we do have control over this policy decision. So why don't we act with expedience in the one area that we have control?
Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners, reflections?
So Commissioner Morrow has a response.
Commissioner Morrow?
Thank you, Anjali. I just wanted maybe Mary Kyle or Bob to respond because when and thank you for understanding, Anjali. When I'm looking at Bob's rule amendments that he resubmitted to us, I don't see that they would, in fact, adopt or establish a target. So could you clarify that, please, Bob or
Yes.
Mary Kyle?
I mean, I think we've used targets as a shorthand for requiring plans to comply with the targets. You've had targets in place since 2012, amended them in 2016. So the targets have been there, they've been voluntary. What's been missing is an obligation or requirement for local governments to plans to meet those targets.
Okay, thank you. And I would appreciate hearing from any other commissioners about this issue. Thanks.
Any other hands up to comment?
I had a question, just a clarification that maybe Bob can clarify. I know we had targets that are not being required. Did the executive order, I feel like they made them more stringent, but maybe I read that wrong.
Well, the way I would summarize the executive order is it says, do everything you can to help meet the state greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. The targets that this commission adopted are in aid or furtherance of those goals. And in addition, the executive order directs you to move forward, although it doesn't specify a time frame, with amending the TPR to require conformance with the targets.
Chair MacArthur, I think that Cody might want to add in on there.
Yes, and then after that, just Commissioner Warren also has his hand up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I
Cody.
just wanted to clarify that the EO does have new goals for overall GHG reductions for the state across all sectors. Our targets are a small slice of the pie. As Bob said, we have had them on the books since 2012, but they are for light duty transportation in metropolitan areas only. So it's quite a bit different than the goals expressed there in the EO.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Warren.
Thank you. So I'm going to wear my rookie hat here, and short of committing to anything on my first meeting, I guess my question more is towards staff as to why would we not amend the TPR and kind of move forward the suggestion from both Mary Kyle and Bob? Is there a reason that it's not wise for us to do that?
Shall I take a stab at that, Chair MacArthur?
Yes, please do.
Okay.
Good question.
Yeah, others might want to weigh in, so I'd call upon Jim as well as Palmer, but just to kind of start the response. It's a very, very important question. One could initiate rulemaking today. You have a draft. As you know, we do not act alone. So there's a partnership aspect to local governments. We'll still be pursuing partnership engagement with local governments. Staff has not had a chance to analyze the rule that Bob submitted yesterday. I believe, I take him at his word that it was the same as the testimony in Reed's court. We are essentially beginning rulemaking. We are very aware of the governor's executive order to initiate rulemaking. We're aware of Governor Brown's letter to the 4 agencies in September, calling upon our agency and LCDC to initiate rulemaking. We are enthusiastic about it. I think, Mary Kyle has laid out an important distinction. And it is a matter of, for me personally, it's a matter of partnership and process. I appreciate Kim's admonition that it is as much about process as it is about the outcomes. We don't act alone as a state agency. It is only with our local government partners. That would be my concern. But I would turn it over to Jim and then Palmer if I could.
Obviously, I'm not going to tell the commission what you can or cannot vote on or what you can or cannot ask of us. I think we have laid out a plan for getting to where you want to be. Clearly, there is some concern about the speed. We are meeting next 2 weeks with our agency partners for an implementation, to begin the implementation of STS. A key point of that is to incorporate all of the measures that we've been talking about in this STS implementation process for the last 7 months, to incorporate those into a TPR. I believe that we are going to end up with a better rule if we let that process play out over the course of the next 2 or 3 months. That process is going to continue on its own, and we'll have to try to shoehorn in whatever you may or may not vote on today. But we've been building the groundwork for a TPR that not only talks about active transportation, but also incorporates transit-oriented development, aligns with the housing work that we've been doing. Housing will begin to come to some conclusions by the end of summer and September. And we can then divert all of our attention to what I believe will be a TPR that will be better for us waiting for full staff commitment. I would only say you cannot imagine the effect of these proposed budget cuts because they mean staff cuts. Right now, we're dealing with some fairly severe stress and trauma. And I would simply ask you to consider sticking to the schedule that we have laid out, because I believe you get a better product at the end.
Thank you, Jim. Other commissioners want to say anything at this point? Are there any other thoughts?
Sorry, raising my hand.
Yes, please do.
Palmer also, I think, was in the queue to say, if I don't know if there's anything in addition, Palmer, you would want to respond to Commissioner Warren's question there too.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you, Vice Chair Piermine. Palmer, do you have anything else to say?
No, I don't really have anything to add. Thank you, though.
I guess I have something to say, and I'm compelled by the urgency of this issue, and in particular, I think it is very helpful to point out that money is being spent now that perhaps doesn't have the right ties to greenhouse gas reduction, money coming from the state. So I'm compelled by the urgency issue both on the funding part of that, as well as the urgency relative to local jurisdictions adopting plans and system plans in the next couple of years while we're doing rulemaking. So I'm kind of wondering, and I certainly, for me, I wouldn't feel comfortable voting on something today because I would want to have a thoughtful assessment of what this whole phase 1, phase 2 thing means. But I think it is worthwhile for when we scope this in July, have staff come back and talk about, we don't generally do a phase 1, phase 2 of rules, but this is a particularly important situation and things need to happen sooner rather than later. So I just think if we could think about what we might do as a short-term measure as well as a long-term measure in the context of rulemaking. Perhaps staff could put some thinking to that, and so that we as a commission have a full understanding of the pros and cons of sort of bifurcating it that way and moving forward.
Chair MacArthur, it looks like Commissioner Warren and then Commissioner Morrow both have their hands up in that order.
Commissioner Warren, please.
And I just wanted to respond really quickly to something that Director Rue had said. You know, I'm okay with you telling us a little bit what to do, especially since you all are the ones who know this issue much more clearly than we do. And I've been involved in hasty decision-making at the local level and seen its effect. Now we're talking, you know, from my perspective, at a much larger 30,000-foot level that's going to have a much longer lasting effect. So when we do these rules, you know, I just want to encourage my fellow commissioners to take to heart what staff is indicating, because, you know, we don't want to have to do it again. I think to be effective, we want to do it once and we want to do it right. So that's the end of my comment.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Morrow.
Oh, we have a great chair who tries to get us all on the same page, and I appreciate it very much, Chair MacArthur. And our new commissioner is right on point about paying attention to what staff says, and they are completely competent and are motivated to do what they think is right. And I appreciate Robin's sort of tentative kind of proposal. I think it is important to break it down into 2 steps. And I tried to get hold of Shipsy to, I would be reluctant to actually vote today on something where we haven't provided notice and given people a chance to comment on a particular proposal. And so maybe one way to do that is in July, either have another assessment of this proposal or put out a notice and vote on it. So that's one way to maybe achieve an action that would meet the governor's order and stop governments from MPOs from adopting plans that don't address this issue, because that's what we're hearing is that's what's happening, and that's what's going to continue to happen. And I know that Jim is correct. The ultimate rule will be a better rule if all this work goes into it and the public involvement and everything. But we need something to stop going down the road and not having local governments at least say what they're going to do to try and reduce greenhouse gases. So there you go. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Morrow. And I guess for me, I wasn't suggesting that we adopt something in July, because it would put staff in the same position that they are now. They're working on this, and then to take their time to work on this particular aspect of it, to actually have a rule language. I'm not suggesting that. I think that I would suggest that staff bring sort of the pros and cons of a 2-step process, a phase 1 and a phase 2, to basically accomplish some of the things that we were talking about today. Bring that as part of an assessment and the scoping of our rulemaking that is initiated in September, with the idea that if we say that we like this sort of phase 1 approach, or whatever we want to call it, then maybe between July and September, perhaps if the commission thinks that is the way to go, then there would be rulemaking language that could be drafted in that time frame. That's just a general idea. I am not suggesting that staff puts everything else on hold and figures out rule language and does outreach on a phase 1 approach yet.
Well, I think we've been told, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's certainly a reasonable way to go. This is my last meeting, so I might as well go out, as some people say, what have I got to lose? But the fact is, as it has been pointed out to us repeatedly by Mary Kyle and Bob, and also our people that testified from Springfield and Eugene, is that we have language already. So I'm history. So I just urge you to maybe follow what Robin's proposing. And I know that everyone is, the staff and the commissioners and clearly the governor and the director are all serious about this issue and reducing greenhouse reductions. But I just really hate to see local governments be able to continue making plans that don't address this issue. So that's my concern. Thank you very much.
So,
Chairman, go ahead, Jim.
On behalf of staff, we will gladly put together an assessment of a 2-step process to present to you in July.
Thank you.
Chair MacArthur, it looked like Commissioner Holova had her hand up first, and then Kirsten, our Deputy Director.
Commissioner Holova.
Yeah, and I was going to address Commissioner Warren. Where your mindset is right now, you're in your first meeting, was exactly where my mind was 2 years ago. And in that time, I heard we can't do it because the cap and trade is going to pass. So then I waited patiently, and then it didn't pass. And then it was, we can't do it because we have an interagency situation we're trying to set up. So I waited and for the interagency to be set up. And then it says we can't do it because the next cap and trade is going to pass. Waited, the cap and trade didn't pass. Then we can't do it, and then executive order passed. Okay, now we can do it. And then now I hear we can't do it because we don't have a funding source. The POP is going to come. It might not happen. And then it'll keep on going on. That's how I feel. So if you had been with 2 years worth of this, hearing this and trusting and becoming disgruntled along the way, you would feel, a fraction of me and a lot of probably Commissioner Morrow. And so that's sort of the position that brings the frustration, understanding that, at first we wanted it all, then we understood we couldn't have it all. So why can't we take it in chunks? And it's great to know that July that will happen. But, I think in general, we should act with a sense of urgency that we might not be here. Commissioner Morrow thought she was going to vote on this at some point. Now she's not going to vote on it. And I think as the institutional knowledge goes, there's going to be even more or less of an urgency as new commissioners come on and say, well, I just, I'm learning and digesting this. And that makes sense, just like it made sense for me 2 years ago. So I would vote on anything today.
Deputy Director Green.
I think you're muted.
Sorry, thank you. We look forward to coming back with that assessment, the phase 1, phase 2 assessment, certainly. If I'm not mistaken, the rule draft you had in front of you 2 years ago now did not change the fact that the rules were voluntary. So I don't want to encourage debate on that now, because I may be wrong. But one of the policy questions when I came onto the agency that I know we advanced to your attention in Reedsport was this question of a few policy questions: local versus regional, mandatory versus voluntary. There are some very large questions to wrestle with, even notwithstanding funding. So to advance sort of an unfunded responsibility on local government can be done, and it may it may end up being done. But I think we will get into this for hours and hours and hours, Commissioner Morrow. Rest assured about whether or not those rules whether those targets and rules are mandatory or voluntary, and how they might be supported. So we won't forget your sense of urgency, and we appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. Hey, it's my last meeting. What can I do? I also want to remind the new commissioners that at one of those previous meetings where this came up, and Sherman was still with us, he was also very supportive of doing something sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Yes. Agreed. So any other comments?
I think Commissioner Sandoval is.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Motion. Yeah, making a.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on my iPhone now because something happened with the computer. But yeah, my take on this is, the executive order makes it pretty clear that we should try everything in our power to push the envelope. And so, yeah, I would be totally comfortable voting today on this issue. That's it.
So we've heard a variety of things, acting today, waiting until staff has a chance to really evaluate what this two-step process would look like, and bringing that back to us in July, fully scoped, so we understand the ramifications of that. And I guess those are the two things we've heard. I do hear a lot of frustration. I share that frustration, but I don't share the frustration. That frustration isn't focused at staff or anything, because there have been a lot of things that came up over the past couple of years, and we really did fully anticipate that there might be money coming from the legislature for scenario planning and to give that kind of resource to the local jurisdictions to adopt these plans. That's not coming. I don't think we should change our plan to go forth even without the money. We need to go forward. I totally believe in that. But I guess, well, for me, if somebody wants to make a motion, they should, different from what I'm suggesting. But if folks can wait until we actually have a full understanding of the two-step process in July, that would be fine. But if somebody else wants to make a motion, they should. I should also point out, though, that and even Commissioner Halava 2 years ago, the draft rule that was brought to us, we didn't just delay it because we thought there would be money available in some future legislature. I think you and I and others on the commission felt that the draft rule in front of us at that time was flawed, or didn't have enough in it in terms of targets and how to measure and those kinds of things. And we still hadn't resolved the whole issue of land use. The MPOs don't have authority for over land use. So how do you create that coordinating mechanism? Otherwise, you're just having several different jurisdictions in an MPO implementing land use separately from transportation, et cetera, et cetera. So there were some pretty big picture items, issues that had not been resolved. So I don't think it's as if there was a panacea waiting for us to adopt, and we failed to move. I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah, I agree. I think those were the things we would have solved over the last 2 years, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Not now we're starting.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah.
Chair MacArthur, it looks like Commissioner Morrow has her hand up again.
Commissioner Morrow.
Well, I would make a motion. It may not be sweet yet, but that the staff come back at the July meeting with an analysis of the proposal that has been submitted by Mr. Courtright, and a recommendation about why it shouldn't be adopted, or whether it should, or let's see. They should come back in July with an analysis of the previous language from June 15th, 2018, and be able to explain to the commission what issues are can't be addressed with this language. And so the reason I'm making this motion is for the reasons I've expressed already, is that somehow sooner, rather than in an 18-month rulemaking process, local governments, if they're going to adopt changes to their transportation plan, need to address greenhouse gas emissions. So, and it could be possible that the staff would, I understand the enforcement and everything that Palmer has explained to me, and that Director Rue has talked about, but I just think the staff needs to be pretty clear about meeting the executive order, and we have the power to do something now. So my motion is for the staff to come back in July with an analysis of the draft language that was proposed on June 15th, 2018, and resubmitted by Bob Courtright for the meeting today.
I second that, if we can do that, if this is the thing we can do.
Yes, so I have a Catherine, do you mind just clarifying again? Because when you were talking, you mentioned two things. You mentioned an assessment of the draft rule from June 15th of 2018. And then you also mentioned having an understanding of the two-step process where we might initiate rulemaking as staff has described, but we would assess the idea of having a first step to that rulemaking, doing something along the lines of what Bob and Mary Kyle have talked today about the immediacy relative to funding and adopted plans over the next 2 years, as well as continuing on with a more robust rulemaking. So I really think we need to clarify what you're trying to get at.
Okay, thank you. There was a lot of other things that you put in there, and I don't want to burden the staff with a lot of analysis when they have a lot of stuff on their plate. So I'm just interested in, well, my motion was to have them come back and tell us what, an analysis of this language and whether something very close to this language could be adopted as part of a two-step process. How's that?
That sounds great. Thank you. Do we still have a second?
Yeah, that's the motion. And does my second go
I
with
still
that?
have a second. I said I would second anything. It reminds me somewhat of the solar process, in the sense that there was a problem identified, and we knew that we needed to make full rules with the whole, rack and all that, but there had to be kind of an emergency thing to stop a situation, or pause, let's say, a situation going on. So when you talk, Commissioner Morrow, that's how I hear it. There's people doing plans, not incorporating goals, or not being required to incorporate goals. And I see that as a pause while, everything is being more fleshed out. So I don't know if that's what you meant by that, but that's how I
Yes,
understood it.
I let the record show that that's what I meant by that. And I hope that Mary Kyle and Bob they have been very good at trying to boil this down succinctly and saying why they think this is so important. And so I'm sure they will stay engaged. And so the motion is that the staff come back with an analysis of why something similar to this draft rule couldn't be adopted, so that we could initiate a two-step process and stop jurisdictions from adopting plans without addressing greenhouse gas reduction targets.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. First of all, do people understand what the motion is? Questions about the motion or discussion, I guess, either way, but
Chair MacArthur, I think that as far as process, if you could repeat back to us what the motion is, what you've heard, and then we have discussion based on that.
Well, that would be nice, but I couldn't capture it.
Chair MacArthur?
Yes.
We've been typing in the background trying to capture Commissioner Morrow's motion. Esther, I added on because I think there was a second add-on, and then Anile reseconded that. So would you like me to read it?
That would be lovely. Thank you.
So it's a motion to come back in July with an analysis of the previous language from June 15, 2018, and that staff should be able to explain to the commission what issues can't be addressed with this language submitted by Bob Courtright today, and initiating a two-step process.
Is that correct? Is that what you meant, Catherine?
That's pretty close. The way I understood what you read was that the motion was that a two-step process would be initiated. And that sounds like a great idea, but I don't know.
Right, so that's what the confusion, I think the first motion did not include that reference. This is the first motion.
Correct. The first motion did not include, I'm sorry to be so unspecific. Staff analysis of this old language and and of a two-step process.
Thank you.
And is just, I'm sorry, but is it use of a two-step process to address the issue of projects getting funded and communities adopting their plans while we are in the middle of rulemaking? Or, I mean, I just.
Yes, that's the goal.
Okay.
Is to.
I think it's important to have the goal in there as well.
Okay,
as
the goal is to prevent jurisdictions from adopting plans without addressing greenhouse gas reduction.
Thank you. So Kirsten, may I call on you to try? Oh, I see on the screen you're doing that. Thank you.
Oh, I'm not. I hope I'm not sharing. Is Esther? I think Esther's probably typing that.
Oh, okay.
I'm typing on my notepad, but she's typing on the screen.
That is great, because I think we need to have the language in front of us so we know really what we're doing. So thank you, Esther, and everyone.
So Chair MacArthur, as far as process is concerned, I think if we could show the language, if someone can share their screen and we can see it written, that would benefit.
I think it's on the screen right now.
Right.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yes.
Great.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part? The goal is to prevent jurisdictions from adopting plans
without addressing greenhouse gas reduction. That's Kirsten. I was typing as Commissioner Marin was speaking, but Commissioner, please correct as needed once you read that fresh.
Thank you. I think it would be best if the staff could come back with a proposal that could be adopted in July for a two-step process. I don't know how to put that in the motion, and to provide the commission with a two-step process that would achieve the goal.
Palmer would like to ask a question when the time is right, Commissioners, and Chair MacArthur.
Yes, I think this is probably the timing is right. Palmer?
Because I want to make sure we honor the motion and we are able to deliver what you want, I think I need a little clarification about what we mean when we say the two-step process. So I'm going to offer my interpretation of what I think that is, but it'd be helpful to know exactly what the commission intends. So I think I understand the proposal or the suggestion is that, that we would come back to the commission in very short order, whether that's in September or some other time frame that the commission decides, that would say, to the MPOs, you have to meet the greenhouse gas reduction targets as of this date. But then what I guess I'm not clear on is, as they develop their plans, they have to meet that target. Do they have some time after that date is set in rule to submit plans that meet the target? Or is it the date the rule is adopted, all plans meet the target as of that date? Because I'm not really clear on when the targets would actually apply.
Could we bring that back in our analysis?
Well, yeah, that would be another approach, is we could try to tease out those issues, but I was just a little concerned about knowing exactly when the targets would apply if we had, if we're going to go right to rule language.
As I understand it, the motion does not specify.
Just wanted to be clear.
Commissioner Morrow, your mic is muted. I have one rule in this
meeting. I'm just looking at the language that's in the June 15th draft rule, and as amended by Bob, I think, for the meeting in Reedsport that was attached to his testimony. And that's a very good question, Palmer. I think it is about, you can't adopt a plan. your jurisdiction can't adopt a plan if you haven't done this. And I am certainly sympathetic if there are jurisdictions, and I don't know how many there are, that are already in the process of and have spent money and staff time and everything, and haven't done this, and it would be a burden on them. So I'm sensitive to that, and I don't have the answer to it.
Yeah, I think that's all I'm trying to clarify, is that either the commission's deciding that all plans, even those that are near completion, have to meet the target, or is it as of that date, once the commission adopts a rule, plans that are either developed or finalized after that date have to meet the target? I mean, it's just a critical distinction, just for the points that the commissioner just raised.
I think it is a critical distinction, and I think the commission should get some information in July and sort that out, because I don't think we can spend the time to sort it out right now.
That'd be part of our assessment.
Yeah, and sorry to just interrupt. My understanding, the fear of 2 years ago till now, was that in that interim, people were adopting plans, right? And so it's the same idea now. In their interim, while these things are being formalized, people are adopting plans. So I don't know how that, how the analysis goes, but it didn't seem like we were looking back as much as looking to the present as things are getting stretched out. Things are happening in the present, and they shouldn't be happening without this goal in mind, given the directive that we've been given.
Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Warren has his hand up.
Commissioner Warren, thank you.
Commissioner Morrow, if I may make a suggestion to amend your motion, it's mainly with the second half. It says, and a two-step process would be initiated. My suggestion would be to say, and a two-step process that could be initiated, instead of just mandating it in case the commission doesn't like it.
Esther, can you make that change on the screen if Commissioner Morrow accepts it?
Yeah, that's okay. I would just, yeah, that's okay. I just hope that the staff is able to come back in July and be able to present something to the commission to vote on that would initiate. That's my goal, but obviously you have to talk about it, and I won't be there to help you. So could works for me.
So do people understand this motion, or is there more discussion that needs to happen before we move ahead? I'm assuming that the silence means that you understand them. Commissioner Warren, excuse me.
Either way works for me. I do think that Palmer's question is an important one. And I'm not sure if now is the appropriate time to talk about it, but just with my experience with TSPs, from my understanding, they have to be updated every 5 years. So thinking forward, if we were to include plans that are in the process of being created in this, it's going to set them back in their work in order to do it. But at the same time, it would also allow them to finish it off a way that's meaningful with achieving greenhouse gas reductions. And I'm just wondering what Palmer's interpretation of that would be.
So thank you, Commissioner. I think that is something that at staff we would like to explore. I mean, I'm just going to use maybe a really basic example to kind of illustrate the point. If I'm an MPO and I'm in year 1 of that update process, and the commission comes along and adopts a rule that says I need to meet the greenhouse gas reduction target, then I have the benefit of the time, and I'm not redoing efforts to get there. But if I'm in year 4, and I don't know if there are MPOs that are in that situation, this is something we would need to explore, and the commission adopts a rule that says, well, no, now you need to meet the target, then you're right. What have I done with that investment and the work and the public engagement that's led up to that? And so There's probably a happy medium somewhere between those 2 points, and it'll be up to the commission to decide which end of the spectrum you lean towards. But I think we'd want to flesh that out before, declaring that here's a date and time in which plans have to meet the greenhouse gas target. And I'm saying that understanding the urgency, and it certainly is a very valid policy argument that's been made that we are losing time to influence transportation plans. I respect that argument. But I think we want to be thoughtful about picking the right implementing date. And so that's all I was saying, is the staff would be able to come back and lay out that information for you, and then the commission will decide what you decide.
Thank you, Palmer. I appreciate that. I mean, I don't even have the basic information about how many plans are in process now, so that would be a piece of it. But I would refer everybody, as you consider this in the future and as staff does their analysis, back to the executive order where it says, and it was brought out in the testimony by a number of people, that state commissions, in addition to state agencies listed, are directed to exercise any and all authority and discretion vested in them by law to help facilitate Oregon's achievement of the greenhouse gas emission reduction goals set forth in paragraph 2 of this executive order. And so that's why this is so important. And we have the direction to do it.
Chair MacArthur, Cody was also raising his hand, his real hand.
I don't have a virtual hand. Just wanted to clarify, as you recall, LCDC does not have authority over the MPOs and their regional transportation plans, which happen on a 4-year cycle. You do have authority clearly over counties and cities with their local transportation system plans, which happen on an ad hoc basis. They're not on a cycle of improvement. So it's just kind of a scatter shot of when they do get amended.
Thank you. And I guess for me, this conversation reflects the fact that we need to talk about what we're actually going to do before we do it, because this has taken about 45 minutes to figure out what language we would put in something that we then decide in July. And I guess I want to do the right thing, and I want to make sure we honor Commissioner Morrow's motion, and we'll talk about that and vote on that. But bottom line, what we want, I believe, is staff to come back in July with a fully scoped rulemaking effort for the TPR that would both look at what we did previously, the draft of July or whatever it was of 2018, would also include an assessment of what it might look like to do a 2-step process rulemaking that would address the issue of funds going out now that don't have a TPR connection or a greenhouse gas connection, as well as the issue of plans being adopted that aren't compliant. So isn't that what the staff was going to do anyway?
It's similar, but Chair MacArthur, sorry, this is Kirsten. It does seem similar. I would like to, being a public engagement, community engagement fanatic, I wanted to point out that we are eager to hear from local government partners, and we're planning to also initiate interviews. I'll be asking staff, could we not bring that back by July 15th? I know it's important to set a rule, but it is not us that then go, meet the rule's goals. So I'd like the commission to have the benefit of some information from the field and, just what local governments need. That to me is part of scoping the effort. It might be a supplemental report if it comes in, quite before commission, but we could report on it as part of our assessment. That is being done in collaboration with the plans for that are in collaboration with the 4 agencies that are involved in the Every Mile Counts initiative.
Thank you, Kirsten. So let's just move on. Do people understand the motion in front of us enough that both commissioners understand it and staff knows what they need to bring back in July? That's my first question. So commissioners first, do you understand the motion that you see on that screen? Put your thumbs up or whatever, just let us know.
I understand, and I appreciate you indulging me. Thank you.
And we still have the second from Commissioner Halava, which is great. Now I want to make sure that staff understands if this should pass, what you would do in July when you come back to us. Maybe I'll turn to Palmer and Kirsten or Cody, whomever, but I just want to have somebody kind of, I want to make sure that we pass something that you can implement. Okay, that's my point. So you understand what you need to come back. Maybe Cody, whoever wants to speak.
We had just a clarifying point, if I could, colleagues, and commissioners, we were first asked to initiate a phase 1, phase 2 process, and I see this as similar, whether it's 2-step or 2 phases. I can't say right now whether or not we'd come back in July with rule language to initiate. I think we need to read, contemplate, discuss, analyze. But I think it's clear that you would like an assessment. Yeah, I think what's on the screen we can meet, but look for concurrence from Cody and Palmer.
Cody.
Yep, I think we have enough to work with there.
Thank you. Palmer, any final words?
No, I think I agree. I think I understand the commission's intent.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I suspect there's no more conversation to be had at this point. If I'm wrong, commissioners, tell me I'm wrong and say something. Okay, then I'm going to ask Esther to take a roll call.
Commissioner Katie Pearmine.
Aye.
Commissioner Anjali Halova.
Aye.
Commissioner Gerardo Sandoval.
Aye.
Commissioner Stuart Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Catherine Morrow.
Aye, thank you.
And Chair Robin MacArthur.
Yes, aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I think that brings to a conclusion this topic. Jim and I texted earlier about the idea of postponing the director's report to tomorrow. I think we need to do that because I think we're all out of steam a little bit, but tomorrow is going to be even busier or longer anyway, perhaps not as controversial. But we had planned, if people have energy to stay just for a few more minutes, we had actually planned to celebrate Commissioner Morrow today rather than tomorrow for her wonderful contribution to the land use program. And so if people are so inclined, we'll go ahead and do that. I think Jim and Esther have something to present to her. Do you want to do that before or after we make comments? What is your sense?
I think she has it in
her
hand.
Perfect.
That's awesome.
The blanket and the flowers arrived. So I think it is time for people to tell Catherine how much we appreciate her service for these last 8 years. And as long as I'm talking, I will start. We have a very complex. We have a very complex system, and it is easy as a non-planner, as a non-lawyer, for me to get wrapped around the axle and confused. And unless we have a practicing planner or someone with that experience on the commission to help us ask the right questions and dive for the details, we take a great chance of erring greatly. When I started at the department, Henley Jenkins, who was the planning director in Union County, was that person. Catherine, I don't think Henley's listening, so I will say what I mean instead of being politic. Catherine raised the bar, and you have done an extraordinary job of keeping us focused and on track but more importantly, always asking the question and forcing the question of how is this going to affect local government? I think we have a person in waiting who will continue the tradition, but from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for being so incredibly conscientious and so focused on the needs of local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate that.
So others on the commission, we'll start with commission first and then move to staff if they have some things, but other commission members?
I'll go next. It has been such a joy to serve with you, and I've learned so much. And I think, you know, the rural Oregon that I grew up in was agricultural valley land, which is so different in just understanding the complexities of how different rural is across Oregon and how hard of a job it is to really balance this information and these complex problems that we're solving. And you do, from my perspective, had done such a beautiful job of honoring the fullness of the place in which you've lived for much of your life. And it's been such a joy to witness somebody care for the place that you live as much as you do. And that comes through in everything you do. So thank you for bringing that forward in your service.
Well, thank you, Katie. And I think all the commissioners care about where they live. And so I appreciate that. And the rural parts of the state, as we know from politics and just the environment, are really different than the valley. So this urban-rural divide thing is not going to go away. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in here now too, Catherine. I just really want to thank you immensely for volunteering your time, your energy, your passion, and your wisdom to Oregon's land use program. And the thing that you've offered time and time again is both your perspective from a practitioner as well as your passion really for the program and for Oregon. And you have a passion for the farm and forest issues. Your love of Central and Eastern Oregon really comes through. Your keen understanding of how the policy framework, what we do at the commission, how it works on the ground, and really your appreciation of how Oregon's land use program keeps Oregon, Oregon. And that's a really essential part of what we do. It gets really complex and legalistic and everything, but the bottom line is this program that you love so much and have given so much to is really an important part of what we call Oregon. So thank you.
Thank you. And I know that I am really happy that you're the chair and you're going to carry on, and it'll be, you will provide excellent leadership. So
thank you. Others? Yes, Anjali?
I was like, Commissioner Morrow, I would like to thank you. Such great speeches everyone gave. And I just wanted to talk more from the personal side. I've really enjoyed having you on the commission because you make it comfortable you ask so many questions and you know so much already, and yet you ask questions to clarify, to expand, our knowledge. And so I think that's made it very comfortable for me to feel like I can ask questions also. And so I wanted to thank you for your spirit of inquiry. And then, just learning from you personally about, the different places that you live, even within Oregon, and with those lifestyles and life experiences comes a lot of knowledge that you don't get if you live somewhere else. And so the diversity that you bring to that and to me is tremendous. And I think the only regret I have is that I only got this for 2 years. So I was kind of sad when I realized your term was coming up, and I just wanted to thank you personally.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the comment about the questions. Yeah, I have lots of questions probably because I don't know the answers and I get confused, but I hope that that's something that the commission will carry on because by asking questions, you show that you're paying attention to what people are saying. And we hear, that's one of the things that I think the commission, in my experience, has done is really respect and be courteous to all the people that come in front of the commission, because some people come in front of the commission and they are very nervous. And in order for the program to work, we really need to listen to the public. And with Kirsten and the current commissioners, I know that this public outreach and listening to the various constituencies will continue, and that's really important. Thank you.
And I see a lot of muted people out there, both a couple of other commissioners as well as staff. So I think the way to handle this is just unmute yourself and say a few words if you want to. I see John Jennings down there. I don't know if he wants to say anything or.
I'll go next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. If it's okay, I'd like to say just a couple things. I've known of Catherine Morrow for over 25 years. Catherine is an absolute giant in Oregon's land use planning community. It's been a thrill to be able to work with her on the commission through some detailed and complex issues on the rural side. I'm thinking about youth camps, and I'm thinking about solar and energy siting, and I'm thinking about sage grouse. Of course, we can't any of us forget that. At least I can't, certainly. I just really want to thank Catherine for not just her work on this commission, but her work, really all of her work, her career to make Oregon a better place. I know she'll continue to do that in the best way she sees fit. And I'm really looking forward to our meeting in John Day next year. It's probably going to be the best one ever. So I'll end with that and just say thank you again, Commissioner Morrow. I really appreciate your work.
How you do that?
Thank you, John. I'm going to go to Commissioner Warren now because I think I cut you off a little bit. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. I was just jumping in to clear or keep the air from being cold. Commissioner Morrow, I've only been involved in 2 meetings with you at this point. The staff report on Monday, I guess, and this one. But you know, your sense of questioning and inquisitive nature helped me in this short period of time to recognize my role as a commissioner, and so I appreciate that. And I also want to tell you that I plan on carrying on the torch with the urgency with dealing with the department and climate change. I think that that's a very valiant effort you took, and I feel comfortable trying to carry it forward.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say I'm sorry I'm not going to get to know you. Maybe I'll meet you on the river someday. We're putting on to the John Day on the day after Memorial Day, but the CFS went up from 3,000 something to over 20,000 now.
Whoa.
And they canceled permits today.
Well, Commissioner Morrow, this is Steve Shipsey, and you know, I was thinking this morning as I hopped on this call that next month will mark 20 years of being DLCD's and LCDC's attorney, and part of the reason I've stuck with it so long is because I'm absolutely floored at the work that volunteer commissioners do for this state, and for me to be able to help support them was a really rewarding experience. And you always asked wonderful questions and sent me scrambling to the law books and the statute and the rule and try to figure out, you know, when someone who has the practical knowledge that you have of the program is asking this question, I got to get to that answer and provide it to you right away. And but aside from your great work with the commission, I just also want to thank you that part of the wonderful thing about this commission is traveling around the state and getting together and to have had the meals with you and Marty and just spend time in hotel lobbies or on tours or whatever. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And I also want to express to the new commissioners that this time hopefully will pass, because what Steve just said about being together is really, really important. And That's what I'm going to miss most, is traveling around the state. And I owe Katie a cocktail. You know, I don't know when I'll get that, but I owe it to you. And having breakfast together and going out to Jim's house and having him host us out there and talking to people all over the state is really the best part of being on the commission, I think. So I'm going to miss that a lot. And thanks, Steve.
Do you mind if I jump in quickly? This is Kirsten, Vice Chair Pearmine, you're unmuted. Forgive me if I'm jumping in. Catherine, I just want to say goodbye and thank you. I have to jump off and relieve our childcare provider, otherwise I'd stay to the end and I might come back on, but thank you for your leadership and just the light and the torch you bring, and I look forward to carrying it on and also celebrating with you and John Day. Appreciate it.
Matt?
A few words about the impact that Commissioner Morrow has had on staff, a positive impact. All of the questions, as everybody has mentioned, I mean, very quickly, when you join the commission, we got a reputation for, okay, when we're writing the staff report, what is Commissioner Morrow going to ask about here? What do we need to do? What are we not including? What have we not addressed? So we've been trying. I don't know that we've ever succeeded in getting everything in there to try to answer your questions beforehand, but it certainly has had, I think, had a very positive impact on staff, working hard to try to say, how can we make this clear and how can we give you what you need? And I think we upped our game a little bit, trying to get in response to your very good questions.
Well, thanks, Matt. I just only hope that the current and future commission never receives a packet as big as this one. It's the biggest one I've ever had in 8 years. And yeah, write thorough staff reports, but try and make them a little shorter now.
Will do. We'll work on that.
Okay, is it my turn? I just want to say one more thing, that I am really happy that the commission, well, first that Nick is going to be on the commission. You will just be so impressed with him. He's great, and he will fulfill the role of a practitioner in spades. The other thing I'm really pleased about is that the current commission to be is younger and much more diverse than it was when I started out, and has no respect to Mr. Shipsey because he's not a commissioner, but I think there were 4 or 5 lawyers on the commission when I got on. And so now I think we have none. And that's going to be good because we have Steve to help us out in that regard. So, but the diversity and the emphasis on equity is a big change that I've seen. And I'm really, really happy about that. And that the staff and the director and all of you commissioners are smart, capable, creative, dedicated, caring, and respectful. And thank you very much. And I appreciate all the generous things you've said about me.
Thank you, Catherine. Is there any other kind of final comment before we sign off for today? I don't want to cut anyone off that wants to say something.
This is Sadie. I would take just a minute to chime in if I could. Hi, Catherine. Hi, everyone. It's great to see your faces. Sorry for my lighting situation here. I had the pleasure of writing a press release about Catherine and sent it out earlier this morning. And in the second paragraph, I talked about how she impressed her colleagues, and DLCD staff by appearing remotely from her fire tower in making advisory committee meetings. And I think when I said DLCD staff, I really meant me, because of all the things that Catherine does, all the adventures she leads, all the leadership she has brought to our state, all of the, her gifts of service and her talent for planning. I would like to be a little bit more like Catherine Morrow, and she's not the only commissioner I would say that of, but she certainly is one. So we will miss you a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sadie. I guess I need a copy of this press release.
I think if you check your inbox, it's in there.
Okay,
We actually, we had a reporter follow up from the Blue Mountain Eagle wondering
Oh,
if you would be,
good. That's
wondering
great.
if you would be interested in an interview.
All right, that's good. Well, we'll make that happen. Thank you.
How fun. So anyone else? Final chance today anyway. We'll luckily we get Catherine for one more day tomorrow, but any kind of final comments today? Seeing none, thank you very much, Catherine, for everything. And thanks to the whole commission for everything. It was a very long day. Thank you to staff. I mean, IT people, Esther, everybody, you just were totally amazing today. So I'm going to adjourn today's meeting and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you. And I love my flowers and my present. Got to be cozy. Okay, thanks. Good night.